Disagree.
This is the second time now.
All
Pen
right,
Israel
all
doing
right, guys. Let's
corruption
go
on the
ahead and
whole earth.
let's go ahead and start. So basically, yeah, Muhammad is the one who started this problem in Palestine because I don't know if you guys knew this, but Zionism was a thing before the 1940s. Okay, the Jews, they lost their land several times, and they always wanted to go back. They were always Zionists. And
Please, please, man.
the last time they lost it to the
Benny Israel
Romans. Hold on a second.
bombing
The
Beirut
last
every
time they
day and
lost it to the
Palestine. Please,
Romans, the
don't
last
give
time
me
they
this
lost,
bullshit.
brother, can you give me a second? I'm trying to introduce my show here. The last time that they lost it to the Romans, they also wanted to go back. The Zionism started right then and there in AD 70, okay? And they had been praying in that direction. Muslims all over the world had always been talking about Jerusalem, restoring the temple. That had always been a thing even before Muhammad ever was born. And what happened is when Muhammad came on the scene, he had this night journey thing where he rode on some sort of animal in the sky and he flew to Jerusalem. And because of that, the Jews went later and they built the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Temple Mount and on the Temple Mount. And they inserted themselves into this problem. So they would have never been in the path of Zionism. What would Zionism have anything to do with Arab Muslims if that didn't happen?
Muhammad
Nothing.
never been journey anywhere.
But the problem is, Muhammad had a night journey, and then because of that, you guys
No,
consider
he
it your
didn't.
holy
That's not
site.
in the Quran.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That's not in the Quran.
You guys consider it a holy site, right? So you guys just have a holy site there for no reason, right? And that's the problem is Zionism always existed. Muslims inserted themselves into it, okay?
On Zionism, my friend.
Yeah.
Sorry, you know what was the first mention? Yo, Stay, you know what was the first mention ever of Zionism?
Yeah.
It's actually
Can I say something?
Zionism is in the Bible, dude. If you look all throughout the Bible, it's always talking about going
Zion,
back to
it's
Zion,
it's
returning
the
back
Mount
to
of Zion,
Zion.
yeah.
Where do you think that phrase comes from?
But the first,
You guys
I
act
know,
like
I know.
this started in 1940s. It didn't. It didn't.
Exactly.
You know how Muslims all over the world, they pray towards Mecca right now. You know how Muslims in America and Canada and Europe, they all pray towards Mecca. Jews have been doing that since they had a temple, all the way back like 4,000, 3,000 years ago. So all this stuff that you guys are talking about is a lie. And the thing is that you guys knew that the Jews felt that way about Zion. And you decided to take it over anyway, and you decided to build your mosque and your temples on top of their holy sites anyway. And now, when the Jews are like trying to get you out of there, now you're like, oh my God, how did this happen?
Yeah, they're bombing everyone.
Maybe stop
Hello,
building
hello,
holy
hello.
sites on top of other people's holy sites. Okay?
Listen, it's like how they start every single
it's
war,
only
then
it's only
cry like
holy
little
because
bitches.
it's only holy because they say it's holy.
No, yeah. The thing about it is this. It's not even the Muslims' first holy site or second most holy site. It's literally their third most holy site. So you're fighting over a place.
It's their book. It's
So for the Jews,
it's their book versus ours. That's all it is.
For the Jews, it's always been their most holy site. For you guys, it's your third most holy site, and you guys think that you're not the ones that are being selfish here. You guys are the ones being selfish. And you're lucky. And you're lucky that the Jews are even.
When have Muslims ever persecuted?
You're lucky that the Jews always, and that's what we're going to be talking about today.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Always. And
That's
the thing
a lie.
about it that's
They must
funny,
go to
and
Mecca.
the thing that's funny, how do you think this?
That's
How do you
a
think
lie.
the Arab conquest happened? You think the Arab conquest happened be defensively? What are you talking about? How did you guys?
I don't know. I don't know why you're.
How did you guys go from Mecca, Medina to conquering the whole Arabian Peninsula to conquering Rome to conquering Spain to conquering like all of Europe? How did that happen? You think we invited you there?
Finance.
Of course it was violence.
Every time.
This is all
Every
traceable,
time we
even
miss
in your
it.
own
Yeah,
record.
God said,
Even in
yeah,
your own
God
record,
said,
in the Quran it says it, in the Hadiths it says it, in the Tafsirs it says it. Everybody knows
yeah,
that
God
Muslims
said
were the agitators.
God said He'd bless us.
Because you
God said
guys
He'd bless
think,
us.
because you guys think that you're some sort of like God's army or something set to correct
Yep,
the whole
God
world.
said He'd bless
well,
us.
you're really not though. You're just a bunch of weirdos.
Yeah, then how did we conquer everywhere? Why did we
say,
have
oh,
Constantinople?
You're like, oh, we came to preach about one God, but then Muhammad tells us how to pee and stuff. We gotta pee sitting down. Like, what is that?
Why do we own your Christian Constantinople? It's ours now.
Listen, you
Your
guys can own
stronghold.
whatever you
Your
want.
Constantinople
You guys
is
can own
ours.
whatever you want. You guys can own whatever you want. But at the end of the day, your IQ average is 80. Okay, worldwide.
Okay.
Worldwide. This is why you guys are stuck. The only places that are in Islam that have any sort of success, the only people that have success in your countries are the people who have oil. If it wasn't for the oil, bro, wait till all the countries get off of oil. You guys are baked.
No education, no innovation.
Your countries are still trying to invent the wheel, and Western countries are like going to the moon. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
We're gonna leave you here.
Yeah.
You guys can have it. You guys can have it.
Yeah, you don't know nothing about Islamic history. You don't know nothing about Islamic history.
Yeah, no, we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about Islamic history.
Islamic history starts in the Arabian Desert. 1 second. Your Islamic history starts in the Arabian Desert. It never came to Israel. You guys only came to Israel because you guys wanted the land of Israel that was Jewish for centuries, for thousands of years. You guys are colonizers.
Outside,
We definitely took over. Yep.
If it wasn't for your donkey that Muhammad rode on, and in half a second came to Jerusalem, and that's by the way also only in your hadith.
Are you Jewish?
Yeah, I'm Jewish.
Are you happy that you killed Jesus?
Oh my God!
I killed Jesus. I didn't know I killed Jesus.
Jews didn't kill Jesus.
How long
Jews
am I
didn't kill
living that I killed
Jesus.
Jesus, bro?
Here we go.
Wait, how are you going to go
Jews
against the
didn't kill
narrative of your own
Jesus.
Quran? Your Quran even says the Jews did not crucify or kill him.
They were celebrating that.
Why are you speaking out against your own book?
Shit! Oh shit!
Huh?
No,
this
the
is
Quran
crazy,
says that they
bro.
celebrated.
Jesus didn't even die supposedly. Now you're asking him why he killed him.
I'm saying is
If
he
you really pay attention
I
to the
think
verse
he's
in the
over it.
Quran,
I think he fell for the narrative.
what's being denied is that the Jews crucified him, right? That's what's being denied in the Quran if you pay attention to the verse. So you just literally went against your own Allah to throw an insult. That's crazy work. That's how desperate you
about the
are.
Quran from somebody who doesn't know nothing about the Quran.
Here, I know a lot about the Quran. I'm actually a Quranic scholar. I don't know if you knew that about me.
I don't think you should say that to Shajida.
It's
Yo,
okay.
Bento,
Let him.
Yes,
Okay,
I do.
tell me what
Ready?
heretic.
Don't drink while standing.
You
Ready?
but
Look,
if you drink
ready?
while
Look.
standing-
Look at this. Look at this. Let me show you something. Let me show you something right here. Ready?
Yo, Bendo, I hope you
Screen
don't
ready.
drink water while standing, because then you would have to vomit,
All right, here
It's,
we go. All right,
it
check
is-
this out. Let me ask you guys, when this verse was written right here, right? What was Israel and Palestine doing when this verse was being revealed? Fight against those who do not believe in Allah, nor in the last day, nor who do not consider unlawful what Allah and Muhammad have made unlawful, and who do not adopt the religion of truth, i.e. Islam, from those who are the Jews and the Christians. What was happening right here? Was America and Israel subjugating Palestinians when this verse was revealed, or what?
No, Palestine wasn't even there.
Oh, so wait a minute. So Israel wasn't doing
Of course it
apartheid
was
yet?
there.
So Israel wasn't doing apartheid yet?
No.
Of course Palestine was there.
Wait. So there weren't how many checkpoints did Israel have when this verse was being written right here? Right here. This verse right here.
0.
When it says that to fight the Christians and the Jews, what was happening at that point? Nothing. So why would
was under
Muhammad make this
Byzantine
statement?
control.
Why would Muhammad make this? Maybe this is defensive. Maybe this
Yeah,
is about
he's
the
talking
people.
about-
Maybe this is about the people
talking
who
about
broke the
war.
peace treaty. He's talking about war, right? Yeah. Why is he
Yeah,
starting
so
war
what?
with these Jews and these Christians? And like
because they broke-
if
yeah.
there was a certain group of Jews and Christians that broke a peace treaty, then why didn't he just say that? Why didn't he say, hey, there's a certain group of Jews and Christians? Why did he say, no, fight the people of the book who don't believe in Allah? Why is he being so imprecise with his language, guys? Anybody know?
Because God told us to fight those who don't believe in Him.
Oh, okay. So this just started because God told you so. Not
Yeah, same way in the Bible.
Not
Same way in the
because
Bible.
nothing happened.
When
Not because nobody
when
was
God tells the
persecuting
Jews to
you.
go unalive the Amalekites.
Wow, alhamdulillah, brother.
Why are you going to the Old Testament, bro? We're talking about
When the Bible tells the Jews to go,
630
when
CE.
the Bible tells the Jews to go unalive the Amalekites.
So I searched it up, Scary.
This
So what was
guy.
going on was that this was under what's it called? What's this name? Is this a Roman?
Hold on, we got
yeah.
some more stuff. We got some more stuff. Look, where's that one verse? My favorite one that says Arabian Peninsula. Yeah, let's see this one. This is another good one right here.
But they put this verse out, and then a few years later, they went to go conquer what is now called Palestine.
This was right before. He just admitted it. He said they did it because God told him. Yeah, he knows. That's at least he knows his stuff. He needs to know his stuff. Because a lot of Muslims try to deny it, and they say, "Oh no, every Jew and every Christian on the whole face of the planet was attacking us," and obviously that's not true. So let's read this thing right here. What was Muhammad saying at this time? Sahih Muslim 1767a. I will expel every Jew and Christian from the Arabian Peninsula. This sounds like, oh my God, is this a G-side? Is this displacement? Is this apartheid?
Yeah.
It
sounds like displacement. So wait a minute. Long before any Jew even had the thought of taking over his own country, are you saying that Muslims were already displacing Christians and Jews from the entire Arabian Peninsula? No way. No way, guys.
Right.
No, that couldn't be real. That's not true, is it? Wait a minute. So wait a minute. How many Christian majority countries existed in the Middle East before Islam came? And now where are they?
They've been taken over by Islam.
What did you say to me earlier? Constantinople is what now? What did you say?
It's now Istanbul.
So the Christians you guys took it from them. Okay.
Yep. Because God said in Daniel.
And the Jews are taking their land back. What's the big deal?
Wait, could you?
Well, what's the big deal? They're taking their land
Makes
back.
a lot of sense now. This makes a lot of
Could you
sense.
pull up Sahih al-Bukhari?
No, hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second. We gotta get through the whole narrative here. So let's just get this straight then.
I'll bring it something later.
So basically, Muhammad started a crazy, psychotic religion that was violent, and then you guys have been carrying that out ever since, bothering people, not allowing people to practice their own religions, and then you displaced all the Christians and the Jews, right? And now, whenever Christians and Jews try to go back to their own land, you guys get mad at them for it and start crying. Is that how that works? Wow, brother.
You think I'm gonna take lessons from a colonizer?
No.
You are the colonizer.
Bro, he just admitted that he's a colonizer. Yo. He said we took your land. That makes you a colonizer. What are you talking about? You guys took. Look, let's go over this narrative. Let's get into the argument now, okay? So here we go. Let me see something right here.
This is such a juicy live today.
I love it. This is
what about the Crusades? You don't want to talk about the Crusades?
Now we gotta get into it. So here, actually, let's do this.
What about the Crusades?
My friend, let's do this. My friend thinks that only the Christians are colonizers. Are Muslims also colonizers? Let's see. What do you think it's gonna say, friend?
Yes.
Let's see.
You know who you look like? Indian Flowrider.
I know. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
What do you look
Why
like,
are you
bro?
jumping on his looks? You're a man talking about another man's looks.
Turn your camera on, bro.
Why is that?
That's
is that
crazy work.
That's feminine energy, brother.
Yeah, it is. Judging a next man's looks.
What's wrong with Indian
Why for
Flowrider?
that?
Let's see what it says. No, that's a compliment. It's all good. Let's see it.
It is a compliment. Indian Flowrider's banging.
Oh, I didn't know you said Flowrider. Never mind. I thought you said something else.
So it says yes.
Oh, you're racist too.
He must be probably Pakistani. He must be Pakistani. Let's read it. So it says, yes, Muslims were also colonizers. In fact, they were some of the most successful and longest lasting colonizers in the world. Oh my God. No way.
No.
Who would believe that?
The Jews must have been helping you. The Jews must have been helping you. How could you be colonizers without the Jews helping you out? Here's the clear factual breakdown. The Muslim Arab conquest from 7th to 8th century, starting right after Muhammad's death, 632 CE, the Arab Muslims launched one of the fastest and largest conquests in history. conquered the entire Middle East, including Jerusalem in 638.
Just like Daniel.
Crazy.
So where do you get off calling people colonizers then? How are you like, yup, just like conquered North Africa, conquered Iran. See, that's another problem you guys started. The problem you guys see, all the stuff that we see today started right here with Muhammad. You guys started this. Conquered Iran, conquered Jerusalem.
God told us to conquer.
Brother,
God
I have
told
one
us,
question
right?
for you.
What's God telling you
I
now?
hope.
What's God telling you now? To get spanked? That's what God is telling you? Conquer parts of Central Asia and the Indian subcontinent.
We'll see.
To China.
We'll see what
China.
Yeah, you guys been saying we'll see for 1400 years, brother. We're waiting.
No, we haven't.
We had Spain for 700 years.
Muhammad thought he was gonna conquer the whole world, and they got stopped by the
By the Franks. By the Franks.
What's the thing called again?
It was the Franks.
Crusades?
The Crusades, exactly.
No. The Crusades. The Crusades lost. The Crusades lost
They never
every
stopped
battle.
us. They just slowed us down. Yeah, right.
They lost every battle.
Yeah, God got slowed
Wait,
down.
just keep going with the list,
battle.
Gary.
Hold
Keep
on.
going the list.
Conquered
They just
parts
won
of-
one
look,
battle.
Look, let's go over it again. Look, conquered the Middle East, conquered North Africa, conquered Persia and Iran, conquered Central Asia and the India subcontinent, crossed into Europe and conquered Spain. Later expanded into the Balkans, Anatolia, and more. These were military conquests by Arab armies. They were not peaceful religious.
Amazing.
They were not.
Amazing.
I didn't even ask it to tell me this. They were not peaceful religious missions.
Brother, I have a question.
No, but they got invited.
Yeah.
They got invited. Hey, come on,
Yeah,
Rock.
it was,
They got
it was.
invited.
How
but
you
they-
gonna be
I
a
have a question for
colonizer
you,
crying
yeah.
about colonizers?
How
Right,
did you know?
right.
Do you
Oh
know?
my
They
God.
didn't
how
have
long
to
it
fight in
took
the
for the
military.
Muslims?
They didn't want to
Do
fight
you
in
know
the
how long
military,
it took for the
though.
Muslims
Do
to
you
take
know
over
the
Egypt?
jizya?
Do you know how long it took? Do
The
you know
jizya's
how long
only
it took the
half the
Muslims to
zakat,
take over
guys.
Egypt?
Come on. Look, all right. They were military conquests.
Indian Florida. Who told you?
Hey, but host,
Look
do
at
you
this,
know
look
how
at this,
long
look
it
at
took?
this. Look at this, look
I
at
want
this.
to
Hold
tell
on.
you
It gets
something,
better.
man.
Look, it gets better. Look, hold on. Local populations were often given 3 choices. This is the part. 'Cause they say,
Exactly.
We all lived peacefully together, kumbaya. This is what happened. Local populations were often given 3 choices: convert to Islam, pay the jizya tax, and live as second-class citizens, or fight and die. Oh
No,
my
that's
God,
second class.
so beautiful.
Scary.
Such a
Protectees,
beautiful,
protectees.
Hold on, that's
peaceful
wrong.
They're protectees.
religion.
No. Hold
Look
on,
at this. Oh my God, it gets better. Look what it says.
Hold
This
on.
is textbook
Scary. Wait
colonialism.
1 second, bro.
This
You're
is
gonna miss something.
textbook colonialism. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Go
But
ahead.
brother, I have one
So,
question for you.
Hold on. What Muhammad really said, what the actual quotation is, it's called Aslam Taslim.
Teslam,
What does that mean?
Teslam.
Do you know what that means?
Yeah. Tell him what it means, brother. It means fight.
It
Like, it means
literally
like submit or
means
die.
submit. It means submit or die.
Yep.
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
But hey, I have a question for you. I have a question
Scary,
for
could you
you.
look up what is the Orphan Decree?
Hey, do you know how
Wait,
long
guys,
it took
hold
the
on. I'm gonna look
Muslims
up a
to
bunch of
take
stuff,
over
but we gotta
Egypt?
go through this.
Could you
thing.
look
Yeah,
up
do
what
you
is
know
the
how long
Orphan
it took the
Decree of
Muslims to
Yemen?
take
Hold
over
on, guys.
Egypt?
Hold all your sources. We're gonna pull them up in a minute. I just gotta get through this.
Yeah,
story
you
so
you
we
can pull
get the
it.
whole
You
story.
can pull them all
take
up. You have a
Constantinople
great
back.
book. You have
All right, here we go. Look. Here we go. Look. So
you have
this
a great
is,
book. It's
look what
called
it
The
says.
Great Arab Conquest.
Look what it says. Look, this is textbook.
To read the book, The Great Arab.
Guys, listen.
Christian say
Come on,
I'm
stop.
trying to mute
This
them. There are
is,
two.
guys, look, this
Difficult.
is textbook colonialism. A foreign power, Arabs from the Arabian Peninsula, invading, subjugating, and culturally transforming vast territories
Yes.
territories
Yeah.
that were previously Christian, Jewish, Zoroastrian, or
Yes.
pagan.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
But
What
I
happened? Look, what happened
regarding
in the land
it's
of
regarding
Israel?
this. I have one question.
This is getting
I have
so
one
good.
question,
It's,
man.
it's all,
Look,
it's
what-
all good.
Do you
it's
know
all
how
good.
long it took the Muslims to take
I just
over
wanna know.
Egypt?
Like
2
like
years.
like yeah, like a
2 years.
Very
fast.
difficult to mute both.
What
It took them
happened?
pretty fast. Yeah, it
Take
took them 2 years.
Constantinople back.
Yeah,
took them
because
2
you guys are
years.
chopping heads off, of course. Look, what
No,
happened
no,
in the
no.
land
Do
of
you know-
Israel, Palestine? Look at this. Look,
Yeah, okay.
They
Do
said-
you know how
What
long
happened
it
in
took?
the land
Aslam Taslim, right?
this directly connects
Taslim,
everything we've been
Taslim.
discussing. In 638, the Arab Muslims conquered Jerusalem from the Christian Byzantine Empire. They immediately built the Dome of the Rock and later the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Uh-oh. Why did they do that, guys?
The best.
Why did they do that?
God told us to.
Directly on top of the ruin. Look, directly, where'd they build it? Directly on top of the ruins of the Jewish temple.
Because
Oh
God
Yeah,
told
no
us.
problem. But do you know? Do
Oh Oh, but you guys definitely didn't start this problem, right?
It took the Muslims
wasn't
2 years to
you.
take over Egypt.
So
but
wait a
it took
minute.
them.
So
It
what
took
about
them more
if
than
I built a
400
church?
years.
Wait. So what about
It
if
took
I?
them more than 400.
So what about if I took the Lego block that you guys have, right, that square thing, and threw it, and then built a church on top of it? What would you guys do?
But you know how long it took
Answer. What would you guys
Muslims
do?
to take over Egypt?
Huh?
Yeah, it's about the subject.
I can't
man.
hear
want to
you.
tell you something.
You would do
So you can
what?
understand.
Hold on. What would you do?
Do you know how long it took for the Muslims to take
Brother,
over
let
Egypt?
him talk. Let him talk. Let the other guy talk. If we went there and built a church on top of your Kaaba, what would you do?
It'd be blessed.
It would be
No,
blessed.
no, it's already. No, it's already. It's already a black sanctuary.
It will be blessed.
But it's already a black sanctuary. But I want to disprove your argument.
Hell no. And this is the
by
thing why.
asking you
Look,
one question.
this is
one
why
question.
we have to see actually.
Hey,
Look, guys.
you better clip that. You better clip that.
We're definitely gonna clip that.
One question.
This is why we have to see how peaceful the
Do you
Jews
know-
are. This is how peaceful the Jews are, right? The Jews currently, the two Muslim mosques are on top of their most holy site, and they don't blow them up. Even when Iran tries to blow them up, they stop Iran from blowing them up.
Just like
I'm
the Holy
pretty sure
Church
this
of
was
the
the
Holy
other way
Sepulchre.
around.
They just killed Jesus.
It's
They
protected
just
by
killed
most,
Jesus instead.
most holy
I'm
church
pretty-
in Christendom.
I'm pretty sure if this
The
was
most
the
holy
other way
church in
around-
Christianity.
I'm pretty sure if this was the other way
It's
around.
protected by Muslim.
It's very
I'm pretty
difficult.
sure,
Look up the
I'm
holy-
pretty sure if this was the other way around, you guys
Look-
would have blessed
look up
it
the
a long
church.
time ago.
Who unalived? Who
Look up
unalived
the
your
Church of the
boy?
Holy Sepulchre.
It would have been got blessed.
Situation,
Look up the
guys.
Church of the Holy.
And when you look
Is
at
that
when you look at
according
October 7th, the H group, Hamas, they said this is Operation Storm Al-Aqsa. What does that mean? Why do they call it Operation Storm Al-Aqsa? Anybody want to tell me why they called it that? That's the question right now. Somebody tell me, why was it called Storm Al-Aqsa? Operation Storm Al-Aqsa. Why, guys?
Yeah, because
No,
because
it's what's
these are
called
children
Aqsa
that
flood.
grown
It
up
was
in
called
famine.
Aqsa
Because
flood.
what?
It
Because
wasn't
what?
called
Because of a
Storm
famine?
Aqsa.
They
It
called
was
it
called
Storm
Aqsa
Al-Aqsa
flood.
because of a famine? That doesn't make sense. I'm talking about why they call it Storm Al-Aqsa.
No. It was the Hannibal directive that was.
It said, like, 'cause if it was like...
Yeah, the Hannibal
If it
directive.
was like Free My People, then it would be called like Operation Freedom or something, right?
You know what?
But
Wait,
it was
wait,
called,
still
you know what?
but it was
to do?
called Operation Storm Al-Aqsa.
Hannibal directive.
Why would
Scary,
they
scary. You know
call
what
it
he's
that?
trying to do?
Why?
It wasn't
Is
called
because-
Storm Al-Aqsa,
I
it
know
was
why.
called the
I know
Aqsa
why.
flood.
I know why. It's because Al-Aqsa had nothing to do with it. Okay.
But I have one question. I have one question for you. Do you know how long it
That
took?
makes sense.
Hey, Flow Rider. Who dropped the
2
Twin
years.
Towers, if you don't
That
mind me
makes
asking?
sense. What's your question?
Who dropped the Twin Towers?
You guys
Must-
did. What the hell? Obviously, everybody knows that. We found your
The Muslims,
passports.
yeah?
Your passports were they fell off the plane. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how, but they
Yeah,
fell.
and they fell off
I
the
don't know how
plane
they
intact,
fell.
right?
Yeah, they fell. I guess somebody opened the window or something. I don't know what happened.
Amazing.
Something happened.
Exactly,
Yo, Bin
they
Laden
fell off
took
the
credit
plane while
for
the-
it.
while the-
Bin
while the
Laden
building
literally,
was burning
Bin Laden
2,000
literally wrote a
degrees.
letter. Bin Laden
Just
wrote a
nonsense,
whole
you know.
novel, and I remember because I read it when I was a kid. But he
Exactly,
wrote a
you had
letter,
those
and he said,
dancing
"Yeah, we did
Israelis.
it." He said, "We did this." He said, "We did this." So
Your country.
just because there were some Jews dancing at the same time doesn't mean anything. Okay, it's
No,
irrelevant.
Your country is literally run
So,
by
so those
Scary.
passports,
All
those
of
passports
you-
survived, but the building did not.
People do that
all
all
of
the
your
time.
Jewish slaves.
Anyway,
all
look,
of
let's
you.
go
survived,
back.
but
Let's
the
go
building
back
did
to the
not.
point. Let's go back to the point of the topic. Okay. So now we got the whole situation, right? We got Muhammad hating Jews in the 7th century, way before Palestine or Israel was even existing.
No, of course not. His wife
We
is
got
Jewish.
we got the night journey.
Which wife?
We got the night
Stop,
journey.
Scary. What wife? Hold on. I want to ask him. He said he was married to a Yahudi. Who was the Yahudi? What was her name?
That's crazy.
Safiya bint Huyay.
Are you talking about the sex slave?
No, she wasn't.
It was his concubine. What are you on about? It wasn't
But
his
he
wife.
was-
He's
he was-
lying. He's lying. No,
He-
we all
he
know
That's
he's lying.
crazy work
He
to
was
use
proud.
her
He was proud.
as an
He
example.
was proud of her
No,
Jewish
Scary.
heritage.
I want
He
to
was
ask him
proud of
something.
her.
I want to ask him something. Now, I don't know if Scary, you know, or Sajid, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I apologize.
Sajida.
So, Sajid. Okay. Here is my question. Yeah, this is a question for all of us here. What is the reasonings behind why he dislikes, or not even dislikes, he hates the Yahudis and Christians? Why do you think this is? Honestly.
It's because of the Allah knew that in the future
No, they are straight.
Donald Trump was gonna be born and Bibi Netanyahu, and that's
they went straight from the straight path.
Obviously.
Oh, scary. Could you
Polluted by their lies.
Look up what the Muslims did to the Jews during the Orphan Decree of Yemen? Look up the Orphan Decree.
I'm Moroccan.
Orphan Decree.
Are you Moroccan?
What's Orphan
Yeah, we saved the Jews more
I'm a
time
Yemeni Jew.
than the Europeans did.
Shut up for a second, sir. Look up the Orphan Decree of 1919. That's how it's called. Look up what they did. Orphan, like orphanage. Orphan Decree.
Orphan
Of
Decree.
1919.
Yeah, Orphan Decree of
With
1919.
what they did to the Jews there. That's my grandparents too, by the way, who were dying at that time.
Sorry, that's really sad
figure out.
story.
I want to figure out something. Let's see how honest he is. So, I know you probably don't know this, but you'll figure it out one day. When Muhammad was in Mecca in the beginning, and he was preaching the words of Allah, yeah. Why did they kick him out?
Because he preached the truth to some polytheists.
Okay. Who were the polytheists?
Some mushrikeen.
There was a bunch of Yahudis there. There were some Christians there.
He was calling them back to the straight path and to Tawheed.
Hold on.
Believe into the submission of one God.
Hold on. So now I'm going to help you here. Do the Yahudis and Christians, what they say, do they say they worship one God?
No. They do not worship one God because they associate partners with God.
I'm going to ask you again.
They believe in mediators. Yeah, they pray to saints. They pray to saints. They pray to Jesus. They pray to Mary. They pray to all kinds of people.
Bro.
They even lick dead people's feet. You know, in some Catholic
guys, hold on.
Orthodox churches, they lick dead people's feet.
Hold on. Let me just
and they jump over each other to get the water that's poured over the dead feet.
In other words, you're allowed to tell people what to do with their religion. I got it. Okay, look at this. It says, you're most certainly referring to the famous orphans decree in Hebrew, the Geserat Hat Yetomim from Yemen. That happened in 1922. What happened? The orphans decree actually was in 1922 after the Ottomans left Yemen, and Imam Yahya took full control.
Yeah.
The Zaidi,
Shia. We don't support them.
The Zaidi government reinstated and aggressively enforced an old
Zaidi Shia.
Let him read it. Stop interrupting
Islamic
the host.
law, an old Islamic law.
Who's not the majority?
The decree
of Muslims.
The decree stated any Jewish.
It's less than 1%.
Any Jewish
not
child,
even
boy,
less than 1.
Any Jewish. You guys can drop them.
Even less.
If you guys have to mute somebody more than 3 times, you can drop them. Any Jewish child, boy or girl under the age of 12 whose father died would be forcibly taken by the Muslim authorities, converted to Islam, and raised in a Muslim home. Their connection to the Jewish family and community was permanently severed. Wow.
I said 1919 as in like
now
one.
I just want
to
get back to my topic for a moment.
Sounds beautiful. Go ahead, Brother Christ. Go ahead.
Okay, so here it is, yeah. So the reasonings when he was in Mecca, he was preaching Tawheed apparently. So this is what really happened. When they kicked him out because he was talking to a bunch of Yahudis and Christians, right? And they looked at him and said, "Wait a second, we don't know this God that you speak of. You're not the prophet for the Arabs. There's no such thing." So when they kicked him out, he went to Medina. When he went to Medina, no, this is what really happened. Watch this. When he was speaking to a bunch of Yahudis, he was speaking to the polytheists, he was speaking to all of this, and he was trying to he wasn't calling on one God. He was saying, this is what he was really saying. He was saying that I am the prophet for the Arabs. He told this to the Yahudis, and the Yahudis are like, what are you on about? What are you on about? No such thing. So they kicked him out.
That's right. That's not right. He first preached to his own tribe, to his own people. He preached to his own people, to his own tribe.
Anyway, why is he preaching to his own tribe?
Because he received revelation from God. He became a prophet at the age of 40.
Is that why when he told him about the 2-headed crane, and then when the people of the Quraysh said, "Why are you preaching something else?" They said, "Oh, you can pray to your false god," and that's why they left him alone. Oh, you became all quiet all of a sudden. So let's
that's actually interesting because you know what? No, but let me just build on what Christ just said. So Medina was actually the first like Israel-Palestine situation because Medina was actually a Jewish town. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Correct.
It was
Correct.
mainly a Jewish town, and Muhammad displaced them there also. So
But there's
Muhammad's
more to
been
this
doing
story,
this
yeah?
since day one. He's always been doing it, and always why? Always in the name of religion, because my God is better than your God, etc., etc. So wait a minute, guys. Is your God still better than all our gods today?
Not really.
So what's stopping you from doing it again?
They can't.
What's stopping you? Your God is still better than everyone else's God, supposedly, right?
They're losing.
Bro,
So,
Islam.
do you know the story?
Muslims
Do
are
you know the
such
story
bullshitters.
on how
Yes,
they say, right? They go, Muhammad turned around and said, "Watch, the Christians and Yahudis are going to accept me as the prophet coming from Arabia. I'm the prophet for the Arabs." He spoke to the Jews about it, and the Jews turned around and said, "Nah, bro, there's no such thing. What are you talking about?" So then the narrative changed. The narrative said, "Okay, it's going to be the Muslims and the Christians against the Yahudis."
Yeah.
Then when he went to Medina and started talking to the Christians, said, "I am the prophet of the Arabs." They turned around and told him, "Who are you, bro? There's no such thing. Doesn't exist."
Exactly.
Then it became subjugation.
Let me show you guys something here. So there's been people who've been trying to fix your religion for a while. Actually, some Muslims. Look at this guy. In the 20th century, right? Look at this guy. Have you guys ever heard of Mahmud Taha before?
Yeah.
So Mahmud Taha, he was a Muslim guy in Sudan, and he tried to preach a message of peace. Because isn't Islam a religion of peace? So he tried to teach a religion of peace. All he said was, hey guys, look, we got the Meccan surahs, which are peaceful, and we got the Medina surahs, which are violent. He's like, can we just go back to just doing what we did in Mecca? And what did the Sudanese government do? They executed him for that. They executed him. They can't, and they said, what you're preaching is equivalent to apostasy. That's what they said to him.
Yep.
So this happened this just happened in 1985. Execution of Mahmud Taha in Sudan, a Muslim reformer who tried to present a peaceful version of Islam. He wasn't trying to leave the religion. He was just trying to say, like, can we be peaceful? Arguing that the Medinan verses were temporary, was publicly hanged for apostasy at the age of 76.
Imagine if they would have taken his advice. They hung a 76-year-old man. That's so sad. But imagine if they would have taken his advice in the mid 80s. Just think about where the world would have been today if they just listened and adhered to that advice.
Yeah. So look what it says here. Conclusion, the connection to today. The Israel-Palestine conflict is not primarily about land, water, or settlements. At its core, it is the continuation of a 1,400-year religious collision that began when Muhammad declared Jews enemies in the Quran and Hadith.
The Muslims never kicked out the Jews from the land. It was the Byzantines, the Romans, the Babylonians. It was all the...
Guys, can you mute this guy? He violently removed Jewish tribes.
It was all the other
Medina.
people.
He violently removed Jewish tribes.
Have you ever read it?
You guys could drop it. He violently removed Jewish tribes from Medina, and he planted Islam directly on top of the Jewish Temple Mount. That's when this problem started. The Jewish people never left their claim to the land. Muhammad simply inserted a new religion and a new claim right on top of it. He put himself in the way of, like I'm trying to tell, this is what you guys need to understand. Zionism always existed. Muhammad just threw himself in front of it. Right? This is why the conflict feels eternal, because the religious layer that Muhammad added in the 7th century has never been removed. You see that?
You know that the biggest allies of the Schmazis during World War II were actually the Muslims. Can you look up who is Hajj Amir al-Husseini and read some of his quotes, okay? Just for the audience here, what the Muslims Hajj as Hajj is like a very respected elder in Islam. That's how you say Hajj. Hajj Amin al-Husseini.
Hajj Amin?
Hajj Amin al-Husseini.
Oh, it came up. I got it right. I figured it out. It's right here.
Okay. Now read his quotes, and I want you to listen to what he said. That is before Israel's creation.
So here are the most powerful, well-documented quotes from Hajj Amin al-Husseini, Grand Mufti of Jerusalem in 1921 to 1937, and leading Palestinian Arab leader during the British Mandate. These are one of the best to fit your overall argument about the continuity of hostility towards Jews from Muhammad's time through the 20th century. Most famous and damning quote in 1944 radio broadcast. Damn, on the radio he said this, okay? Arabs Rise as one man and fight for your sacred rights. Kill the... Bro, this is crazy. He's literally quoting the Quran, bro. Unalive the Jays wherever you find them. This pleases God, history, and religion. This saves
Continue
your
reading
honor.
more.
God is with you. This is one of the clearest public calls for genocide by a major Muslim leader. Oh my God.
Yes, more. It's only the beginning. It's only
By
the
a
beginning.
major Muslim leader. Let me see. Where am I? In the 20th century. It was the broadcast across the Arab world while the Holocaust was happening. Oh. So wait a minute. No. This doesn't make sense. What do you mean this was? Wait, is this while the Holocaust was happening?
Yeah.
So
he met with
Jews...
Schmittler. Yes.
So wait,
he also visited Schmittler too. They were besties.
No, because if the Holocaust was still happening, then this means that the Jews hadn't had the mass migration to Jerusalem yet.
Exactly.
It started in 1880. That was when the first migration started. But so
basically, this is way before that. Okay, so direct link to Nazi Germany, 1941, meeting Adolf Hitler. Oh, he met. He was his buddy. Okay.
Yep, they're besties.
The Arabs were Germany's natural friends because they had the same enemies as Germany, namely the English, the Jews, and the communists. Wow. Hold on, guys. Decadence, come back up. We dropped you because you were probably one of the guys interrupting. He explicitly told Hitler and the Arabs and Nazis shared the same enemies. The Jews were at the top of that list. On the nature of the Jews from his writings and speechings. The Quran, now he's going to talk about the Quran. The Quran judged the Jews to be the most irreconcilable enemies of the Muslims. They will always be a subversive element on the earth, and they are inclined to craft intrigues, provoke wars, and play the nations off one another. Jews hate Muhammad and Islam. They are like moths who eat away all the good in the countries. They are the monsters and all the basis of all the evil in the world. We, the Muslims, must always bear in mind the Khaybar feast. This is crazy. If the Jews betrayed Muhammad in such a way, why wouldn't they treacherously persecute us today with the purpose of destroying us? So, and again, this is the part that I never understand or I really want people to pay attention to is the language that these people use is very imprecise. Right? Because again, I could see a scenario. Let's just pretend Muhammad was a good guy. Let's just pretend. And let's pretend there was some bad Jewish people living in his country or in his town or whatever. I could see a scenario where Muhammad is like, hey, you know those Jews that broke the peace treaty or the Jews that like went against me? Let's go get them, right? But whenever the Quran and even these political leaders talk about Jews, they don't use that type of specific language. They don't qualify. They just say Jews. They just say Christians. They just say people of the book, non-believers. They don't qualify, oh, the non-believers who did X, Y, and Z. This is why I could only imagine if you're a Muslim growing up, imagine being a Muslim growing up and every time you read your book, you read your holy book, it always says Jews are this, Jews are that, fight the Jews, you're just going to think Jews are bad people in general. So what this teaches is intolerance, and then the result that you get to is what you see today, right? Quote unquote extremists.
So it actually forgot to mention one last thing that I wanted to say. So he also said back in the 40s when Hitler was still alive, he said Islam should be held over higher adversary than Judaism because the word Islam should not be uttered in the same breath as Judaism, basically. So he was racial supremacist too.
Look at this. It says, in a letter to the Hungarian government while the Jews were being deported to Auschwitz, he wrote, it would be indispensable and infinitely preferable to send them to other countries where they would find themselves under active control. Kind of like the Palestinians. Maybe the Palestinians just stay under active control. So I bet you for all the Muslims, if you were around and you were reading this, you would say, yes, alhamdulillah, they need to be under control in another country that doesn't belong to them, right? You guys would say that probably, right? He was actively working. What's up, man?
Hello.
Yes, hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Yusuf. I'm Yusuf.
Okay, how you doing, Yusuf?
I'm fine. Where did they say they should kill Jews?
All right, somebody
Who
drop
said
him.
they should kill Jews?
Somebody drop him. He's weird. He's not tracking. He's not tracking, guys. He's not tracking.
At all. Like, not even a little bit.
All right. Tell me where it says to kill Jews. All right. He was actively working to make sure European Jews could not escape to Palestine. Look at this. Look at this. Even if it meant sending them to death camps.
Exactly.
So it sounds like to me like everything that you're complaining about that the Jews are doing today, you guys used to do before. And it sounds like to me that if the Jews weren't doing it, you'd be doing it. That's what it sounds like.
Pretty much.
Right? So, summary of his ideology. Hajj Amin al-Husseini was not just an anti-Zionist, he was a full-blown anti-Semite who saw Jews as eternal enemies of Islam, directly echoing Quran 582 and the early Medina conflicts. Collaborated with Nazis, publicly calling for the unaliving of Jews, tried to block the escape of the Jews from the Holocaust. Imagine that, guys. Imagine that. This is the man who became the spiritual and political leader of the Palestinian national movement in the 1920s and the 1940s, through the 1940s. You see? So what else do we need to see, guys? What else do we need to see? Muhammad hated Jews. Muhammad hated Jews from day one. All that stuff that he talks, what we read about earlier, like, you know, the Jews were conspiring against him or all that. Duh, because he went into their city, Medina, and he was preaching to them another God. Of course they're going to conspire against him at that point. But then, as always, Muslims do stuff to piss you off, and when you notice it, then they start acting like victims. Why are you, we got persecuted everywhere we went. Like, yeah, stop bothering people. You guys destroyed the freedom of religion, like Mecca, guys. Mecca, they like to paint it like, oh, they were pagans, they were that. No, they had freedom of religion. Think about this. They had one Lego block where everybody could come and worship their God together, peacefully. And Muhammad was like, nope, I need to destroy all that. We need to get rid of this freedom of religion nonsense. And we need to talk about just my God that I already like, which was already a pagan God, mind you. Allah was already a pagan God. It's not like he picked like the Jewish Yahweh. He picked some random Allah that was an Arabic pagan God. Right? So he started this. So now when you look at a Muslim from today, they'll say the same thing. They're like, you guys are all worshiping the wrong God. Therefore, we have the right to come in and tell you what to do. That's how they feel. They don't, some of them do it, right? And we call those T attacks. But in reality, they all feel that way internally. They look down on all of you. They think you guys are all polytheists and pagans and worshiping the wrong God, and that you guys deserve to be subjugated and wait till I get my money right. Like, this is how they feel. This is how they feel about us.
Oh wait, someone wanna come up.
Baldy, how you doing, Baldy? I'm a bit confused, Baldy, yeah? You're not a Christian.
No, I'm not.
You're not a Christian, but you're obsessed with Islam. It's a bit weird. You hate Jesus. You believe that the Jews unalived Jesus and mocked him and crucified him.
When did I say I hated Jews?
You told me that the last time.
Never said that.
How come?
Never said
Okay,
that.
you're not a Christian, so how come you're not a Christian then?
Wow, he came up here
well,
bearing
I'm
false
Jewish.
witness
Sorry, hold on,
against the host.
relax. All right,
Let him talk, guys. Let him talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, me and Baldy's got a decent relationship, man. Bro, how come you're not a Christian then?
Which one do you want me to answer, Rolex? The last question or the first one?
No, the last one. Why aren't you a Christian?
Because I don't want to believe in old things. I don't want to believe in stuff that happened 2,000 years ago. Even if it's possibly true, I don't care. It's irrelevant.
You don't want to believe in a man
old.
God.
No.
You don't want to believe.
I don't want to be a Jew either. I don't want to be a Jew. I don't want to be a Muslim. I don't want to be a Christian. Even if all three of them are actually true, could care less. Something new needs to happen before I convert to it.
But how comes you're focused on Islam and not Christianity then? Let's not. Why don't we talk about what happened?
I'm telling you.
Wait, hold on, brother.
Because as I just read throughout this whole episode is that Muslims have been the agitators all throughout world history. America got discovered because of Islam.
Wow, that's amazing.
And they're still the agitators till this day. Who else is doing what you guys are doing?
So what's the Jews doing? Did the Jews unalive your man God?
Jews aren't
Jesus
doing
on the cross?
nothing. Jews aren't doing nothing. They got one little tiny country, which is the size of like an American city,
So
there's like
the
a
Jews
couple.
don't own the system.
They make up like 0.001% of the world's
So the
population.
Jews don't own the
So
system.
Scary could ask him a question.
So the Jews
Who
don't
owns
own
all
the
the
system.
What are we doing?
who owns all the oil on the planet?
The Rothschild family.
The Rothschild family owns.
Yeah.
Right. You know
Who
what's
owns
actually
the cent-
concerning? No, bro. Let me. You know what's actually concerning to me? You know that the United States dollar.
He owns all the central banks.
You know all the United. You know the United States dollar is propped up by the petrodollar, right? It's that connection of the fact that the Arab countries sell oil in dollars is the only reason why the American dollar doesn't crash. So if
Who owns all the central banks?
So if the UAE and Saudi Arabia and all them countries decided to stop selling oil in dollars, our economy would tank.
Yeah.
So you tell me who has a lot of control over the United States?
The Jews.
Why did America, last time that Donald Trump went to Qatar, why did he allow them to build an air base on American soil?
Because the Arabs put it in his arsehole, innit, every time he gets there. But the Jews definitely own America.
How many military bases? How many military bases does Israel have in America?
A few. The whole of America. They own America. Yeah.
So none. So zero. Okay, got it.
No, they own America.
It's just weird to me.
Listen,
because
let's not play stupid. We can play stupid. It's not a problem.
No, it's
we
serious.
know the
I'm being
Jews
so
unalived
serious.
Jesus and mocked
No.
him.
Listen.
Then they own America.
You guys
they
would have
control
unalived
Donald Trump and all your presidents.
You guys would have unalived Jesus the same way if what the Jews said was true. So Jesus was walking around saying he was God, right? You guys say
Yeah, but he got cooked though.
So you guys are sitting there denying the same stuff that the Jews
Yeah, but the
were trying to
Jews have
deny.
cooked Jesus so bad that it's
The only
emotional.
reason
He
is
started
that you
crying.
weren't there. The only difference is that you weren't there.
I know, but if I
there-
put Passion of Christ on, I'm
If you would
there.
have been there, what happened with Muhammad's aorta? What happened to his
I know,
aorta?
but bro,
Did he have a passion?
if I turn on Passion of Christ, it will show me
But
Jesus
he had
crying.
a passion of aorta though, and Allah said that.
But
if
why
he
was
a false
Jesus
prophet,
crying to God though, man? I'm
why
a bit
was
confused.
Muhammad
Can you help
saying,
me?
"Oh, I still feel the poison, which used to make my feel like my aorta was being cut"? Why did he say that? What's the difference?
Because he lied.
That's all.
I just want to know why the Muslims go against Allah to come up here and spew insults. You believe that the Jews did not crucify him nor unalive him.
Don't worry, I'll show you the
Quran
Jews
says
making
that.
Jesus cry. 10 seconds.
Listen, make it make sense. You literally went
Hopefully the
against your
host doesn't drop
Quran,
me
your whole
and he's got
faith,
balls.
your God,
Let's put
to
Passion of
spew
Christ
some
on.
insults that
Passion
don't
of
even make
Christ.
sense.
The best movie I love
So are
watching
you
about
affirming
Jesus
that
crying.
Jesus was
I always wonder,
crucified
why
and
is
died
God
on the
crying
cross?
for? Why does he allow humans to
I wonder
mock
why
him
are you
and
lying every single time
torture
you
him
open
and
your mouth.
then he
According to
starts
your
crying?
Quran, according to your Quran, Rolex.
Here,
Let's
according
watch
to your
this, guys.
Quran-
Let's not drop me. Don't drop me. Don't be scared.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
Pollution.
I won't
pollution.
interrupt.
What's that one? Spittle. Here we go. So let's read this one. We're gonna be funny.
Can
then.
someone save Jesus, please?
Let's read the funny stuff then. Hold on a second.
I know, but host, can you save Jesus, your man God, please?
Yeah. That's fine. Did you save Muhammad?
Look, the Jews and the Romans are
Yeah.
taking a piss.
Somebody save
Oh,
Muhammad
oh
from
my God.
Somebody save Muhammad from the.
Yeah, but look, we're trying to save your God, though,
Muhammad
man.
tried to.
Come
eat
on,
the
host,
Jewish-
don't get emotional, man. Your
I'm
hairline
not
is
getting
gone.
emotional. What are you talking
It's
about?
balding on the top.
Rolex, you
There's no
hate
point
Jews
getting
because
emotional,
you-
bro.
think I'm
Listen,
emotional right
Talk
now?
facts. Look at the
Rolex,
facts.
Very
Rolex, you're the Jew.
peacefully. I'm
Listen,
very
the
peacefully
only-
talking about what happened to
Oh
Muhammad.
my God.
The only
This is
reason you
mad. If
hate
this
us,
was
Rolex,
my
is because
God.
Oh
my God, I'll go crazy.
Listen, the only reason you hate us,
This is
Rolex,
meant to be the
because we
Christian
insert it
God,
every
Jesus.
single
This
time
is
we
meant to be
start a
Jesus.
war.
Look at this. Look.
We insert it every
I'm
single
gonna kick
time
your
we start
ass.
a war, bro.
We're gonna read something. Hold on. My favorite hadith. What is it? Sahih.
That's why you guys are getting
Bukhari
everything that you
2731.
deserve.
2731.
Everything that you deserve is what you're getting.
Hold on. Let's see. Sahih.
I don't know why you're worried about Jesus when your Allah told you
why are
to
you
eat the
doing that,
literally,
host?
like
Host, why are you doing
Fagashak
that?
little girls.
2731. Let's read it.
I know, but we
Why do you guys
need to
worship
watch.
a man?
We need to watch his mother as well.
Rolex, it's telling me that I gotta drop you because you said something. I don't know what you just said, but I gotta drop you.
No, because
Good.
you're looking at this camera
To
and
hell
showing
with you.
All right, let's
To
read
hell with
something right here.
you.
It's fine, guys. It's fine. You guys don't get upset
This is
about
why
what
I
they
love
do. This is
dragging
totally
them.
fine. Just feel justified that God will take care of everything in the end. We don't have to
Amen.
be all worked up like the Muslims do, where they think they have a weak God, that they have to fight for their God and get all worked up. We don't have to do that. You say,
Amen.
okay, don't worry. Our God is real, so he'll take care of you. He's watching you right now.
Amen.
All right, so look, Sahih Bukhari 2731-2732. They say we worship a man god. What's this right here? Look. Narrated Al-Miswar bin Maskrama Marwan, whose narrations attest each other. So they all corroborate each other about this being true. Allah's messenger set out at the time of Al-Hubaydah a treaty, and when they proceeded for a distance, he said, Khalid, whatever, whatever. Hold on, this is not the part I want. Where's my part at? This is a long complaint, order, they water. Okay, here. So while they were still in the state, I left, and this is a long-ass hadith. Do not accept the truce. Quraysh started, they were in need.
Is this about they saw Allah as a man with curly hair?
No, this is a funny one. Hold on. This is what they used to do with his water and his spit. Here we go. Here we go. He unalived them and took their property and came to Medina to embrace Islam. The Prophet said to him, as in regards to your Islam, I accept it, but as for the property, I do not take anything of it, as it was taken through treason. Urwa then started looking at the companions of the Prophet. What were they doing? The companions now. By Allah, whenever Allah's messenger spat, the spittle would fall in the hand of one of them, of the companions, and then the companions would rub it on their own face and skin.
Ew.
Why would they do that?
This
sounds like man
dirty.
worship. This literally sounds like man worship. And if he ordered them, look at this, and if he ordered them, they would carry his orders immediately. If he performed ablution, meaning if he took a bath in water, they would struggle to take the water, and when they spoke to him, they would lower their voices. Why would they want his dirty bath water?
Ew.
And when they spoke to him, they would lower their voices and would not look at his face constantly out of respect. This was like, you know how like in the Bible it says no man can see my face and live, and like everybody used to be afraid to look at God's face. This is how they treated Muhammad back then.
Oh my God.
You get what I'm saying? So this sounds like man worship.
It is man worship.
So here, by Allah, if he spat, the spittle would fall in the hand of one of them. He would rub it on his face and skin. Let me see. There's one, they would lower the voices. There's one about his sweat, if I'm not mistaken, too. Let me see. Reciting permission. Let me see if it's in here. 1 second. No, it's not in this one. Hold on a second. Let's see if we can find it.
And that's exactly why I do what I do. Because if any religion deserves to get dragged, it's Islam.
It's funny because the other guy, like the guy that is currently on the panel, he actually justified what Hajjameh Husseini said, you know, which is pretty funny. He
They're
could,
evil.
I
A lot of them are
refuse to even
very
call him a
evil.
Hajj, by the way.
And when you meet the good ones, they're on their way out.
You know, scary. You know why Hajjameh Husseini is called Hajj, by the way? Hajj is like a respected elder in Arabic. He got that name because he is counted as a respected figure in the Arab world, you know?
Let's see. I think there's one. 2331A. Let me see. Here it goes. Sahih Muslim 2331A. Allah's apostle used to come to our house and there was a perspiration upon his body. My mother, Salam, brought a bottle and began to pour the sweat in that. When Allah's apostle got up, he said, Salam, what is that you are doing? Thereupon she said, that is your sweat, which we mix in our perfume, and it becomes the most fragrant perfume. What are they doing, guys? Isn't this man? This seems like man worship, no? If this isn't man worship, right? Like, what else could be man worship other than this? Like, this is literally man worship. Like, the Christians, they worshiped Jesus like his piety, right? At least they could say that, right? But these guys over here, they want his sweat water. They wanna they wanna put his sweat as perfume. They want to rub his spit all over their face. This is real man worship right here. What is this, guys? Any Muslims?
Not enough to know people just doesn't speak, you know.
It's just too much. So what's happening, guys? So let's go back to talking about history, right? Because Muslims always say, "Why are you always so obsessed with Muslims?" Let's talk about that, okay? So for everybody who doesn't know, since the 7th century, Muslims have been conquering the entire planet. They've been going around destroying religious freedom for other people, all in the name of their religion, right? They took a Jewish God and a Christian God and they made him Arabic. They said you can't say Yahweh anymore. Now you have to say Allah. And they started bothering people because of that. And what did they do? First, they conquered themselves, right? They conquered the whole Arabian Peninsula. Then they conquered all of the Roman Empire, all of the Persian Empire, all of the Spanish Empire, right? They conquered Jerusalem. And just so you guys know, America was also created because of the Arabs. So the you know how like Iran right now is blocking the Strait of Hormuz? They're basically blocking a trade route, right? And this is a trade route that gets used by everyone, not just them. But for some reason, the Arabs think that they control the planet, and so they block it whenever they feel like it. This same exact thing is what they were doing to the Spaniards. When the Spaniards they reconquered their own land back from the Muslims, the Arabs, they started to block off the trade routes to not let the Spaniards, regain their economy. And so what did the Spaniards do? They got a bunch of people together, including Christopher Columbus, and they sent them on a journey to go find another trade route to get around the Arabian blockade. And that's how they found America. Once America got started, and after, we gained our independence from the Brits, we didn't have any issues with nobody, obviously, because we're a brand new country at that time, right? But guess who our first wars were fought against? Take a guess, guys. Anybody want to guess? Anybody want to guess? Anybody want to guess? Who started bothering America first? It was the Muslims.
Oh, dear, yeah.
So America, when they first started, they would go around, they would try to sell their goods from America to other countries. And for some reason, they kept running into these Muslim pirates. And the Muslim pirates would board the ships, take all the stuff, and enslave the crew members. And to the point where, like, Thomas Jefferson, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, right? He came out and he was like, yo, what is happening? Why are you guys doing this to us? Like, we've never had any issues with the world of Islam. And what was the answer? The answer was, well, it's because we're the chosen people of God and we run the whole world and everything on it. And so therefore, when you pass by us, we gotta take half your shit and enslave your people because Allah said so. So you want to know where the problem started? It wasn't from America subjugating Muslims. It was from Muslims subjugating Americans.
Oh, what do you get all this lie, man, from? That is how they teach you history.
You don't believe me?
This is how they teach you history.
Here, let's look it up. Let's look it up. What issues did
Anyway,
America...
I came up. I'm not for this bullshit history, man. I came up. That's the only word that you say is true about the petrodollar.
What about it? What about it?
You know what is the petro? That's where we're going to destroy it right now. That is the war is for. That is what the war initially is for. That actually, they want to continue keeping the petrodollar, and this is what we're going to destroy. Actually.
Okay, so perfect. So listen, I agree with you I agree with you that that's why we're doing this war 100%. Yes. That means it has nothing to do with Israel.
Of course, absolutely. Israel is the one. Israel is the one actually controlling.
Yeah, so which one is it? Because it can't be both. It can't be both. Which one is it? Either America's fighting for their life, right? Or the Jews are telling them what to do. Which one is it?
No, actually, America, it was funded on the basis of the Zionists,
Now he's gonna walk it back. What happened to the petrodollar?
Well, this is what I'm telling you. Your history is different than mine.
Let me ask. Let me
help
you understand what you're saying. Look, let me help you understand what you're saying. Let me help you understand what you're saying. Let me help you understand what you're saying.
We are the original people of the whole entire world. That's something that you don't understand.
What would happen to America if the petrodollar collapsed? What would happen?
We gonna come and enslave you guys.
That wasn't that's not even what I was asking, dude. But you see how the truth comes out?
This is what is going to happen.
We're gonna come and enslave you guys. You see?
Because you guys
I
been
wasn't
printing
even
dollar
going.
for.
Remind me to clip that. Dude.
Listen, you guys been printing dollar for 50 years,
right
and that dollar doesn't have no value.
Let me. That's not what I was asking you. I know you guys are violent. I know you guys are violent and evil, but what I'm asking is, if the Saudi Arabian government and the UAE and all those other Arab oil countries would stop selling oil in dollars, what would happen to the dollar? That's what I was trying to get to.
It will collapse right away.
It would collapse, right? So in other words, we depend on those countries in order for the dollar to not collapse, right?
No, you don't depend on those countries. You own these. You own these countries. They don't. The people in Saudi Arabia they don't own nothing.
Wait 1 second.
It's occupied by the USA since like 1835.
Wait, so Jews control the USA or the USA control Jews? I don't understand.
Listen, there is no damn fucking Jews.
So look.
Leave
at
the
the
Jew
end of
alone.
the day, look. At the end of the day, this is what's going on. Okay, the Arabian countries, they're the ones with all the oil. And so they have a lot of power because of that. And it's just funny to me. Now, by comparison, you have what? A couple million Jews who maybe, they pay off a couple.
Leave the Jew alone. The Jews, they are nothing. They are worthless scumbag. We don't worry about them.
They do pay off a couple, Congress people. They definitely do that. But I don't see how
like the Jew, they are nothing. They are nothing. We're not wearing
I don't see how that can supersede the control that the
a Jew is my cousin. A Jew is my cousin. A Jew is my cousin.
That could supersede the oil money that the Arabs have.
A real Jew is my cousin. A real Jew is my cousin. He came from the same fucking cousin.
To me, that's much
Listen, a Jew. A Jew, he came from the same blood that I came from. We are cousins. Me and a Jew. If a real Jew, if it's a real Jew, we're not talking about the fake one.
I don't claim you as my cousin.
Hold on, guys. All right, let me read something. Here. Look, because he said he didn't believe me. Let's read it. So here.
No, because he claims me as his cousin. I'm not his cousin.
That's fine. He thinks everybody's his cousin. Look. When America was
shut the hell up. You're not even a Jew.
Your wife is your cousin.
You don't belong to this area anyway. You are European.
Listen, your wife is your cousin.
Nightmare, be nice. All right, look.
That's not true, though.
Look at this. When America was
young. What's going to happen to you guys? Because you guys were a bunch of,
I know. Decadence. Look, let's read this together. Look, when America was young, late 1700s to early 1800s, the main issue with Muslims was piracy, kidnapping, and extortion.
That is what they've been lying to you.
By the Barbary pirates, by the Barbary states.
So
right?
do you think I'm going to believe their bullshit and their lies?
You don't have to. Just listen to it. Tripoli, Algiers, Tunis, and Morocco.
Well, tell me how many million they on the line. How many million they on the line? Why would you talk about the millions?
Look at this. It says 4 Muslim North African powers. What happened? After the United States won its independence in 1776, American merchant ships lost the protection of the British Navy. The Barbary states immediately began attacking U.S. ships in the Mediterranean. They captured American vessels. Look what they did. They captured American vessels, enslaved American sailors. Hundreds were taken into slavery. Look at this. Demanded huge tribute payments. Look at this. Demanded huge tribute payments. They demanded huge tribute payments. Protection. Thank you. Yeah, 3 times in there down. Demanded huge tribute payments, protection money to stop the attacks. This became one of the very first major foreign policy crises for the new nation. One of the first issues that America had when it became independent.
Well, not only that, Scary, you know that the Marines, their motto is the owner of Tripoli. The Marines literally fought in the actual war with those guys.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how the Marines got created, basically.
Exactly.
So look, the religious justification, the key part for the argument. In 1785, Thomas Jefferson and John Adams met with the ambassador from Tripoli in London. They asked him a direct question. Why are you attacking American ships when you have done nothing to you? The ambassador gave this answer recorded by Jefferson. It is written in the Quran that all nations which had not acknowledged the prophet were sinners, whom it was the right and duty of the faithful to plunder and to enslave. And that every Muslim man who was slain in this warfare was sure to go to paradise. Wow. Wow. Alhamdulillah, Jesus. So way before America, way before Israel could have done a single thing to anybody, this is what Muslims were doing. This is what Muslims were believing. So again, if they weren't getting this done to them, they would be doing it to you. The only reason they're not doing it now is because they can't, because they're not allowed to. Why? Because of Israel and America. Israel and America are stopping them. They try to do it, but they can't. They can't do it. They can't. It's just, we don't let them do it.
And I think that is exactly the point. The Muslims continuously attacking the Jews, continuously attacking the Christians, made 56,000 attacks in 11 years, and then they blame it on the Jews, and then they blame it on the Christians, and then they are like this peaceful religion, or portraying themselves as this peaceful religion.
Yep. Look at this. Jefferson's response. Jefferson was shocked. He bought his own copy of the Quran specifically to understand. Yeah. Jefferson was like, what? He was like, what? Let me see. What kind of book is it? Let me buy a Quran. He bought his own copy of the Quran specifically to understand the motivation behind the attacks. He strongly opposed having to pay tribute and famously said, "Millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute." Wow. W. Jefferson. He said, "I'm not paying no damn jizya." When he became president in 1801, he sent the U.S. Navy and Marines to go to war against Tripoli, America's first overseas war. So everybody wants to know, why is America, not minding their business? Why is it that we're always in another country? It's because of this right here. Muslims started it.
Watch them blame Israel, by the way.
This became known as the First Barbary War of 1801, and the Second War was fought in 1815. Do you see that? Come on, guys. Let's get serious here.
Yeah, man, this is my history, man. I'm Moroccan, man.
You're Moroccan?
I'm
Tell
Moroccan,
us about
man.
it. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's
I'm a
beautiful,
Moroccan,
man.
That's
So there came some ships, from England, and they had to pass like the Spain and Morocco and stuff like that. But the territory was inhabited by the Ottomans and by some Berber pirates. And those Berber pirates, they would get a hold of those boats, ships who were going to America. But America was not even established yet. They first had like the 13 colonies or something like that. And then they had to real fast sign the Declaration of Independence so they could get a Navy fleet. So everyone was involved, like George Washington and Thomas Franklin. And that's why, but they after the Barbary Wars, they made a truce, and Morocco was the first independent nation to acknowledge the independence of America.
Look at this right here. Look at this. The Treaty of Tripoli in 1797. So before the wars even started, right? The U.S. had already signed a peace treaty. Hold on, Shay, I'm on mute because you got a loud background. So before the wars, the U.S. had signed a peace treaty with Tripoli. The most famous line was Article 7 says, "The U.S. government of the United States is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, as it has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of the Muslims." So before the Muslim pirates started to attack American ships, the American government was trying to placate to the Muslims. He was saying, bro, those crusaders over there, that's not us. We're not doing that to you guys. Can you not fight us? So it says here, this was America's way of saying we are not a Christian crusade nation. We have no religious hatred towards Islam.
Exactly. That's why Thomas Franklin also mediated, in this.
So it says
and
here,
he hold the Quran, so he knew a little bit about Muslims.
Hold on, Strat. So America's first serious conflict with the Muslim world happened within the first 10 to 20 years of its existence, long before Israel, long before Zionism, and long before modern politics. The attacks were justified by the Muslim leaders themselves using the Quran and the Islamic doctrine, the same pattern we've been discussing from Muhammad's time in Medina onward.
No, I think it was just politics, because the Moroccans were all...
since you're a Muslim, could you pull up what
The
is
Moroccans were
the
also
1465
caught, you
Fed
know,
massacre?
by the Italians for,
Since he's
and
a
they were
Moroccan, I'd
sold
like to
as
ask you a
slaves
question.
and for.
Yo, look up, Scary, look up 1465 Fed massacre.
Hold on. We're still gonna keep going with this. Hold on. Explain what happened. Explain what was happening in Spain that caused them to send Christopher Columbus
In 711,
on a
Tariq ibn
mission
Ziyad, a Berber
to
from
find
Tanja, he conquered Spain with 3,000 men, and he had
trade.
10,000 men extra with him. And they conquered Spain and Portugal for more than 700 years.
I know, brother. Strat, you got a really loud background, brother. I don't know what. It sounds like I'm inside your pocket. I'm gonna drop you for a second because your background sounds crazy. Just fix your background and come back up.
I wanted to ask him about the Fed massacre. But,
Look at this. What's this? Look at this. Here's the clear historical explanation. In 1492, Spain, specifically the United Kingdom Castle of Aragon under Queen Isabella I and King Ferdinand II, finally completed their Reconquista, an 800-year-long Christian military campaign to drive Muslims out of the Iberian Peninsula. So the Muslims had conquered Spain, and it was under Muslim rule for 800 years. That's crazy, okay? And then for nearly... Strat, your background is still loud. For nearly 800 years, since 1711, large parts of Spain had been under Muslim rule. The last remaining Muslim kingdom was the Emirate of Granada in southern Spain. On January 1492, the Catholic monarchs conquered Granada. This was a massive victory. It ended Muslim political power in Spain forever. It unified Spain under Christian rule. It gave Spanish crown new wealth, land, and confidence. Right after this victory, Spain turned its attention outward. The main reason was the economics and trade why they sent Columbus. Europe desperately wanted direct access to Asia, especially India, China, and the Spice Islands for spices, silk, gold, and other luxury goods. The traditional overland routes were controlled by Muslim middlemen. Isn't this the same? Isn't this the same thing that they're doing now?
But host, did you know during the Reconquista?
So wait a minute. So Muslims always block trade routes?
No.
They always. So wait a minute. This even goes back further because when you look at Muhammad, when he started having issues with Mecca when he was in Medina, what is the first thing he did? He ambushed the caravan.
During the Reconquista,
Muslims always
Muslims were getting killed.
So the way that Muslims work
Reconquista, Muslims
from
were
day
getting
one is they block trade routes. You see that? They block trade routes.
If you look at the King's Highway too, Scary, that was a big one.
They block trade routes. And then when you try to open up the trade route, then they say, oh, why are you fighting me? Oh my God.
Hey, can I bring some information up?
Hold on. Let me finish reading this. Please move
but your
yourself
ChatGPT is...
It's fine, brother. Just
grab a book, man.
Hey, just go somewhere else then. The traditional overland routes, right? The Silk Road and the Mediterranean Pass were controlled by Muslim middlemen. The same thing that's happened today. They're blocking the Strait of Hormuz. Arab traders and later Ottoman Empire. These Muslim controlled routes charged very high taxes, created bottlenecks, and made trade expensive and unreliable. Same thing that's happening today. Portugal was already trying to reach Asia by sailing around Africa to get around the Muslims. Spain wanted its own route, and Columbus proposed going west across the Atlantic, which he believed would be the shorter path to Asia. The Spanish monarchs saw Columbus's plan as a way to bypass Muslim-controlled trade routes. Why does it sound so familiar? Gain direct access to Asian wealth, compete with Portugal, spread Christianity to new lands, blah, blah, blah. The exact same timing. Columbus had been trying to get funding for years and was repeatedly rejected, but in early 1492, immediately after the fall of Granada, Isabella and Ferdinand finally approved his expedition. They had money and political will after the big victory against the Muslims. Columbus even waited at the royal court in Santa Fe while the final siege of Granada was happening. Wow. Summary. Spain sent Columbus because they had just defeated the Muslim kingdom after 800 years. They wanted to bypass Muslim-controlled trade routes to Asia, and they finally got the resources and unity and religious motivation to launch this overseas venture. You see? And you're going to tell me that Muslims weren't the agitators since day one? They've always been the agitators. You guys know the Roman Empire? Who destroyed the Roman Empire? Who destroyed the Roman Empire?
The Roman Empire, it was Ottomans, no?
From what I understand, no one actually completely destroyed them, as far as I remember.
Right. But, you know, as far as we can tell, it was basically the Muslims, right?
Yeah, they took a big part of it. Yeah, that's
so
true.
basically, like I said, since its inception, there isn't a single scenario that doesn't involve Islam where they weren't the agitators. They were going around taking tax money. They started off the agitators, first of all, in Mecca, because like I said, this is the part that's crazy to me. Mecca was a place of religious freedom. They all used to go to the Lego block and bring their own idols in there, and they all used to worship together. I could imagine that must have been like a beautiful oasis of religious freedom and religious tolerance. How many idols did they have? Hold on. Wasn't there like 600 idols or something? How many idols?
It was a big number, Scary. I just can't remember off the top of my head.
Did they have in the Kaaba before Islam?
260.
Let's see.
360
idols. I mean, I get it, guys. You guys are Christian. You know, they're Muslims. You guys don't like idols. I get that. But for me, as a secular, as a person who doesn't have a religious belief, I look at that and I'm like, wow, these people were at least getting along. 360 different religions getting along in one Lego block. And then who came and had to ruin all that? Who came and had to ruin that? Muhammad came.
Yep.
Muhammad came and he's like, destroy the idols, get rid of them. And then, of course, when the people are like, yo, what are you doing? You're ruining our religious freedom. They kick him out of the town. Obviously. So what does Muhammad do? Then he goes over to the next town, Medina, which is a Jewish town. And he starts bothering the Jews over there. Oh, you guys corrupted your books. They're like, bro, but we worship one God just like you do. Leave us alone. And he's like, yeah, well, I worship the same God, but anyway, we need to get rid of your religion. This guy was annoying everywhere he went. He was annoyed with the pagans. That wasn't good enough. Then he went to the Jewish town. That wasn't good enough for them either. Right? So he conquered that. He displaced the Jews in Medina. Then he came back to the pagan and Meccan place, conquered all those people, then conquered Arabia, then conquered the whole, you know what I'm saying? Conquered everything else.
Yeah, he wasn't a very nice person.
No, of course not. Of course not.
We also, the Quran also says he wasn't a very nice person with the verse of the meal, you remember yesterday? Like, eat your meal and get the fuck out of my house, basically.
You know what I'm saying, though? Like, think about it. Put yourself in the people of Medina, right? Medina was controlled by 3 Jewish, like, major tribes, right? They were, like, the rich people in that land. You get this guy coming over, and he wants to be a leader. He starts a political move. He's basically Mamdani, let's say, right? He's basically Mamdani. And he's saying, you know, you guys are wrong. And you know what he starts to do? He starts to bring people from Mecca. His followers from Mecca started coming over to Medina. So it's the same thing that you see today, the migration that happened, right? Where Muslims are coming to non-Muslim lands. That's exactly what Muhammad did at that time. Until he became the majority in Medina, he took the power from the Jews. And obviously, while the Jews are sitting there losing power, of course they're going to conspire against him.
You know, there isn't an actual like historical evidence that the Jews were like in Medina and stuff like that. It's just like from the Quran. The Quran states that, and that's why that's the only Islamic story saying that they did the Battle of Khaybar, they unalived Jews. You know, they take pride in that. But there is no actual historical account that says, listen, Jews lived in Banu Nadir, Banu Khuzaira, all of those names that of so-called Jewish tribes. They aren't really Jewish, you know. The names themselves, they aren't Jewish, and there isn't any evidence of them being ever there, you know.
One thing I love about Nightmares, he loves shooting himself in the foot.
Listen, all I'm saying is that they weren't really strong. They just love to say, listen, we're alive Jews, and
we're trying to build a case here, Nightmare. And Nightmare's like, no, that didn't actually happen.
But it's only Islamic account. That's the thing, and I don't believe in Islamic accounts. And Islamic accounts are fucking shit.
Yeah,
it's only them
it's,
that's saying that.
But you need this Islamic account, right? Because it helps the case, even if it didn't happen. And let's say the Muslims just believe this happened, right? Anyway, they believe that they went to a Jewish town and they took it over. That's what they believe.
Yeah, but it's important to state that the religion isn't.
It's really
by
not.
any
It's really not.
account.
It's really
Yeah,
not
exactly.
though, because what you want to highlight, right, is the mindset that Muslims have, that they can go to any town that doesn't have their religion and take it over. That's what's important, because that's what they're still doing today. All right, so let's take a look. Let's see what it says here. Let's just go over the details of that. So it says here, yes, there is strong historical evidence for a significant Jewish presence in Medina, then called Yathrib, in the early 7th century, right before and during Muhammad's time. Literary and textual evidence, which is the strongest. This is the most detailed and consistent evidence we have. The Constitution of Medina, 1622 CE, widely accepted by historians as authentic. It explicitly lists the Jewish tribes as part of the community in Yathrib and gives them rights and responsibilities. Early Islamic sources written within 100 to 150 years of the events name 3 major Jewish tribes living in Medina: Banu Kanuka, Banu Nadir, and Banu Qurayza. These sources describe the Jews as wealthy and powerful. They were owners of fortresses. One account says there were 59 Jewish strongholds in Medina. Skilled in agriculture, especially date palms, trade, jewelry, and weapon making. They had their own rabbinical school, Beit al-Midras. They spake in Arabic, but maintaining distinct Jewish religious and cultural identity. These details appear consistently in Ibn Ishaq's Sirat Rasul Allah, the earliest major biography of Muhammad. Right, but we already read right here, Nightmare. This also existed.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know about that one, but Banu Kuzera, Banu Nadir, and Banu that only exists in like Islamic accounts.
So you have to see this as what the real issue is, that the one that is called into question is Mecca. Medina is not called into question as much as Mecca is, because Mecca is a little bit further off the route. Let's keep reading.
I never read about the historical evidence, but
yeah. So let's keep reading. Archaeological and inscriptional evidence. Direct excavation.
You have Dunawas. You know Dunawas?
No.
You have to look him up. It's a Jew.
All right, look. Direct excavation inside modern Medina is extremely limited. Saudi Arabia restricts it for religious reasons, so we don't have many artifacts from inside the city itself. However, we do have solid evidence from the broader northern Hijaz region, the same area. Aramaic tomb inscriptions with clearly Jewish names. You see this, Nightmare?
yeah, okay.
Isaiah, Joseph, Samuel, Amram, etc., found at nearby oases like Tema, Madain, Saleh, ancient Hegra, dating from the 2nd and 4th centuries. These inscriptions show how Jewish families holding high civic positions and mayor and councilor.
Yeah, we were successful back then too.
They were always successful. Jewish communities are well documented at other nearby oases, Khaybar, Fadak, and Tema, places that were closely connected to Medina. This shows that Jews had been living in the northern Arabian oases for centuries before Muhammad's arrival. Right?
Yeah, okay. So I actually I know where I heard it from. I heard it from what's his name? A historian named I forgot his name. Wow. What? Never mind. Keep reading. I will remember his name and then I'll tell you where I read it from.
So it says here, this is very useful for what you're building. The Jews were indigenous. The Jews were indigenous to the region long before Islam. So Muslims, just like how you guys are claiming that the Palestinians are indigenous, well, Jews were indigenous to Medina and the surrounding areas. And what happened?
Yes, no problem.
Muhammad got rid of all of them.
No problem.
Could you look up what Mordechai Kedar says about it? Like,
It's fine, brother. It's fine, brother.
because that's what I read it from.
Who is Mordechai?
I'm not going to go against my own argument.
No, you're cucking for the Jews. That's what you're doing, man. Exactly, man.
So wait, should I change my religion and start speaking Arabic?
Of course not. But Islam is for everyone, you know?
Why do I have to speak Arabic then?
Jews is only for Jewish people.
Why do I have to speak Arabic? And
you don't have to speak Arabic.
Yes,
you don't have to speak Arabic.
Yes, you do.
Of course not.
Yes,
no, of course not. You can speak your own language.
No, you have to do your
in the Quran. In the Quran, it affirms
the 5 daily prayers. The 5 daily prayers.
Exactly, they're in Arabic.
They're in Arabic. So what the hell are you talking about?
We have no problem with.
Yeah, I know you don't, because you're a racist. So he calls them cucks, but then he wants me to cuck and become like I have to pray to my own God in Arabic.
I'm not racist. Why are you making assumptions?
You are
about
racist
me,
because you're
That's
saying I
not
can't
nice.
worship God without speaking Arabic. That's racist.
Of course, God wants to be worshipped the way
God
He
is
wants,
Arabic,
not the
right?
way you want.
Yeah,
not
God
the
is
way
Arabic.
you want, stupid.
God is Arabic? Is God Arabic?
No, God is not Arabic. God is the one who created all the languages
So
according
why do I have
to
to
the
talk to him
Quran.
in Arabic if he's not Arabic?
He can understand you in every language, brother.
He can't understand me in every language?
He can understand you. He can understand
Oh,
you.
so
You're
he's
straw manning
racist.
everything I'm saying, man. You're stupid, man.
So why do I have to
You
speak in
cannot.
Arabic?
You cannot even have a civil. You do
mother
not
is
have to speak
stupid.
Arabic.
Your
You can
mother's
speak.
stupid.
Yeah, man. Not. Look. You look.
Get it out.
It shows your
go
real
ahead.
colors.
No.
You know, show your true
It
colors.
shows
exactly.
that when we're having a discussion,
Show your true colors. You can have your according to the Quran.
It
According
shows
to
that
the
when we're having a
Quran,
discussion, you want to start calling names. When have I
he
called you a
created
name?
people into tribes.
What name did I call you?
With different
What name
languages.
did I call you? Why
With
you gotta
different
why you
languages.
gotta start calling me stupid? What name did I call you?
Enough,
call
man.
you no
Enough,
names.
man.
Oh yeah, enough.
You're straw manning because you're twisting my
That's
words.
fine. If you don't want to
Twisting
believe
my
what
words.
I'm
That's
saying,
not fine,
I'm
man.
I'm reading it straight from the sources.
No,
I'm
no,
not
but
making anything
you're
up.
no, but when I say something, it's not really honest and not really just to twist my words.
What words am I twisting?
I said Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can understand you in every language because according to the Quran, He
Brother,
is the one who created peoples into
that's the part that I'm
different
concerned
tribes and
about.
different peoples with
Yes,
different
that's the
languages,
part that
so
I'm
we may
concerned
understand
about.
each other.
Yes, I
so we may
understand.
understand each other.
I
But
understand that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mafala understands every language.
you are the
That's why-
racist.
That's why I'm
You-
asking
you
you,
are-
if
you
you
are the
understand
racist.
every language, then why do I
You
have
don't
to
want
do
to
my
under-
prayers in
You do not
Arabic?
understand other people.
That's what you're not
Because
getting.
God wants to be worshipped the way He wants, not the way you want.
And it just so happens
By
to
fulfilling
be
your
Arabic
desires and following your
propaganda.
ego.
Okay,
Following
so
your ego.
that's
Yes.
Arabic
Our book has been
propaganda.
preserved.
That's a
preserved in the
lie.
original
No, it hasn't.
language.
It's preserved
All those other
nonsense.
books have been translated.
It's preserved nonsense.
Translated
It's
and
preserved
corrupted.
nonsense. It's preserved
It's
nonsense.
preserved. It's preserved.
Uthman
Even
burned
according
it.
to secular scholars.
Uthman
I can bring
burned
you
it. That's a
secular
lie.
scholars
That's a lie.
who believe it's preserved.
That's a lie. It's burned. How is it preserved after Uthman burned
It's the most well preserved.
How
It's
can
the
you
most well-
wait? How is it preserved
It's the
after
most well
wait?
preserved-
How is it preserved after
Most
Uthman-
well preserved.
How's it preserved after Uthman burned everything? How's that possible?
It's preserved by memorization, you stupid.
can't-
We do
that's
not have
true.
only
That's
one
not
way.
true. That's not
And
true. Your mother is stupid. Again, your mother is stupid again.
Okay,
I don't know why you keep calling your mother stupid. You
Bring
can't
up the
preserve
hadith about.
things cannot
Let's
be
have a
preserved.
civil conversation.
Yes, and stop calling
Bring
me
up the
stupid
hadith.
then.
Bring up the
Stop calling me
hadith.
stupid. Why do you keep blowing up? and
Bring
saying
up the
stupid then?
hadith. Your mother is stupid.
You
Bring
keep
up,
saying I'm stupid, and then you want to ask
Bringing
for a
up-
civil conversation.
bring up the hadith.
Learn how to control your emotions. Now,
Bring up the
we're
hadith.
gonna bring it up. Let me ask you a question. Scientifically,
Bring it up. Let's-
yeah, I'm gonna bring
let's
it up.
have-
Shut up, dude. All right, I'm dropping you.
Let's have a.
Scientifically speaking, is it even possible to preserve a tradition orally? Yes or no? Answer that question. Scientifically, I don't care what your scholars believe. I'm talking about scientifically, is it possible to preserve an oral tradition? Yes or no?
Yeah, but I know little children, 10 years old, they know the
Brother, I'm
totality
not
of the
asking you
Quran.
for your sad stories.
Because
I'm
your
asking
memory.
you, if I was to ask a scientific question, is it possible to preserve a tradition letter for letter orally? Yes or no?
Yes, it's possible. For you,
Okay,
it's not
okay,
possible
let's look
because
it
you're
up. Okay.
deficient in intelligence
Okay,
and
let's look
memory.
it up. Okay,
I know
let's look it
10
up.
years old who know the Quran by
Okay,
heart.
no problem.
I
Let's
know,
look it
I
up.
know, I know
No problem. Let's
Tens
look it
of
up.
people.
Yeah, let's look it up. Let's see if that's
There are
true.
millions of people who know the
Let's see
Quran
if
by
that's true. Let's see if that's true. Let's see if that's true now. Let's see.
3 times and he's gone, yeah. Apparently, you're right, yeah. Mordechai Kedar did say that, but probably was wrong about it.
Fine, brother. Don't worry. Brother, you gotta learn when, you know, you can't try to just win for no reason, brother. You gotta win when it helps you.
Nah, but that's how. So I remember it as there are no historical accounts, only like Islamic accounts. Therefore,
Yeah, you think Muslims are sitting there being honest with you about everything that they believe?
Yeah.
Right,
no, but I concede. You're right.
Hold on, I gotta find my. Where's my thing at? Oh, here it goes. Recreating. No, where's that part, dude? Oh, not new workspace. Oh, here we go. Quran preservation. Here we go. What was I trying to look up just now? Oh yeah.
I reminds you about like
a religion
Yeah.
totally
Yeah,
through
let
oral
him back up. Let him
tradition.
back up. Let him back up now. How reliable is memory for preserving oral traditions? All right, Strat, look at this.
Yeah, the Quran has been preserved from
I
the
don't
time
want
of
to
the
hear
Prophet.
I don't want to hear your fairy tale nonsense, dude. Look at.
I have chains of transmission. We have a
No, that's a lie.
You've
You know
never
you
read a book.
don't. Yes, we have.
You only know ChatGPT.
Okay,
You only know
stop crying,
ChatGPT.
dude. Stop crying. Look at this.
Okay, can you tell me?
Look at this.
Can you tell
Hold
me
on.
one book of fiqh?
Look
You know
at
of
this.
fiqh, right?
All right, never mind, bro.
Can you tell me one book of?
Never mind. He's a loser. Look at this. Look at this. Look. Memory in oral traditions is moderately to highly reliable when structured by cultural mechanisms, but reconstructive and context dependent, not verbatim like modern recording. Right? Core factors determining reliability. Mnemonic aids boost fidelity. Rhythm, rhyme, parallelism, whatever. Communal institution result. Core doctrines, narratives, and phrasing preserve well. Peripheral details or interpretations flex. You see? Application to Quranic. Hold on a second. Skeptical challenges. Okay. No, not that part. Formulating arguments. Precise. Here we go. Hold on. Talk about its ability to preserve word for word, letter for letter. And then we're gonna talk about we have chains. Let's see what that's all about. 1 second.
Let him back up. He's trying to let him back up.
So it says here.
Yeah, the Quran has been preserved letter for letter, word by word.
All right, let's see. Look.
Letter for letter.
Look.
Going to concede? Are you going to?
Look.
Are you going to be honest with yourself?
Look. Hold on.
Or are you going to hide the truth like a kuffar?
Going to shut up, maybe.
I mean, it's Strat. It's a rubbish book to begin with. What if it's preserved? It means nothing.
It's like we have
preserved rubbish. Your book calls Alexander the Great a Muslim, and you're telling me it's preserved. Yeah, sure.
The book.
Hold on.
It's Alexander the Great. You stupid.
Yeah.
The book never mentioned Alexander.
The Great. It's Alexander, peace be upon him, right? Alexander the Great, peace be upon him.
It never mentioned Alexander.
Why don't you prove who it is? Why don't you prove? Why don't you show us who it
Quran
is?
does not.
It mentions Luca.
Who is it?
You made the claim. Bring your proof.
No,
You made the.
It's in the Quran. God is making the claim. He's saying he asked someone to build an iron wall. Who is it? Show us.
Give me the first. Give me the.
1883 to 101. 1883 to 101.
Give me the first.
1883 to 18101.
Where does it mention Alexander?
It's
Tell
Alexander
me,
the
please.
Great.
Gave you the verse.
Tell me, please. Where does it
It's
mention?
the same story as
Put it up
Alexander
screen.
legend.
Put it up screen.
Hold on, guys. We'll pull that
Put
up
it up screen. Put it.
We'll pull that up later.
Bro, why are you changing the topic?
We're not
Why are you
changing
changing the topic?
We're not changing the topic.
The Quran has been preserved. The mode's also been preserved. Also been preserved. Everything has been preserved. The Quran is the most preserved book. It's well preserved. More Torah, more than the Gospels.
That's why it has been changed.
More in the Gospels. That's a huge leap.
I
No,
have
it's
I have I
not.
have I have proof.
We're gonna
I
talk
have-
about.
I have proof of deletion, emission, addition
Here, look. Here he goes. Look.
to the
All right,
text of the Bible and the
all right,
Torah.
let's drop him for a little bit. Let's drop him for a little. So look at this. From a non-theological viewpoint, Ahruf and Kira'ah emerged as practical and political responses to linguistic diversity, rapid expansion, and the need to manage textual variation and after standardization. Secular scholars, historical linguists, and revisionist critics view the seven Ahruf not as divine revelation, but as linguistic accommodation. 7th century Arabia had multiple dialects, Hijazi, Tamimi, etc. The early Quranic recitations naturally varied in pronunciation, vocabulary, and minor grammatical forms to suit different tribal audiences. Pragmatic strategy for spread. To convert and unify diverse Arab tribes quickly, the message was delivered in forms that were easy to memorize and recite. Hold on a second. This is being, in short, survival. In short, it was a survival mechanism for an oral text spreading rapidly. After Uthman fixed the consonantal rasm, the earlier dialectal flexibility had to be managed. Let's see, script development and regional schools. No, dispute resolution control. Multiple valid oral traditions caused arguments in mosques and courts. Canonizing a limited set, the 7 by Ibn Mujahid, imposed unity, suppressed deviant or politically inconvenient readings, and centralized authority under the Abbasid Caliphate. Let me see. The diversity of the Qira'at reflects the late and gradual formation of the text. Early Islam had competing oral versions. Later scholars retroactively traced them all back to the Prophet to create the appearance of a single stable revelation. Let's see here.
David, I'm still waiting. Where does it mention Alexander?
Brother, please don't make us talk about this. We have whole episode. Weren't you here for that episode?
No, man.
You
But
really
it does not. It does
Wait,
not
you
mention
really-
Alexander yet.
Wait,
man.
you really-
No
wait,
problem. We can go into it.
You really want to get
We
into
can
that?
go into it. We can go into it.
I don't think
No
you really
problem.
want to get into that.
Yeah, no. Let's go into it.
All right, let's go into it.
Or you can bring up the hadith of Uthman burning. We can go into it.
No, we'll go.
Because the Quran has been preserved more. The Quran has been preserved by memory and has been preserved by
brother,
manuscripts.
But can you stop being such
Because
a yapper?
Uthman, he possessed the manuscript.
Stop yapping.
Oh God, this guy's so annoying, man.
God,
Bro, I said we will
robot,
pull up
dude.
the comments. Shut up. Bro.
No problem.
Here, look. Let's look this up. This is gonna be quick. This is gonna be real easy. So let me just
83.
pull up the verse in the Quran.
1883.
Exactly.
Right. Hold on. I'm gonna pull up the.
Where
verse.
does it mention Alexander?
Shut up, dude. Here, let me show you. The Alexander.
Syriac Alexander.
Stick to the verse.
I
Stick to the
know,
verse.
guys.
Where does
I
it?
know. Everybody. calm down.
Where does it mention Alexander?
We
to the
got
verse.
you.
Why
we
you?
got you. Shut up.
Let's
dude.
read it.
We got you. Let's look at it.
Wait,
Right here.
let's read it. Because
First, let's read. First, let's read. Everybody, please. First, let's read the Alexander legend, right? So the Syriac Alexander legend, right, is a 6th or 7th
we have nothing to do with
century-
Syriac's Alexander legend.
Let's read it. Let's see. The Syriac Alexander legend is a 6th or 7th century legend detailing the exploits of Alexander the Great. Okay, so let's see. In the beginning of the story, Alexander declares his intentions to explore the ends of the world, and he promises to God that he will rule the world. He gathers an army in Egypt, then travels to the Fetid Sea. The Fetid Sea here, this means dark, muddy water, basically. But it is not able to cross it. Instead, he finds the window of heaven that allows him to travel from where the sun sets to where it rises. In the region of the sunrise, he travels to Central Asia and sets up camp near a mountain pass, only to be informed that he is now in the domain of the Persian emperor. He learns that beyond the mountain pass are barbarian tribes with Gog and Magog as their kings. Deciding to seal up their entryway through the mountains, he tasks his blacksmiths and metal workers from Egypt to construct an iron and bronze wall. Right? He then reveals 2 prophecies about the barbarians will penetrate the wall and bring about a world war. Okay? Now let's compare this to the Quran. Quran? What happened over here? Quran 18. Let's look at it from 83, right? And they ask you, here's Allah talking to Muhammad, right? It says, and they ask you, O Muhammad, about Dhul Qarnayn. This is the 2-horned one. They don't give his name, but they say it's some guy with 2 horns. Say to them, I will recite to you about Dhul Qarnayn, this mysterious figure. Indeed, we established him upon the earth, and we gave him from everything away. So he followed away, aka he traveled on a certain road, until he reached the setting of the sun. He found it setting in a body of dark water. He found it near a people. He found near it a people, and we said, Dhul Qarnayn, either punish them or else adopt among them away. He said, as for the one who wrongs, we will punish them, blah, blah, blah. But the one who believes, blah, blah, blah. Then he followed away. He traveled on. So he went from the setting of the sun until he went to the rising of the sun. Does this sound familiar already? He found it rising on a people from whom we had not maced against any shield. Thus, when he had encompassed them with knowledge, then he followed away. He traveled on. Until when he reached a pass between 2 mountains, he found besides them a people who could hardly understand his speech. They said, O Dhul Qarnayn, indeed, what? Gog and Magog are great corruptors in the land. So may we assign for you an expenditure that you might make between them and us, what? A barrier. A wall. He said, that in which my Lord has established me is better, but assist me with strength. I will make between you and them a dam or a wall. Bring me bars of iron until when he had leveled them between the 2 mountains. And he said, blow with the bellows until when he had made it like fire. He said, bring me the pour, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So they, Gog and Magog, were unable to pass over it, nor were they able to affect it in any penetration. This is the mercy of the Lord, but when promise of my Lord, whatever, blah, blah. Anyway, long story short, Muslims believe that this wall that Alexander the Great supposedly built. I want you to think about this, how goofy this is, okay? Supposedly Alexander the Great, or this random guy, Dhul Qarnayn, that they say is not Alexander the Great, even though it matches the story exactly. Supposedly he built a wall to keep these people from attacking, I guess, the rest of the world. And according to Muslims, that wall still exists.
Well, at least Alexander built it for free. He didn't take any money, as those people are saying.
And if you ask them why you can't find this wall anywhere with these crazy people behind it that are trying to take over the world, they say because Allah is like covering your eyes to see it, but it's definitely there. That's what they believe.
Alexander the Great, peace be upon him.
And they believe that when these people finally break through the wall, that's going to be the start of the end of the world, basically.
Yeah, Jesus is going to interact with these people. So Jesus and Alexander are connected in Islam because Alexander built the wall and Jesus then encounters Gog and Magog, who were trapped behind this wall. So he's an important character, Dhul Qarnayn, in Islamic theology. Alexander the Great. That's
Scary. I heard Alexander the Great. Is that true? You said Alexander the Great?
Yeah, that's Alexander. It's 100% Alexander. They keep lying. It's Cyrus. They come up with all kinds of figures, but Alexander is a Muslim, and he's talking in the Quran. Alexander is talking in the Quran. He's saying, "Oh wow, oh my Lord," and all this stuff.
Alexander the Great, a Muslim, yet he was the biggest pagan of them all.
He was the son of Zeus. He used to call himself the son of Zeus.
That's
and wanted to be worshipped as a god.
Listen, you got to be careful on that, yeah, because according to That's they say he was the son of Zeus. That's a bit of a stretch, but he was a pagan nonetheless. He wasn't a Muslim. He
100%.
believed in multitude of gods.
100% he was a pagan, but according to Muslims, they turned everyone into a Muslim. Every famous person that you'd heard of is a Muslim. Jesus was a Muslim. Alexander the Great is a Muslim.
Wait a
Moses
second.
and
Have you
Abraham are
heard the
Muslims.
story? Wait a second. Now there's this TikTok Sheikh Uthman. Yeah. He brought out a story. He goes, there was an amazing story about Alexander the Great, where he said apparently that he had 3 wishes or something like that. That he have his hands out. He had the best doctors beside him, and all this other stuff when he died. Did you know this story is mythological? It's not real. It's a fake story.
Yeah, it's all fake. It's all fake. It's all they've plagiarized Christian
turned around and said
myths.
it's a beautiful story. It's real. I died.
They've copied the 7 sleepers of Ephesus. That story is also copied from Christians. So yeah, they've just taken Christian stories and turned them into like a divine scripture.
What about
That's it.
Let me read this. Let me read this real quick. So this is what Muslims believe, right? Dul Qarnayn in Quran 1883 to 98 is a righteous king who built an iron and copper wall to trap Yajuj wa Majuj, in other words, Gog and Magog. In Islamic eschatology, the wall holds until near the end of times. When it collapses, like it says in 1898, Yajuj and Majuj will pour out in a massive numbers, spread corruption and destruction across the earth, and are only stopped by divine intervention shortly before Judgment Day. This is one of the major signs of the Qiyamah, whatever that means. Why do Muslims say we can't see the wall? Muslims say we can't see, the wall can't be seen because Allah placed it as a divine barrier that stays hidden and inaccessible until the end times. Do you guys believe
How convenient. How convenient. It's
So
an
it's-
iron and a copper wall. And it's not and that can't be seen. Wow.
Yeah,
How
it's an iron
convenient.
and copper wall, but Allah. So the wall is there, but Allah's making it appear as if it's not there.
Yeah. Well, then it's not there, I guess.
Yo, now you should read the Goog, what is it, Goog Magog's story of the Jewish side of it, and then tell me make your own conclusion after that.
Of the what?
The Jewish Goog and Magog story, like their apocalyptic Goog and Magog story.
Yeah. So we know they copy everything, but the point is this,
No, not the
guys.
Jewish.
No, the Muslims.
Maybe.
So what we want you to see here, guys, is that this is what they expect you to believe. There's a wall that's out there somewhere right now, holding back a bunch of like demons, and it's really there, and the demons are really trying to break through it right now, and they're slowly breaking it down, and then by the time they get through it, that's when the end of the world's gonna come. This is the reality that they want you to believe. And where did that guy go? That one who said that this wasn't about Alexander? Did he just not? Did he just leave and never come back?
Yeah, I think disappeared
Who
after
can
that.
read this story, right? The two stories next to each other, the one in the Quran and the one in the Alexander legend, and say that that's not the same story.
I think he went to find the wall. I think he's looking for the wall now.
So anyway,
Well, Alexander the Great, peace be upon him, saved humanity, really. I mean, at least in the story.
This guy just said peace be upon him to Alexander the Great.
Of course. He is Alexander the Great, peace be upon him.
Use the other one. Scary, use the other one. There we go.
Allah's blessings and mercy be upon Alexander.
yeah, look at Zane in the comments. He says you guys are all pagan atheists. Right.
For him, that guy's name is Jihadi John. That's his name.
Did you guys know that they used to worship Muhammad back in the day?
I've got external sources for that too. If you need it, Scary.
Here, look, we got it right here.
Why is my screen small, Flip? Let me jump out. Let me try.
This is the worst hadith ever. It's too.
Scary, you should maybe try to move your screen to the side a bit, because every single time you read like Quran verses, like the last word is like we can see the last word, you know.
I know, but it's just because I try to fix it every time, but basically it just depends on everybody's different phones. Like I can move it, and then the next person will say that they have an issue seeing it, so it's all right. I think you guys get the point. But just tell me next time when I bring something up which way to move it in, and I'll move it again.
Basically, where the writings are, like where the did is, if it did Muhammad start this, move it to that side, to the side of the did.
What can you see on the left side of my screen? Does it say scary hours, or you can't see that?
No, I can see that.
Okay, yeah, so that's cut off too. So it sounds like the left side is cut off, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Prophet accepted all those things. I'm so upset that that guy left, the one that was trying to prove that it wasn't Alexander the Great.
Yeah, he left. Listen, he just kept dropping, coming back, dropping, coming back, dropping, coming back. You know, it's like he's interrupting, and then you have to drop him, and then he come
I think
back, and then
he's too brainwashed to accept any reality. Really, it seems.
I wanted you to ask him actually about the 1465 Fez massacre because he said he's from Morocco. All the Jews in Morocco got unalived in that massacre, other than 11 Jews. Like 11 Jews only like stayed, and then like the Moroccan population basically grew again, but the Jewish population like reduced, you know. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, what else, guys? We got anything else? We got no.
I think scary. You should also cover that story. I think the 7 sleepers of Ephesus. That story, like it's in the same chapter, chapter 18, where like 7 Christian.
Oh, so they put all the Christian legends in the same chapter.
Yeah. They took these Christian legends, which even Christians don't take seriously, into the Quran. And like that story is also in chapter 18 where these 7 Christians go to sleep. But the funny part is Muhammad doesn't know how many Christians went to sleep. So he's like guessing, is it 7? Is it 9? We don't know. Was there a dog or not? So,
what verse is that? What verse is that in?
I think it's chapter 18. I forgot. It's like 25 or 26 or something. But it's like funny. Just like the Dhul-Qarnayn thing. He doesn't know who it is. He doesn't even know who it is, that it's Alexander. He's like, yeah, just that guy with the 2 horns. So he doesn't even know who it is. So he's referring to him as Dhul-Qarnayn. That's what it is. He has no clue about the world, Muhammad. Like he's just taking, the 7 sleepers of Ephesus. It's I think chapter 18. Let me see. What verse was that?
Yeah, have you looked into the 7 levels of what is it, heaven? And then wait, is it 7 levels or whatever it is? 7 something of
the 7 heavens, yeah.
And then 100 levels of paradise. Have you seen that?
I didn't know about the 100 levels of paradise, but
there's 100 levels of paradise, bro.
Quran 18:9 through 26. I think Jews have that too, though. So.
Yeah, 18:9 to 26. I think. Yeah.
Oh wait, we don't have paradise.
18:9. But you guys do believe in like some sort of a system where like people are gonna have more and more rewards or something, depending on what they do.
It doesn't really specify about what happens when you die in Judaism. It's like, if I like the.
Well, this is what a rabbi told me. So I mean, he said that basically everybody, like, depending on your actions on the earth, you're either gonna get more rewards or more punishment. But there's like levels to it.
That makes sense.
We don't really talk about this, about what happens after death in Judaism. It's like, it's not really the highlight of the religion.
All right, let's read 18 verse 9. Let's see.
What?
This is very interesting. I wonder how many legends they have in chapter 18. It's
all fairy tales. The whole chapter is a fairy tale, basically. Chapter 18.
So it says, have you thought about the companions of the cave? Oh, hold on. Let me put it on the screen 1 second. So just to give everybody background, there's another, this is a Christian legend, right? Not a Jewish one.
No, that's a Christian legend, which was, I think, made up around in the 3rd century or something. Or after the Roman Empire became Christian, that's when that legend was made up. Yeah.
So, and that made it into the Quran. So it says, or have you thought about the companions of the cave, and the inscription were among our signs of wonder? Let's see. Mention when the youths retreated to the cave and said, our Lord, grant us from yourself mercy and prepare for us from our affair of right guidance. So we cast a cover of sleep over their ears within the cave for a number of years. Yeah, so this is the legend, right? Is that there were some people, I think they were hiding from somebody.
Yeah, I think they were hiding from the Roman emperor who was persecuting Christians, and they went and hid inside a cave for like 300 years. And yeah, they came out and the empire was Christian now. That's the story, basically. It's silly. It's a silly story. Yeah, they think it's real. They think it's real, even though Christians don't believe it's real, but they think it's real.
So we cast of them asleep over their ears within the cave for a number of years. Then we awakened them that we might show which of the two factions was most precise in calculating what had remained at the time. It is we who relate to you the story in truth. Indeed, they were the youths who believed in the Lord, and we increased them in guidance. And when they stood up, and we bound their hearts, and when they stood up and said, our Lord is the Lord of the heavens and the earth, never will invoke any besides him, any deity. These are people have taken besides him deities, blah, 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 clear evidence. The you said to one another when you withdrawn from them. I guess is that all of it? Now that we have left such a people and worship God, take refuge in the cave. God will shower his mercy and make you an easy. Let me see. You would see the sun.
And I think in one of the verses, like, they're confused how many people there were. Like, is it 9? Is it 7? They can't seem to figure that part out.
It doesn't seem to mention the number. What's up?
Yeah, that's the thing. In the original story, there was 7.
Yeah.
So Judaism doesn't emphasize like where you go after you die. Like it's not universally agreed upon in Judaism. It's basically like you live your life while you're still alive. Like that's what we believe in.
That's not true, brother.
Yeah, put me on the big screen. Well, no, let's have this debate, bro. Let's have this debate, bro.
It's such a weird take.
The Jewish washing machine. Judaism does not have one rigid, universally required dogma about the afterlife because the tradition places it's primarily focused on how you live in the here and now. It leaves a great deal of room for personal belief. The concept of afterlife is extinct.
Look at Courtney going off on you in the comment section. You're not
no,
right,
it doesn't.
Nightmare. Yeah, you're
no,
not
I am
right.
right.
Look at scroll down. Look what it says right there. No, read the bottom
yeah,
part.
But Rambam. But
no, put
again,
it back. Put it back on the screen.
No problem. No problem. I will.
The stages of afterlife. You see, there is stages.
Okay. You understand that it's up for interpretation. Rambam is an interpreter. What she mentions.
Let me ask you a question. What is the point of living a good life on the earth then?
What's the point of living good life on the earth?
Yeah, if nothing is going to happen to you after you die, then what?
No, it's not nothing. It's up for interpretation of different tribes.
I know that, but what I'm saying is, what is the point? What do you think
happened? It's not agreed upon.
No.
But it's not agreed upon, brother.
Okay, but
no.
Think,
because you are trying to
Nightmare.
say,
do you think nothing
what you are
happens
trying to claim is
Nightmare? I'm asking you. Do you think nothing happens to you after the afterlife?
I think I personally believe there is a reincarnation. That's my belief. But again, it's up for interpretation.
Okay.
So that's hell. That's hell to me. Please, no. Please,
so do you believe that your actions
no, that's not hell.
So do you believe that you reincarnate any better or worse based off of your current actions that you from this life?
Yeah, of course.
So what are you talking about?
But I'm saying it's not agreed upon in Judaism, and
it doesn't matter. They don't. What they don't agree upon is exactly what happens to you, but they do agree that whatever you do on this earth affects your afterlife.
Of course.
Okay,
of course,
so that's all we're talking about.
Okay, but you said the concept of stages of heaven and stuff like that. We don't have that in Judaism.
Yes, you do.
No, we don't.
Yes, you do. You believe. Why do you say Shiva?
Why do we say what?
Yeah, why do you say Shiva?
Why do we say Shiva?
Yeah.
Okay, that's to basically bring the soul like to a higher place.
Exactly.
But it's not.
A
One
higher
second.
place. What do you mean
No.
higher? So there
Wait,
could be lower places.
Let me talk.
So wait,
So
there could be
Illumination-
lower place. So a soul
One
could go
second,
to
one
a
second.
lower place too.
Scary.
Sounds like
scary.
levels.
Let me speak. Scary. Let me speak. So Illumination Shamot is basically that the soul is going through some sort of a process, and when the soul is going through a process, after that, like you don't know what's going to happen. It's basically
The Gehinom. You know that's what it is.
Gehenom is hell.
11 months, yes. The Jewish
No,
washing
holy
machine that
fuck.
cleanses the soul.
Yeah, holy fuck, bro. The entire point here that you don't know what's going to happen after that, and that's
It
true.
doesn't
You
matter,
don't know
but
what's
there's
going to happen after that.
levels. There's
Levels,
levels.
yes.
The levels
Nightmare.
that she mentions. One second. So when she's saying that the cleansing of the soul for 11 months, that's one stage that we do know about, but we don't know what's going to happen afterwards.
Nobody's
And that's the
worried
entire
about
thing.
what
No one.
nightmare.
That's not what the host is
That's
saying.
not the argument. Is that you know exactly what's going to happen. The point that I was trying to make.
But that's
is
the point
you
that
guys
you are trying
believe.
to make.
No, it
That's
isn't.
the point you are trying to make.
No,
Holy
it is.
shit.
I'm telling you what my point is. My point is that there's different outcomes that happen according to what you do on this earth now.
Okay.
There's gonna be levels of like if you're a priest, I'm assuming, and you're super holy, you're gonna have more rewards than like a regular person, right? Let's say a Noahide. My understanding is that a Noahide is probably gonna be at the bottom of the rewards, right?
Yeah, like you have different levels in every kingdom. The peasants are not going to be at the same level as the king and his council and his
There
like
is
closest.
literally 1 second. There is literally no mentions of levels of.
I love how Israelis will cut you off and then say 1 second.
How about you give me how about you give me where it says in the Torah the levels of each and every single heaven? Show me where it says it mentions levels.
Here, look, hold on. Is there varying degrees of salvation or rewards in the afterlife? Let's see. I mean, this is obvious. Like, do you think that the priests are going to have the same rewards as a Noahide?
I'm thinking that we should focus on here and now. That's how I live my life.
I'm not
That we
saying
can live
that,
your life.
brother. I'm just asking. Do you think
But that's what
Noahides?
Judaism. But that's what Judaism
I
emphasizes.
understand
And you are
that,
trying to.
brother. Everybody focuses on that. What religion doesn't?
Okay, read
focus
that.
on the
Wait.
here and
Read
now?
that. Read from the
Look,
start.
Here, look.
You asked the question. Read from the start.
Look. You see?
Okay. Read.
Boom.
Continue reading.
You read it. It says yes.
Yeah, continue reading. No. There's a reason why I don't want to go down there. What's the reason? What's the reason?
No, I'm just asking why aren't you reading it? We're gonna read it, obviously, but I'm saying why aren't you reading it?
So let's continue reading that.
It says yes.
No,
both
please.
Judaism and Islam teach that there are varying degrees of reward in the afterlife. Here's the breakdown. In traditional Judaism, there are varying degrees of reward, Olam Haba, the world to come, and Gan Eden, the Garden of Eden. Reward is not uniform. It depends on the quality and quantity of a person's mitzvot, commandments, their level of knowledge of God, and their righteousness, and how closely they approach the divine presence during this life.
Yep.
The Talmud and classical sources describe different levels of spiritual pleasure. The very righteous go directly to the highest levels of Gan Eden. Average people go through Gehenna, a temporary place of purification, usually up to 12 months, before ascending to their appropriate level in God.
This is where Catholics get the idea of purgatory, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
What does it mention that? 1 second. But what does it mention that?
Hold on. Maimonides, Rambam, emphasizes that the ultimate reward is spiritual, enjoying the radiance of Shekinah, divine presence.
Where are you at? Where are you reading? the Shekhinah. Yeah.
Shekhinah. The greater a person's intellectual and moral development in this world, the greater their capacity to experience the closeness in the next life. Some sources even speak of different chambers or degrees within the Garden of Eden.
Now ask if this agreed upon. If this is agreed upon in Judaism.
The pleasure.
Nothing in Judaism is agreed upon.
Okay, so nothing in Judaism is agreed upon.
Pleasure
No,
is described as increasing. Look at this. Look at this.
Two Jews, three opinions. Nothing is agreed upon in Judaism.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
No, why won't you ask that?
We will. Let me just finish this question.
Because that's one interpretation of many.
We're going to he's giving you several different interpretations already,
that's
including
Rambam. Holy fuck.
That's not all of this. That's is Rambam. Not Rambam. This is not all Rambam. We're gonna read everything. Don't worry. The pleasure is described as increasing the higher one's ascends. Resurrection of the dead, a core belief, also carries distinctions. This is a core belief. The righteous are resurrected to different levels of existence and reward in the messianic area. Okay, now
ask if this is agreed upon by all the Jews.
Let's see.
That's not the host's contention.
No, one second. Because the entire point of this discussion was that he stated that according to Jews, because some rabbi told him that this is what's happening after you die, the following is going to happen. But it's not agreed upon. It never universally was agreed upon.
There's nothing that's universally agreed upon. Hold on. Wait, hold on.
One second. No.
No, you 1 second. You 1 second. Hold on. No, you 1 second.
1 second.
Wait.
אחי, את לא יודעת לדבר עברית. אם את רוצה לדבר עברית, אבל את לא יודעת לדבר עברית.
Hey, relax.
Okay, like if you're just going to be disrespectful, and then speaking in Hebrew.
I'm not disrespectful.
But you are
disrespectful. Nightmare.
How is it disrespectful to say that?
What did he say to you?
That he speaks Hebrew and that because I'm not fluent, he's gonna act like crazy.
I said if you want to speak Hebrew, let's speak Hebrew.
I heard you, but you know that I told you that. I told you the other day. I told you I'm not fluent in Hebrew, but I'm trying to be nice. But you cut in on me and say, "Hold on 1 second." But then when I do it to you, you don't like it.
First of all, what was the point of the first point? The point of the discussion was
there's actually
this is a segue.
There's actually no point.
No, wait,
something
come
silly
on.
to argue
another
about.
question.
What is the point? Like, I really don't understand. Why are we arguing about this? Are you against? Wait, are you against? Hold on. Are you against getting what you deserve?
No, but I'm not against it. I'm not against it. But I'm saying it's up for interpretation in Judaism. And that's the exact point.
But why are you fighting?
You're trying to. No. And when I told you.
Let's read it. I got you. I asked the question you want me to add. Look what it says. Look. Not all Jews agree on levels or degrees of rewards in the afterlife. Judaism has very little official dogma. This is what Courtney's telling you.
Exactly what I said.
About the afterlife compared to Islam or Christianity, the focus has always been on living a good life in this world through mitzvah.
Exactly.
Rather than obsessing over what happens in the death. As a result, views are significantly across different Jewish streams. So let's see. Traditional Orthodox Judaism. They strongly affirm varying degrees of reward.
Yep. Which is so stupid that he's sitting here arguing against it.
Okay, I'm very stupid.
Because
I'm very, very stupid. Now,
I didn't say you were stupid. I didn't say you were stupid.
Wait.
I did not say you were stupid.
It literally
I said it is stupid that you're arguing against that because Yom Kippur.
Courtney, it literally states that it's very...
But Nightmare, it says traditional Judaism believes this.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about from the beginning.
No problem.
So maybe hold on. So let's see this.
I'm traditional. So one second. I'm traditional in the sense.
Who is in the majority? The ones who believe.
You are trying to prove that because I'm traditional that I must believe that. That's
or
what you want to tell me?
No, I'm not. Or the ones.
I'm traditional in the sense
only
that
account
I
for like 1%.
Listen. I'm traditional in the sense that I keep kosher.
Dude,
that
get
I
out
don't
of here,
keep
man.
Shabbat, but I am.
Lady, you started an argument that you couldn't handle, and now you're trying to come over here.
Look
What
at
do you mean? I'm argument that
Not
I
you. I'm talking to somebody else.
I'm handling it very well, I think.
Talking to somebody else.
Let's see what it says here. So I'm asking it, what's the majority position? Let's see. What do you think it's gonna say?
Well, Jews, Orthodox Jews only account for like 1 or 2%. 56% of Jews are irreligious.
By religious, you mean like?
Irreligious, I said.
The ones who do
okay.
not believe in varying degrees of rewards in the afterlife are clearly in the majority. Oh, okay. So
Exactly.
it says here,
Yeah,
Orthodox is 14 to 18, strong belief in Talmudic whatever, reform, liberal, conservative, mostly downplayed or rejected.
Exactly.
Oh, but these are like non-religious
Not-
like people.
Yeah,
basically.
that's what I
told you the
said.
majority does
56
not hold that view, bro.
Because that doesn't make sense.
There
Hold
is
on.
not.
That's crazy
There is
to
no
allow the
consensus, bro.
non-religious
Yeah,
Jews
Scary, there
to
is
be
no
the.
consensus in Judaism, and that's
No,
what I try to
but-
say. And she's
yeah,
coming
but-
up and say, now there is varying degrees because I say
Yeah,
so,
but-
and all of the Jews say
Yeah,
so.
but
And,
that's
bro, what the
yeah,
fuck?
But brother, this is including people that are like not really Orthodox Jews, though. You get what I'm saying?
They're
Okay, I'm
not
not really
religious.
Orthodox Jew either.
They're
but,
like look. This is the majority is liberal conservatives. This is
okay,
not,
so
this is secular Judaism.
Yeah.
Is what it's saying.
Yeah.
okay,
I mean, hold on. Let me ask it. In a
I am
different way.
secular.
Let me see.
At the end of the day, I'm secular, traditional Jew.
amongst Jewish scholars. That's what I mean
No,
to say.
no, say Orthodox. Say Orthodox.
No,
Now
no,
you say
that's too
scholars,
specific.
bro.
That's too specific. I
No,
just
no,
wanna
now you say
amongst Jewish
scholars, and that's changing the point.
No, it's not. Why
Of
would I
course it
care?
is.
It's the same thing that Muslims say, that most of them are not violent, and you always argue against them for that, right?
No
We
problem.
have to ask
ask them.
we have to ask what's the
I'll
official.
after that.
We have to ask what's the official position of the leaders.
No problem.
So
I'm glad you finally admit that you're Jewish now, Goob.
I am Jewish.
So amongst the traditional Jewish scholars, the clear majority affirm that there are varying degrees in the afterlife. There you go.
Okay, but as I said, it's not a consensus among all the
Because
Jewish
you
people
guys are
in the world.
secular. You guys are secular.
Okay.
Nightmare. That doesn't count.
It doesn't count, bro.
Why would
What do
I
you mean
take the
doesn't
viewpoint
count?
of a secular Jew to understand Judaism? That doesn't make
That's
sense.
like asking a man that was raised a
What do you
Christian,
mean?
but he's an
You
atheist.
see that the view is very differing. One second. You see that the view is very differing amongst all the Jewish people.
Why do you do that? Why do you say 1 second while other people are
ask if Jewish scholars believe in reincarnations and stuff
אבל
like
הם
that.
מדברים על הדתיים, לא על
But
החילונים.
the but the
בסדר,
problem
אבל זה
is.
לא קשור, אחי. ואתה,
Hold on.
כאילו,
But the
אין קונסנזוס
Sorry,
מסוים
Rick.
בנוגע איך אני אומר את זה, למה שקורה אחרי המוות. אין שום
בסדר,
קונסנזוס.
אבל הם מדברים על הדתיים.
Thank you, Ibn.
בסדר, אבל הוא בהתחלה דיבר, הוא לא דיבר על הדתיים בהתחלה, הוא דיבר בכללי.
It sounds like don't mess with the Zohan right now.
It's not that scary, by the way. But no, like the point is, I think that they're missing is that he wasn't asking specifically if it's like authoritative, because technically you can't mandate.
You
that.
try to make it a
Oy,
consensus.
babe, can you let me
Let her speak,
finish?
Aimer. Let her
Hold
speak.
on. The point is you can't mandate a belief that you can't see. This is why the Rambam says specifically, like the Chazal did not give us a tradition, so we just do the mitzvot, things that we can actively do.
Okay.
So you're not wrong about that, but I'm just saying the host's point was that it is the belief in Judaism that there are different levels.
But it's the way you came up. No, it's the way you came up here and said, like, listen, this guy is completely wrong, and there is like you try to paint it as there is an official consensus in regard.
I mean, nightmare.
No.
Nightmare.
No,
I
because
never
that's not
nightmare. That's silly. If knowing you know how we argue this same exact thing in Islam, and
No,
and
we
they
don't
always
argue the
say,
same thing.
yes, they do.
Because Islam, you got so many proofs of that.
Brother,
No,
I'm not
Islam,
talking.
literally
Brother,
take from the scriptures.
I'm talking about the fact that you're so hell bent on this consensus thing. In
Yes.
no religion is there a consensus about anything, pretty much.
But there isn't a
None of
majority
them.
consensus either
That's
about
not my
it.
It's a majority,
point,
right?
though. That's not
But
my
it's saying
point.
to you, one
That's
second,
not
but
my
when you
point,
look this
though.
up, okay.
My point is always, what is the major scholarly consensus?
Scary. But
And
when
according to
when
what
you
it's
look it
saying,
up,
the major scholarly consensus is that there's levels. Now, I know
No
that
problem.
you and most Jews nowadays are more secular, so you don't want to hold to any of that stuff. That's fine, right? But that's never going to be my argument. I can't go based off of what secular Muslims believe. I can't go what secular Jews believe. That's
the
irrelevant.
thing with secular, one second. The thing with Jews in general, even if you look at the majority of the scholars, it's not all the scholars. It's never been all the scholars either. So Orthodox Jews
Maybe the majority of them hold that view, but it's definitely not. It's about 60 to 40%. It's not
Brother,
about
but
90 to
again,
10%.
what
like in
point do
Islam.
I?
One second.
What does it
One
help
second, let
me?
speak.
What does it help
no,
me?
No, scary, let me
What
speak.
does it? No.
Scary,
What does it help
scary,
me?
let me speak.
No,
Scary,
you
scary,
just
scary.
did.
Let me speak.
What does it help me? Right, to go around trying to figure out what the minority believes in. What does that help
It's
me?
not about minority or
It
majority.
doesn't help me with anything.
1 second, let me speak. Let me speak. So in regards to Judaism, there is an official dogma in what's happening after that. That is something important to know.
Cares,
1 second.
Nightmare? Why are you bringing that up?
Unlike in Islam, when we go to the scriptures and actually show what the scripture says, you can't go to Judaism and show me, listen, this verse in the Torah says that after death, what's going to happen is you're going to have this and that and that and this. There is no official dogma in that. And that is the exact point here. It's up to interpretation. That's why Rambam interpreted it one way, and I'm sure that if I'm going to look up at Rashi will interpret it in another way. It's not.
Yeah, but
it's
that's
not
literally
consensus.
everything. That's even like everything. Like, what do you mean? Like on like the things that we do.
But there is no official writing on that. There is
No,
no
but that's
official writing on that.
No, but what I'm telling you is like you're saying because there are different opinions, and there are even different opinions about how
There are different opinions because there is no
There are
scripture.
different opinions. Like for example, Ashkenazim do not do lamb at Pesach. Okay,
I know.
Sephardi do. These are the things that we do, not what we believe about metaphysical
Yes.
things. So what I'm telling you is, if that is your stance, then Judaism cannot identify anything.
Okay. So here, look.
The thing is with
hold on, Nightmare. Hold on, we're gonna read it.
Bro, but she talked and I want to respond
Nightmare,
for a
it's
second.
fine. We're gonna read it. Look, here's the clear.
No, I want to respond for a second.
Nightmare.
Bro, give me 1 second to respond.
Just relax.
I could have responded already. You see, I could have responded already.
Because you said where this comes from, so we're gonna see the Jewish concept of varying degrees or levels.
I never
of
said where
reward.
it comes from.
Well, I want to know that. The Jewish varying degrees of levels of reward and punishment in the afterlife does not come from the Hebrew Bible. It is a rabbinic development that emerged centuries later. The Talmud. So now the question is, are you rabbinic or are you
No, I'm not rabbinic.
No, he's secular.
I'm
secular.
So you do sacrifices in the temple?
We don't really have a temple, but if we had, I had no problem.
So then you
We don't
only have
temple.
two choices. You can either be rabbinic or you could be.
We don't have a temple.
So then
Listen,
you have to be
can-
rabbinic. The rabbinic
no.
Judaism
Today
came.
is partially-
Hold on.
No, 1
Nightmare.
second.
The rabbinic Judaism came out of not having a temple, right?
Okay, yeah.
That's why it was created. So you have to be rabbinic then.
I don't need to hold all rabbinic views. That's
So
the
what
thing.
kind of Jew are you
that's the
then?
thing.
Like
Because
if
One
you
second,
either
I'm
have
secular
to be
traditional Jew. I'm
a
secular-
Jew
one
from the
second, so
Torah,
let me speak.
which
You asked me a
believes in the
question.
temple and all the
You asked me a
sacrifices,
question.
or you have to be
1
a
second.
rabbinic Jew, which
You
holds
asked
to
me
the
a
rules that
question.
are after
You
the
asked me a
temple.
question.
And he would
You
be
asked me a
held
question. Let
liable
me
by the
speak.
court. He'd
Let
be
me
held
speak. It's
liable
not
by
a
the Beit
choice.
Din. Yeah.
It's not 1 second. 1 second. It's not a choice. Let me speak for a second to actually explain what I'm saying. Okay. So the thing with Judaism is it doesn't say anywhere in the Torah or in the Tanakh what's happening after death, and that's the exact point that I'm going with. It doesn't say anywhere in the Tanakh. Doesn't say anywhere in the Torah.
But
There
you
is no.
don't follow the Torah, Nightmare. You don't follow the Torah, dude. So you can't bring that up. The Torah says that you have to go and you keep the Sabbath day. You don't do that.
Bro, you don't let me
The
talk.
Torah says you have to do sacrifices weekly. You don't do that.
Because we don't have a
So
temple.
then so you only option now is to be a rabbinic Jew, and you don't do that either. So where is your religion coming from?
Holy fuck, bro.
It doesn't come from the Torah and it doesn't come from the Talmud. So where does it
How
come
many
from?
times do I have to explain to you I'm a secular, bro?
Okay, so that I can't take your opinion seriously. You're like a Quran only Muslim. Like,
What do you mean Quran only Muslim, bro? Okay, where else do you want to look at? Which hadith do we have?
That's what I'm saying. Your hadith would
Bro,
be like
which-
the Talmud, and you don't use that either. So you're a Quran only,
What-
but
what
you
do you
don't
mean?
even
We use
follow
the
your own
Mishnah.
Talmud. You don't even follow the
But
Torah.
we use the Mishnah.
What religious text do you follow?
Okay. So I follow the Torah and I follow the
No,
Tanakh.
you don't. What are you talking about?
No, you do not.
How am I not
You do
following that?
not follow the Torah,
No.
dude.
Show me where in the Torah it specifies that. Show me where in the Torah
okay,
it specifies the level
The Torah says that you have to make sacrifices. Where are yours? Where are your
Okay,
sacrifices?
Well,
but
he
we
can't
don't
make
have a
sacrifices
temple, and
because there's
that's
no
a fact.
temple. But I
We don't
got
have a
wait,
temple today.
nightmare. Do you keep Shabbos? Are you
No, I
Shomer
don't.
Shabbos?
I'm a secular.
Okay,
I
you would
don't.
be stoned.
I'm
So you don't
traditional.
You
Holy
don't.
fuck.
That's not
keep the Torah.
traditional. That's not
Okay, that's
traditional.
not traditional.
You
Because you
follow
say so.
certain
bro.
traditions.
Because
That
you say.
doesn't make you a traditional Jew.
Because you say so, bro.
You'd be a min. You'd be like a kofar or a min or something.
Yeah, come
Bro,
on, brother.
holy shit. Yeah, you guys think that it's actually like listen, if you don't keep Shabbat, you're not a real Jew, bro. What the
This
fuck?
is so funny.
Most
I want
Jews don't
the
keep Shabbat,
next
bro.
time that we get a
Most
Quran
Jews-
only
one
Muslim
second.
up here, I want to hear your
Most
arguments
Jews-
against them.
No problem. I will. I will have an argument from the Quran itself. Because
What's
the
your
Quran itself
argument?
is just as radical. Because the Quran itself is just as radical, by the way.
Okay, but brother, you're saying that you follow the Tanakh, but the
Yes.
Tanakh says to do sacrifices, and you don't do those.
Yes. Because we don't have
We don't have a temple.
for the
That's a bad
1000th
way.
time. We can't do
Okay,
sacrifices.
Shabbos.
Correct, but you don't have a temple,
But
and
with
that's
the
why
Shabbat-
rabbinic Judaism
okay.
was created, but you don't follow that either.
Okay.
Right.
So rabbinic Judaism was created because we don't have we don't
Correct.
have.
So they came to address the
but-
problem that you find yourself in currently, but you don't follow
No
them.
problem, but it doesn't mean I
So
need to
that
follow
means that
every
if you
single
don't
sect.
fall
One
under
second.
the Torah and you don't
Rabbinic
fall under
Judaism,
rabbinic, then
Judaism, one
you're
second.
basically
Rabbinic Judaism, you can't follow a Talmud. I tell you why you can't follow the Talmud. Because the Talmud is varying opinions of rabbis. The Talmud is literally by definition.
But you're
it's to
making your
vary
own
the opinions of
Talmud.
rabbis.
You're making your own Talmud.
It's
You go by
literally to
what's
vary
brought
the opinions of
down.
rabbis. What
Your
are you talking
opinion
about?
is just another opinion, like the Talmudic opinions.
But
So
it's my
you're
opinion. Listen, but it's my opinion at the end of the day, and it's what I believe in.
But
But you're
what-
trying to create your own Talmud?
You
Is that what
have
you're
your
trying
own
to do?
Talmud, yeah.
Yeah, but the Talmud itself is varying opinions. It's not one rabbi that speaks and then like everyone, yes, you're right. It's not. It's a
I
debate.
just don't understand.
Let's
At what
speak the
point
truth.
does it become so? Judaism is whatever you want it to be. That's what it is.
No, holy fuck. Judaism is whatever you want it to be. No, there are varying opinions in Judaism, just like
There's
in
got to
every
be a
single
consensus,
religion.
no?
There's no. What is it grounded in? What is the grounding of your beliefs?
His own
Our
mind.
nation, our
Yeah.
people.
He
That-
would
that's what
be
is grounded in.
karet. He would be
It's
cut
like no
off.
religion.
He would be cut off. He would be stoned. Like he would
Okay,
be
we'll be
liable
cut
to the
off.
courts.
No, yeah, I
No
suggest.
problem.
Why don't you just become messianic?
So
then?
96% of the
Just be a
Jews.
just be a Noah. You're basically a Noahide.
Okay, I'm a Noahide. Whatever, bro.
What is that? What is an Noahide?
Noahide is just believe in God and do good things, basically.
It's
Yeah, do that.
basically you don't like.
I believe in the Torah, though. I believe in the Tanakh. Not only in God. I believe in the Torah, the Tanakh. I'm literally keeping kosher.
But you're not Shomer. But you're not
practicing
Shomer
any
Shabbos.
of it.
But you're
What
not
do you mean
Shomer
not
Shabbos.
practicing in any of it? What do you think keeping kosher is?
But you're not
Let's like
Shomer Shabbos.
Okay, so what?
You would be cut off
Wait,
in the
so
Torah.
rabbis,
The
wait,
Torah.
rabbis today. Wait, do you want to tell me that rabbis today are doing sacrifices as he
No,
mentioned earlier?
that's not what I said. I'm saying according to the
Ah.
Torah, you would be cut off from your people.
How so?
You
Because
would
I
be-
don't keep Shabbat?
Yes.
Yes. So 90,
Are you
96%.
Sephardi? Wait, are you Sephardi?
I'm a Sephardi.
Oh, okay, you said Shabbat. So yeah, you're Sephardi.
Shabbat is how you say it in English. In
No,
Hebrew,
no,
sorry.
Shabbat. No, that's not how you say it in English. You say Sabbath.
In Hebrew,
The problem
I
that I
corrected
have is
myself
Shabbat
in Hebrew.
the problem
Hebrew.
that I don't understand is if why would he be arguing against God rewarding you?
I don't know.
According to what you did, like that seems
Yeah, this
perfectly
is silly.
fine. Like
Yeah, that's silly.
there's nothing wrong with that.
But I
I'll
don't
tell
see
you,
the
I
issue
think
of
many,
me
many
believing in what I believe
Jews,
in.
many Jews that are not like Messianic, right? They kick against the pricks. Like just for the sake of it. Just because they don't want to be like in agreement with Jesus or anything.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Wait,
Goob-
so you
hold
think
on,
that
guys, hold on.
I'm trying to...
Hold on, Goob is Goob has said he's very disturbed by the tone of this conversation. Goob,
No, Goop, it's a woman. She thinks everything's like crazy. She doesn't know like
she's a Karen. Got it.
yeah.
No, I'm free to believe in whatever the fuck I want. Okay.
Yes, you are. Hashem gave
Okay.
you free
So
will.
what
You
is the
can believe
problem? What is the problem?
The
One
fact
second.
that you just
How is
said
what
that.
I believe in?
There's no
How is
problem,
what
Nightmare.
I
The
believe
only
in?
problem
One
is that
second.
we don't understand why you would be arguing against God giving you what you deserve. Like, I don't get that.
What do you mean?
That's just weird.
I didn't argue against that. I said I have a different belief.
Well, do you think everybody deserves the same reward?
No, but I say
So
that I
then
say
you
I
believe
believe
it.
in reincarnation.
So then you also
I
believe in
reincarnation.
levels. What are you talking
No,
about?
because I believe. Holy shit! I believe in reincarnation.
I know,
That's
but even
different.
you said that in your reincarnated
I have
state
no
is gonna
problem with that.
Nightmare, but you said that your reincarnation level is gonna depend on what you do in this life. So you still believe
Yes.
in varying degrees. That's the only thing we're trying to say to you.
Okay, no problem. If that's how you see it, no problem.
Ah,
But I'm
Baruch
not going to argue
Hashem.
anymore.
Finally.
If that's how you see it, I have no problem for you to say that.
It's okay, Nightmare. I still love you, man.
Yo,
No,
Nightmare,
bro,
no one's
it's
attacking you,
just
bro.
so
It's like
stupid.
you're very
No, the
defensive. Don't
argument
worry,
is
man.
very stupid, bro. Because you're trying to say like there is one. Because when we talked about it, you try to like make it sound like, listen, there is one consensus, and this is what all the Jews agree upon.
There
and
is. There literally is. If you yourself, as a secular Jew, believes that there's going to be varying degrees of
I believe in
afterlife.
reincarnation.
Yes, you believe that your reincarnation is going to depend on your level of goodness in this life. So you still believe in levels.
You said at the beginning about heavens, bro. You spoke about heavens and hell, bro. What are you talking about? You are laughing, but that's the reality. You spoke at the beginning about heaven and hell, bro.
I was
Like,
talking
what
at
the
that
fuck?
point.
You said according to Judaism?
I was talking about the fact that you do have heaven and hell, but my point was that there's varying levels of salvation. That was what my point was.
Your initial point wasn't about levels. But even if we go about levels,
it was about levels. It was.
If we go about levels,
because Neo asked me, "Do you believe in the what did you say in the 100
so you think all the
100 levels of
paradise? So you think
I
all
feel
the
like you're
Jews
just
believe in levels?
kvetch just for the sake of
It's funny.
kvetch.
It's funny. It's still one. They still winning. So do you actually think that all the Jews believe in levels?
No, all Jews don't believe in anything.
Most
One
of them
thing.
do.
Exactly. So
yeah, most
so
of them
what the
do.
fuck are you talking about? So not all the
them
Jews
do.
believe in levels. So
Most
so
of them
why,
do, including
your
you.
initial argument is flawed. It's flooded. You understand that?
No, you're
No,
just
it
not
isn't.
tracking it.
No, it isn't.
Of course
You're
it
literally
is.
Nightmare.
Because you try to
believe
make
in
it sound like-
levels. You believe in levels. So that's the only thing that's important to me in this conversation is
Oh,
what you believe
fuck.
in. You believe in levels.
brother.
You just admitted that you believe in levels.
You understand how many times you change your statements and I'm still
I
like in the
didn't.
same
No, you're
statements
just
like before.
you're just
Since the
kvetching.
first time.
Like you're
Since
just
the
telling
initial
me
point,
that
I'm
you
still on
don't
the
believe in
same
going to heaven. That's fine. You don't have to believe that. But in
I
your
believe in
in your
reincarnation.
plan, yeah, you believe it. Anyway, that's a plan of salvation for you. That's your salvation thing. So,
Yeah.
but anyways, in your plan, there's still levels. So it's like that's the
Okay,
only thing
no
that I was
problem.
talking about.
Okay, no problem. No need to discuss it further.
Yo, so
That's-
can I ask Courtney a question, Scary, if you don't mind, real
Yeah,
quick?
go ahead.
So, Courtney, we spoke to, I think it was Clem. Was it Clem? I think it was last time.
Yeah.
She said that I asked her. I said the narration of Jesus in the Talmud, right, is I don't find it pleasing to hear.
Yeah.
And then she told me that the Jesus in the Talmud is possibly not the Jesus that we think, because there's so many.
Yeah, that's the case.
Is that
It's
true?
possible. It depends because the Talmud has issues with like the chronology. So with that being stated, they don't actually know. The vast majority of like Orthodox Jews would likely say that it probably is, but the dating is wrong. But because of that, we don't know. We can't be sure.
Okay, so there's no consensus, or there is a consensus.
No, there's never a consensus on anything. The only consensus that Jews have today is that Jesus is not the Mashiach. And the only reason they believe that is just because of the issues with the church.
Was he a good prophet according to them?
It,
No, right?
it depends. It depends on the Jew that you speak to.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, Neo. You kind of get hung up on this. Like the whole idea.
I love
is
Jesus,
this.
bro.
There is no consensus, but the idea is that it's probably Jesus. So I mean,
Right.
the point is this: you don't have to like. This is not a big deal, dude. The Jews were just following what the Torah said. The Torah says if somebody comes preaching to you a God that you have not known, then you're supposed to unalive him. Okay, so you can't really blame them for thinking these things, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll give you an example. Like Nidal Nachit is Christmas Eve. So certain Jews may like give over the like stories of quote that man, which is Yeshua. And so the point is that they have this mentality that it's probably him, but we can't know for sure. And then if you like have persecution from Christians, Jews will say, no, it's not him. It's not him.
I mean, some people believe it is, some people believe it's not. The verse talks about Jesus being stoned. Jesus wasn't stoned. So.
Goob, what sources do you want? Jeez, lady.
What?
She's getting on my nerves. Like, not you, the lady in the chat. Sorry.
Damn.
No, she's like following me around and like she's so like distressed about the fact that Jews of all different sizes, we've got Reform, we got me, Messianic, we got all over, and we all speak passionately, and she's like mad about it or something. I don't know.
Courtney, you got a lot of admirers, don't you?
I do. Any sources, you're making unsourced claims. What unsourced claim did I make? Yeah, I know that you're Jewish.
What are they bothering you about?
I don't know. So the last live she was in, like we were talking about something, and then she like asked a question about it, like the way that prophets write in the Bible, they write it as like an action that is completed, even though the action is not completed. I took her to I took her to Rashi's commentary. I proved that. Then it went into Alma, and then it went into other things, and then the live ended, and I came over here, and now she followed me over here. Evidence of what? I didn't tell you. Hold on, Goob. Can you track the conversation? I said that. Wait, pause. You know what? I'm just going to do this because no one's going to believe me until I just do this. And then I'll tell you what'll happen. She'll say, or they will say, somebody will say, oh, that's just one rabbi. Okay, well, I don't care, but that's the point. So here we go. I'm going to show it to you.
Yeah,
because
I really need Neo to understand this because I think Neo has been bringing this up since I first started talking to him. So Neo, you do get that when Jesus, that whole Jesus thing, right? That happened. Like, think about this again from the Jewish perspective. They were trying to uphold the Torah, which told them that they had to unalive a false prophet like Jesus, which they thought was a false prophet. And then after Jesus, the whole Christianity.
Wait, pause. You said that they were warned there was going to be false prophets to claim to be the Messiah too? Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is that they're like it's in Deuteronomy, right? That says
Yeah,
if somebody comes and they talk to you about a God that you have never heard of, right?
Okay.
Then you're supposed to unalive him. That's in Deuteronomy.
Okay.
So this is why every time Jesus would say something about him being divine, they would tear their robes and stuff like that. You get that?
Yeah, I get that part. Yeah.
Okay, that's number one. Then Jesus literally says your temple's gonna get destroyed, and it does get destroyed. So that's already like for them that's crazy. Like why would you wish the temple to get destroyed? You get what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah.
So of course they're gonna think this guy is evil, basically, right? And then after that, Christianity comes along and it becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire. You got to think the Jews were already under subjugation of the Romans before Christianity. And then when the Romans all became Christians, then the Jews became like outlaws. They became like second-class citizens even more. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So there's no issue for then like some rabbinic Jew to come. I don't know when the Talmud was written or at what point they wrote that specific part down to come and say that Jesus was, that he didn't like Jesus, basically, that he deserves to be in hell. There's no issue with that. That's a normal.
I see that view, but I also see the other view where, like you said, we can also read a lot of Old Testament prophecies that you can say like this could be the Messiah, right? It's not clear cut that Jesus didn't bring any signs at all. It's not like he was just a crazy guy just pretending with no signs either. Is that fair to say?
No. So remember, we've talked about this before, right? A lot of the quote unquote prophecies, right? Like think about it like this. Okay, one of Christians' favorite verses to prove Jesus is Psalms, right? Psalms 22. My God, why have you forsaken me?
Yeah.
They pierced my hands and feet, etc., etc. Did Jesus ever use that verse on them?
Did Jesus ever use that verse?
Did he ever explain that to them?
Did he ever explain that? Mm-hmm. I don't think so.
No. He just used it in passing, right? They
He
were like,
said it
oh,
in the cross.
right, but how did he say it? Did he have a Bible study with them about it? No,
Did he
the
have
Jews.
to?
Yeah, because think about how silly that is. You're in the middle of crucifying somebody who you think is a false prophet, and he just in the middle of it just goes, my God, why have you forsaken me? It's easy for us to look back at that and say, oh, damn, it looks like he was quoting Psalms 22. But in the moment, it just looked like a normal response to what he was going through.
Yeah,
But
that's why
then,
they
and
say he screams for Elijah. He screams for Elijah. Eloi, Eloi. Okay, all right. Look. I want you guys to be quiet and listen very carefully because I can't make the audio any better. Okay, this is Shmuley Boteach with Rabbi Singer. Okay.
By Stinger. What's
Explain in the book is the Rambam bases himself on the Gemara, as you said. The Rambam and the Gemara cannot be speaking about Jesus of the Gospel. They're speaking about Jesus, who was a student of Yeshua ben Prachya, who died 130 years before Jesus of the Gospel. The Seder HaDorah says the same thing. There are two different Jesus. Just see, wait, let me.
Okay. Did you hear what he just said?
It's kind of hard to make it out, honestly.
Yeah, so he said that it's about 130 some odd years off of the timeline that Ben Prachia, which is another Yeshua that is being attributed to the Jesus of the New Testament. Okay,
how's he proving that? How's he proving that in this case?
Because he appeals to the Gemara.
What does that mean?
So with what the Rambam is going by what the Gemara says. So when the Gemara is asked the question, the Rambam goes on to explain. So now Tovia is fixing to try and speak and disagree and say, no, it is Jesus. But it might be hard to hear. Hold on.
I'm sorry. I apologize. And Josephus lists 22 major Yeshua Jesus figures. And in fact, what I say in Kosher Jesus, that the Rambam and the Gemara's discussion of Yeshu, of Jesus, is not the Jesus of the Gospels. It's what Rabbi Chil in Paris said nearly 1,000 years ago. Yeah, so we know Rabbi Chil. So there's plenty. So there's plenty.
The Gemara is being burnt up. We don't know
Just a moment. But the point is that there are plenty of Jewish sources, highly regarded Jewish sources, Rishonim, Achronim, that say, A, that Jesus discussed in the Talmud is not the Jesus who's the founder of Christianity, not the Jesus of the Gospel. And we know for sure that the Gemara, who's discussing Jesus as a student of Yeshua ben Prachya, could not have been the founder of Christianity, because the timing is off by at least 130 years.
It's all a non sequitur.
So see, Tovia is trying to advocate that it is the Jesus of the New Testament. Yeah. That's why he said it's a non sequitur.
What's this guy's name?
This is, you don't know, Shmuley Boteach? No. Oh, yes, Shmuley Boteach. He's a right-wing Jew.
What's his name?
He was going after Candace, bro.
What's his name again? I want to look this
Shmuley
up.
Boteach, right here.
Shmuley? Okay, Rabbi Shmuley.
Boteach.
Okay.
Boteach. Yeah.
Boteach.
Yeah, just for English. Boteach. Okay, now try and listen to Tovia speak.
There's no connection there at all. I'm saying just where does kosher Jesus come from? I understand secondly, Jesus. We don't know, but how do you say kosher? That's the point. You're saying no negative.
What I
kosher come in?
So, and the reason, this is Rabbi Singer. This is him when he was younger, but he wrote. Where's he at? Wait, hold on. This is Shmuley Boteach. He wrote a book called The Kosher Jesus, right? The kosher, right here. Kosher Jesus by Rabbi Shmuley Boteach. Based on this book right here. I won't say it. You'll see it.
Who did he say is the thing that he's quoting that you said, Courtney? Is to make
they're talking about the Rambam commenting on the Gemara that's asking the question.
How do you spell that, Gemara?
Gemara. Yeah, he's an Orthodox Jew. Both of them are Orthodox Jews. Okay. And that's why Naftali said that they do this all the time, by the way. But yeah, having a disagreement with this.
Pull up the points here so that we can also read it. But keep going.
But Tovia is trying to say, no, it is. He's saying, no, it's not. The timeline doesn't fit. And so these are two Orthodox Jews with differing opinions.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by off. Yeah, he's got some issues because he has like books like this. Let you read it. I'm not gonna say it.
Here, I got some.
But Tovia has his own sexual scandals.
Yeah, I heard Candace Owen talk about it.
Which one, Tovia's?
No, Candace Owen talking about how this guy did some weird things with his daughter and stuff like that.
Yeah, he started a you know what store, an adult store with his daughter, and yeah. But like Tovia has his own sexual scandals too.
So here it says the Talmud. So here's the quote. I guess the Kosher Jesus and Debate interviews defending the book. Shmuley stated clearly, the Jesus in the Talmud is not the Jesus of the Gospels. The Jesus of the Talmud is a student of Yeshua ben Peshat, whatever, who died 110 years before Jesus was born. So the name Yeshu was very common at that time. Josephus lists 22 major figures named Yeshu during the Second Temple era. The Sedor Hadorso says that there were two major Yeshus, Rabbi Yeshiel of Paris, and says that the Jesus of the Gospels is not the Jesus in the Talmud. It's well-established tradition. The timing does not work out. Key details he uses. The key details are that the Talmud Sota 47a places this Yeshu as a disciple of Yeshua ben Parachaya, who lived during the reign of King Alexander of Janaeus and died around 76 BCE. The historical Jesus of Christianity was born around 4 BCE, the gap of roughly 100 to 110 years. Because of this massive chronological mismatch, Shmuley argues that it is impossible for them to be the same person. Okay, let me see.
So what is your opinion, Courtney? Do you think the Jesus in the Talmud, where they say those?
I think it's possibly that they wanted it to be about Jesus, but misconstrued the timeline to avoid persecution by Christians. But I can't prove it, so like I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah. Just because many Jews will use it all the time. They'll say, that's why your God is burning in excrement and blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so that actually makes sense because so it wasn't about Jesus originally, but some Jews do use it about Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. So here's the AI's honest opinion based on the evidence. It says the Talmud's Yeshu versus the Christian Jesus. The truth is Yeshu mentioned in the Talmud is almost certainly not the Jesus of Christianity.
Oh, you should bring up Gospel of Torah. If he can come up, Achi, can you come up?
It says the timing, why this is scholarly consensus. The timing problem is that the Talmudic, basically what Shmuley said, that the timing is off by 100 years.
Yeah, like 100. I think it's like 130.
So that makes sense. So how do you feel about it now, Neo? So it's not even about Jesus. Now what?
I mean, I have to look into it, but yeah, I mean, as right now with the timeline, yeah, I would have to lean towards the history, yeah, yeah. But I also think Courtney's opinion is interesting, which I have to look into her side and see if it makes sense. But obviously,
the same thing.
Yeah, well, I believe that it is definitely weaponized. Jews say this all the time. Like if you like, I've had numerous conversations with Jews on Clubhouse, and they say like, yeah, your guy has been prachia. He's a witchcraft guy. That's why he was able to do these things. Blah blah. I mean, anything just to be mean, though. I don't know that they like truly believe it, but they do state it as like a polemic.
And also, what we were talking about, and to put a bow on this, Scary, if you heard Jesus say, Lord, Lord, why have you forsaken me? And you were a Jew during the time of Jesus, and you had people tell you the stories. No, but if you had read the stories of Isaiah, where it says you'll be pierced for my transgression, you wouldn't think, oh, maybe we are unaliving the Messiah.
No, because that's
Really?
anybody. Because think about what you're talking about. Anybody could be quoting that. Right? Anybody that's a Jew would know that they could quote that.
Anybody could be quoting that, but not anybody would be getting pierced for your transgression, like Isaiah 53.
Got pierced during that time. What are you talking about? I've even heard that Jews used to even crucify people.
Neo, the Talmud is not a sacred.
No,
it's
it
not a
wasn't.
sacred,
Wasn't crucifixion
book.
only for
Yeah, I
the
was
worst of
just
worst?
gonna say that.
No.
I just want to say one thing and then I'll drop. Some people believe it's the same Jesus. Some people believe it's not. It doesn't really matter. We don't follow the Talmud. We don't believe everything every rabbi says. I just want to know why it bothers you so much.
Exactly what I said earlier, by the way.
No,
Because I love Jesus.
He already answered that. Yeah, so the thing about it is this, Neil. The point is that people were going around saying they were the Messiah before and after Jesus, using Bible prophecy as their explanation. That's always been a thing.
I get you. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like I said, I'm not the best of scholar on prophecies. I know the Isaiah 53. I forget the other ones, but I think I see your point where he could be looked at as just another one that's just saying these things. But I also think that if you really dig into it more, there are things in the Old Testament that could lean towards Jesus, and people might have thought he was.
You mean the Talmud, which again we don't follow.
What I want you to try to look at is how you're looking at it today, right? 2020 vision versus how it actually happened. We can look at it today as this like neat, orderly thing that happened in a chronological order of events. The disciples already filled in all the gaps for you, right? Where they start off the Gospels by saying, "Oh, this is John, who was the voice of the calling in the desert." In their time, John was just a crazy dude that was eating bugs. You get what I'm saying? So it just didn't happen the way that the way you're thinking of it.
No, I agree with that.
They were all they saw was a dude who came. He was blaspheming. He was making blasphemous claims. He was breaking the Sabbath day. He was basically saying that they're all wrong for how they believe things, right? He was saying, "Eat my flesh and drink my blood."
He was saying that?
Jesus, yeah, of course.
During the time he was alive.
Yes.
Yes, that's why they left.
Yeah.
That's why they left him.
Actually,
it says
look, Jesus actually
it says that many left and didn't follow him
actually
after
had
that.
thousands. Jesus had thousands of followers.
Some of the followers actually would leave some of the stuff he was saying. That's true, Neil.
Before Jesus made that statement, he had thousands of followers. When he made that statement, they all left because they're like, "All right, this is definitely crazy. What do you mean eat your flesh?"
Right. No, I don't know why I said that. I do remember it now. For some reason, I thought it was like a Catholic, maybe. I don't know.
Can you either expand or do I need to drop so you can bring in my friend?
I'll drop. Good night, guys.
Gospel of Torah.
He's not asking to come up, by the way.
Wait, can you? He doesn't know how. He just joined TikTok not too long ago. He doesn't know how to do it. Okay, there he is.
Hey, I figured it out. Sorry, guys. I'm new to this, so all this tech stuff is very new. So the discussion, as I understand it, is whether or not the Jesus in the Talmud is the actual Jesus.
No, we got past that already.
I'm sorry. I joined late. Okay, I'll just mute myself.
Yeah. Courtney, is there anything you wanted him to address specifically?
No, I think what's your opinion?
I think it is, and I just think that the rabbinical Jews, because of the precarious nature of living in the galut, in the exile among Christians, they had to attribute those writings to a different fictional character. But I believe that.
But what is your because this guy, whatever his name is, what's this guy Shmuley? He says that the timing is off by 100 years. So
but the timing's off on many things in the Talmud. So, that's the problem. That's not unnatural.
But 100 years is a lot.
That's
there's missing years. There's missing years in the Talmud.
What exactly is
why
off,
are we even
though?
discussing? Well, why are we even discussing the Talmud? The Talmud is not like a sacred text.
Because that's real.
No, it's rabbinical Judaism.
It's real Judaism.
It's rabbinic Judaism.
What other Judaism is there besides rabbinic?
Well, for example, there are a group of individuals that redacted the vast majority of rabbinical literature in the Talmud.
Rabbi Bar Chaim talks about it. Rabbi Bar Chaim.
The part that I want to understand is this part right here, where he says that the Yeshua in the Talmud is a student of Yeshua ben Parashah, whatever, who lived
Yeah.
and died in the 2nd century BCE. How do you dispute this?
Well, it's basically I'm standing by what I said before. There's a host of statements made in rabbinical literature that are not true. The rabbinical literature, there are fairy tales, there's rabbinical law, there's, of course, the Mishnah,
So
which
the
is
Talmud is
the
not
Orla.
true, but the part that says Jesus is in hell is
No,
definitely
the
true.
dating.
So let me ask you a question. How do you define the Talmud? How do you understand the Talmud?
Brother,
What
I
is
just
the
want to
Talmud?
know, whatever the Talmud is defined as, it says that the Yeshu in the Talmud is described as a disciple of Yehoshua ben Parasha. So the only
Right.
argument I really care to hear about is, how does the Talmud date Yeshua ben Parasha, and how do you date Yeshua ben Parasha, if not through the Talmud?
Well, I think that the fundamental issue here is I don't think you understand what the
So you're
Talmud
not going to
is,
answer the question.
because you're lumping that.
So you're not going to answer the question? Is that where we're at?
No, because I'm saying that that's not law. What
So
you're quoting is
I'm
not
not
law.
saying that it's law. What I just care about, just in general, how does this guy get dated?
It's an arbitrary date.
Okay, so how do you know it's before or after Jesus?
Well, it's saying that it's before. You're
Okay,
reading it.
So how do you get that it's after?
Well, I'm telling you my opinion. My
So you
opinion
don't-
is
so you have so this is again what I'm trying to say. This guy Shmuley seems to be making a very solid argument. He's saying that this Yeshua ben whatever, for whatever reason, is dated before Jesus, 100 years before, and this Yeshu guy that they say is in there is a student of his. So he's making a pretty solid argument there, and you're just saying, well, I don't think so. That's not an argument.
Yeah, but he's doing that based in just what the rabbis are saying within the Talmud.
I get that, but that's why I'm asking that. Okay, that could be the case, but what sources are you guys basing off of?
the fact that I understand rabbinical literature, and rabbinical literature is notorious for not being consistent,
Okay,
not
it's
being
fine,
factual.
It's fine, but
So-
again, you're just sounding like you're saying all you're saying is that they're known for not telling the truth all the time. That's fine, no problem. But then where's your truth coming from?
Because
Okay,
I just demonstrated that.
No, that you didn't
that
demonstrate
rabbinical-
anything. You're just
that
saying.
rabbinical-
The Talmud
You're
itself
just
is
saying.
opinionated.
You're just
It's like
saying
you're
they don't
engaging in
always.
circular
You're just
reasoning.
saying they don't always get everything right. Therefore, it's the Jesus of the Bible. That's a terrible argument.
No, that's not what I said.
Then what are you
That's not what-
saying?
Well,
He
pay
stated
attention,
his
and you're. I'm stating my opinion. Be
That's
Duke.
I'm
It's
asking
my
you,
opinion.
what is your opinion based on?
Based upon the fact that I understand rabbinical literature,
That's
and
the
rabbinical
only thing you
literature
understand is that they're not always
inconsistent.
right. What is that? That
Yes.
doesn't make your argument right.
I'm not saying it is.
Scary.
So then where are you
Scary.
getting it from?
Scary, let me explain to you.
You
okay?
just have a bias,
So-
dude. You just
one
sound like you're
second.
anti-Jewish
One
at this point. You're
He's
just
How would I be?
Jewish.
But I am
literally
Jewish.
anti-Semitic. No, you're not, dude.
No, he is
Oh, okay.
Jewish.
You're
Yes,
literally
he
not a
is.
Jew. You just said if I'm correct me where I'm wrong. You're saying the Talmud is notorious for getting dates wrong, and therefore the Jesus in this thing here is definitely the Jesus of the Bible.
The fact that
that is the worst argument I've ever heard in my entire life.
the fact that you don't know what the Talmud is,
Brother, I could care
demonstrates-
less because I'm asking you and you're not giving me anything. You're just
Courtney.
saying they're notoriously wrong about things, therefore I'm right. What the hell kind of argument is that?
Right.
Oh, it's
Courtney,
no
love
different
you.
than
That is the
it's no
weirdest
different than
argument I've ever
nightmare.
heard.
I understand, but it's no different than nightmare saying we don't keep the Talmud. My friend down below, he's an Orthodox Jew.
He's anti-Semitic is what he is.
He's not even.
Listen,
I mean,
can-
what,
Yes, he is.
what
I'll
is
tell you, Courtney,
wait,
Courtney,
tell me,
Courtney,
tell me
literally
why.
is.
Wait,
Because
why?
you
Give me
can't
the
just
reason.
make a claim like that.
Yes, you
right?
can. We do
Without
it all
any
the time in
evidence.
the
For
Talmud.
what? For what? Who
They do
does?
it. They,
Who
that's
does
what
that?
they're.
Bro, the Talmud
the
itself
Talmud
is
all the time.
opinionated.
They're just-
Okay, I don't look. That's what I'm trying to say. If he's saying that the Talmud is wrong because they're notoriously wrong, that
He
doesn't make
states
him
his
right.
opinion.
That's
But-
ridiculous.
okay.
That's not an
So-
argument.
Wait,
Wait,
I don't. Wait.
Scary,
So
scary,
you're
let
just
me talk.
taking what Shmuley Boteach is saying, like not knowing whether or not it's true or not.
I don't care. What I'm saying is that there's random people making random comments. If there's no proof for
Scary.
either side, then why should I listen to any
Yeah.
of you?
We just
you're
don't
listening
know.
to
We just
Shmuel
don't
Boteach.
know.
What's making me concerned here is that he also doesn't have facts, but then he knows that it's about the Jesus in the Bible.
Yeah,
How does that
we
work?
don't know.
No, he said it
That's
was his
his
opinion.
opinion.
That's
We
I don't
don't
like
know.
irrelevant. So I have two unfounded
Because the Talmud
opinions.
is
Can I throw
opinionated.
them both out?
Yeah, go ahead.
Scary.
Okay, so
Scary.
then I have to
Scary.
wonder why he's not throwing it out.
Scary.
Because he
Just like-
believes that it is a
Okay,
discrepancy.
so he's anti-Semitic. He wants to prove that
He's
his
not
hate Jesus.
anti-Semitic, but wait,
He,
that's
what,
crazy.
what does he gain
Courtney, can I speak?
making that
Courtney, can I speak?
unfounded
One
claim
second.
then?
One second.
Because if
So
he
Scary,
knows
Scary.
that
He
there are
wants to bring
discrepancies.
so he
Scary.
wants to bring Christians to hate Jews.
No,
that's
that's not what
his
he's
whole,
saying.
what
No,
else
he's
is he
not.
getting out of it?
Because telling the truth.
Okay, he wins. That's not the truth. We already saw that it's not founded in anything. It's just his opinion.
You're not
Scary,
listening.
I don't care
No,
about
but the
what the Talmud
truth
says,
that
but
it's highly
Scary, I don't care about
debatable.
what the
That's
Talmud
the
says,
truth.
but let me.
And I think
let me
it's
say
weird.
something.
It's
One
not
second.
anti-Semitic to
Courtney.
say something
It
that a
is
Jew is wrong.
anti-Semitic
No, it's
because
not.
it's
No, it's not.
what prize do you win from trying to prove that? Is it you ever heard play
If
stupid
it is
games,
the
win stupid
case-
prizes? Okay, you win a stupid prize that Christians now hate you. Congratulations. W for you.
Yeah, I don't think that it necessitates.
Such a good
that
argument to be making in this climate right
Scary.
now. We need more
Can I
Jews
chime
like
in?
that, guys. Please bring us more Jews like that, dude. Like,
I don't know why we need to toe
Wait,
suck anybody
Scary,
either,
can I
though.
speak for a second? Can I speak
nobody's
for a second?
toe sucking. I'm saying let's throw both of the arguments out.
Wait.
Okay, well then
Listen,
we
listen.
should just stop talking about it altogether then. But
No,
you're
we
hanging your
can
hat
just
on
say
totally
we can just say that this is not agreed upon, and he's like, no, it definitely is agreed. Like, kind of
Let
weird.
me
No,
talk
he
for 5
didn't. He
seconds.
didn't say it was agreed upon.
1 second. Let me talk for 5 seconds, okay?
Go ahead.
As I said earlier, the Talmud is opinionated. He stated his opinion. His opinion is varying from my opinion and from your opinion and from everyone else's opinion. It doesn't matter. It's his opinion. He can think whatever he wants.
I
But at
came
the
up
end
to
of the
say
day,
exactly that.
The Talmud is not a fucking sacred text. Stop fucking debate about it. It's not like the Torah that you can read and then like say amen, bro. It's not an amen, bro. It's rabbis stating their opinion. You cannot believe in opinion written book. Sorry. The Talmud is exactly that. It's opinionated. It's rabbis that are debating about a certain verse or a certain problem or a certain, and that's why I don't like it. You know, that's why I don't like like debating about the fucking opinions of rabbis, because each rabbi has a fucking different opinion. Sorry, even if he's renowned rabbi as Rambam or Rashi or a fucking unknown rabbi from the 1st century AD.
Okay,
Like, sorry, it's just
I
like-
understand, but I think
came up
if you
to
would have
say
just allowed my friend to
exactly
finish.
that really quick. Like they're just opinion. Like that's just that man's opinion. We don't take everything.
It's like you have so you guys are all agreeing basically that these are all opinions. None of
Yeah,
them
it's
can be
his opinion.
corroborated. So you have the freedom to choose the opinion that would best suit your
But that's what the
narrative.
Talmud is,
And
Scary.
you decide to pick the one that brings more
No.
hatred against the Jews.
Scary. The Talmud
Amazing.
is opinion.
Geniuses.
It
If you
is
would just
different
if you would just
opinions.
let me finish,
I
you
don't
would
believe it's the
understand why
same
I-
Jesus.
Bro, genius.
I
I
don't
see
believe
why
it's
the
the
Jews are
same
losing the plot
Jesus.
now.
Another Jew might. I know a few religious Jews that will say, yeah, it's the same Jesus, but it's not to be hateful. It's just that's their opinion. They're thinking they're being honest, but every Jew is going to have a different opinion. That's what the Talmud is. It's a bunch of fucking
I don't
opinions.
think he talks about Jesus, but it's my opinion. You know, my
Okay,
opinion
so
is
the
like
clearest,
yours in that sense.
so if you would have just let him finish, the clearest passage is when it speaks in the Babylonian Talmud in Sanhedrin 40:30, when it says that on the eve of Passover they quote hanged Yeshu because he practiced sorcery and led people
They
astray.
did what?
You want me to restate the whole thing?
No, they did what to Yeshu?
It says they hanged Yeshu because he practiced sorcery and led Israel astray.
Okay.
And that's in the Talmud. So that is too eerily close to the historical Jesus on the Passover. And that's why, if you look at this and you look at all of the facts based around that, there are Jews like my friend that is asserting that that is the New Testament Jesus.
Oh, but Yeshu, when you say Yeshu from Nazareth, it's like you say Steve from New York. It's
Yeah,
a
yeah, I
common
agree.
name.
Scary. My opinion in
It's
regards to that is like yours, because I don't think
Look
he
at
talks
this.
about
Look at
Jesus
this. Look at this right here. Look at this.
It's a
Look
common
at this. Look
name.
at
You
this. Look at
don't
this.
know.
No, look at this. Look at this. The timeline, the problem is the killer detail. Even if we ignore the lack of corroboration, the chronology makes it impossible for this to be the Jesus of Christianity. Yeshua ben whatever was a real historical figure. He was Nasi, head of the Sanhedrin in the late 2nd century BCE, and was involved in the persecution of the Pharisees under King Alexander. The Talmud says he and his student Yeshu fled to Egypt during the persecution and later returned.
Why do we keep talking about the Talmud? It's opinion based.
This would place this Yeshu around 88 to 76 BCE.
I never even spoke about the Talmud until I came to TikTok. Like we don't.
I just don't get like the evidence seems pretty clear.
Who
Even Grok is trying to say this is likely not the Jesus that you guys.
Wait.
Okay,
wait,
so
Scary,
Type
hold
this
on.
into Grok, please.
Wait, 1 second.
That's why Rabbinical Judaism.
One second. Scary. Ask Grok if this Yeshua, if he did sorcery and if he was, any of the other things that they described.
But then ask, in the time frame of medieval Europe, if there were Jewish texts that were heavily censored and remove the Yeshua references.
Because if he did sorcery and was hanged, then I would say, okay, this is really hard to lean towards.
Think about what we're talking about, dude. All
it says he was
false
stoned.
prophets in the Old Testament did sorcery. This is common. This is always going on through all of the history. The only thing that I see that's irrelevant here is they're literally tying this Yeshu to an actual historical figure that actually existed that you can date. So that's something that guy was saying, that this guy, what's his name? That you can't date him. You can date him. Yeshua ben Pariah is dated to 2nd century BCE. That's who they're talking about. This Yeshua is his disciple.
And what if we continue to talk about it, bro?
No, because this is silly.
It's opinionated,
like,
bro. It's
you're Mossad agent.
It doesn't matter even if you date it to the first century or after Jesus. It's opinionated.
So
it's
this is
opinion.
what you have. So this is what you have, right? You have a story with what it sounds like it's just basically a bunch of different narratives probably mixed up, right? Some guy,
that's exactly what the Talmud is.
Yeah, that's what it. Yeah, that's what the Talmud
But he was
is.
a disciple of somebody that was 100 years before Jesus.
Exactly, understand the Talmud.
And then you take that and say, yeah, this is definitely Jesus. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, that's why I told you must
Why
understand
are
the
you
Talmud before you
ignoring what
speak
it is, the
about it.
source that I just gave you? And I can give you scholars as well.
Scary, that's why he told you, 1 second, that's why he told you before you speak about Judaism, you must understand what it is. The Talmud is opinionated. It's not, you say something and then
Gangster wants to come up. I'm dropping.
It's opinionated.
Okay, but like, can you acknowledge the strongest point that I gave is in Sanhedrin 43a, where it specifically talks about the hanging of
Yes, we got that. But can you acknowledge that would have been a common issue amongst false prophets?
Yep.
No, not necessarily, because what do you mean?
No.
Why would you? No, because
no. All the false prophets did sorcery in the Old Testament. What are you talking about?
Okay, but that doesn't necessitate that it equals on the eve of Passover. What are you talking about?
What about the eve of Passover?
No one does that because it's a curse upon the land. That's the whole point in Deuteronomy.
How do you know that no one does that?
How do you know that Torah doesn't say it does? Torah specifically says, cursed is anyone who hangs on a pole. That's exactly why they took him down, because it's a curse upon the land. Tell me you don't know Torah without telling me.
Cursed is the land that hangs on a pole, or cursed is anyone who hangs on a pole?
Man.
It's in
okay, so it's a man, right? So what are you talking about bringing?
But it curses the land.
No, it doesn't. It curses the man.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
No, it says the land as well. It says the land in
You
Deuteronomy.
don't know what you're talking about.
So
Go ahead and admit that you're wrong.
Okay, so then this story's made up then. Why would they hang him on a pole like they said they did?
What?
Especially on Passover.
That was why the New Testament speaks about him being taken down specifically.
Why did these Talmudic Jews that wrote this, why are they saying that they hung somebody on Passover if according to you, that would have cursed their own land?
No, the thing is, if you look at the old text, Scary, it says you have to do it before the actual day. If they do it before, then it's not cursed and stuff like that. That's basically an actual context of it now.
You can't leave him hanging overnight. That's why it's on the eve. Deuteronomy 21 says you must not leave the body hanging on the pole overnight.
Okay, so they hung somebody. So what? It still says that he's a student of somebody that didn't exist during Jesus' time. How do you
Scary,
get around that?
can
I just told you how I get around that. I told you to Google with Grok that they censored the Talmud in the medieval era.
What do you mean censor the Talmud?
Well, they did. It's true. Can I chime in for a sec, if I may?
Please, thank
Can I
you.
chime in? Yeah, so there was some censoring. Look, there are some passages in the Talmud that could be referring to Jesus of Nazareth. Some of them are not. Like, for instance, the student of Yeshua ben Prachia, that is definitely dated before the time of Jesus. So that probably is not from Jesus.
So just to make sure what you're saying that they added that part about him being a student of a disciple later. That's what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that. No.
No,
I'm saying that
that's
there's
the
other
part
parts.
that's
What I'm saying is that, like, there's parts in, like, let's say Gittin, right? The one that's saying that when
Yes.
Onkelos is doing necromancy
Yes.
and he's summoning different spirits, that is talking about Jesus of Nazareth, right?
Yes.
There was some edits that did need to happen because under Christian persecution, the Jews had to edit it out. Which, by the way, just to show you how
this is the thing. Like, why are you guys straw manning my
Yeah.
position? I don't care what they may have removed. I'm talking about what is there still. Says that this guy was
Yeah.
a student of somebody who lived 100 years before
Yeah.
Jesus.
So scary, actually.
Whoever
my
wrote this
position-
story was clearly trying to date that person by saying that.
Yeah, that's fair. What I was just gonna say, by the way, like on the overarching side, it's like even if it is speaking of Jesus or not, like who can, like what's the big deal? So some rabbis, 1500
my
years.
point is this: like I'm pro-Israel, pro-Jew, pro all this stuff, and then I have to argue with Jews now who are trying to bring more insults toward their own group of people for no reason. When you could just say, yes, the story does look very similar. However, unfortunately, it's dated earlier because he's a student of somebody that existed 100 years prior.
That particular.
Why would
passage,
you not
yeah.
take that position?
Because
I would,
if you
for
want to
Prachya,
take
I
an
would.
honest position,
Goofy.
no, what's goofy is the host over here toe sucking, not wanting to take an honest
There's
position.
no toe sucking, dude. You're just ignoring the facts of the story because you want to.
No,
toe
you're
suck some other
ignoring the
story.
facts of the story. You
The
just said you
stories
pro
are very,
Israel,
it
pro
is
Jew,
it
pro
is
this.
very weird, but who cares? Because the person who wrote this weird story is also dating it for you. So why are you ignoring the dating, but taking only
We're
the
not
bad
ignoring
from
the
it?
dating. We're literally talking
You
about the
are.
fact
You
that it was
literally are.
censored.
You
You didn't
are.
even
You
know
are
this
ignoring it.
existed. You
I
just you
don't
don't want to
care,
admit
but
that
now
you're
we
wrong.
all know that you're just sitting here to pick arguments that work against your own community for some weird
No,
reason.
that's not what we're doing. It's just about being honest. We just say it is the case. That it
We
might-
already know that the Jews don't like Jesus. Nobody needs to know that more or have it more corroborated for no reason.
It's not that we don't like him; we just don't recognize his title as Messiah.
Yeah,
or
but
anything. Doesn't mean
the
that we don't like him.
Talmudic Jews would have not liked him. That's fine. What I'm saying is, if they're telling you this person came 100 before Jesus, then just leave it at that. That's clearly what
Scary, I
they
have a
wanted
question
you.
on
That's
that.
clearly what they wanted you to know.
Why we keep speaking about the Talmud, bro? It's like
Hey,
we already
Scary, I
told
have a
you,
quick question.
opinionated
The
book.
part I'm getting really mixed up on is like the student part. What do you mean by the student?
According to the story and according to Shmuley, they're saying that this Yeshu, even though he may have had a lot of similarities to the real Jesus of Christianity, was a student of this guy who lived 100 years before Jesus.
So you're saying that Jesus Christ was a student of this person? That's what I'm confused at.
No. The argument is that the Yeshu that's in the Talmud is not Jesus Christ. Because
Scary, to be
the
fair,
Yeshu in this story was a student of somebody that came 100 years before.
but Scary, to be fair, Courtney said that she believes that, but she can't prove it, right? So, I mean, it's not like they said they had clear cut.
That's not the
Exactly,
point.
it's
I
opinion.
know that neither side can be proven. What I'm saying to you is that the guy who wrote the story that's in question is helping you to date this person by telling you who he's a student of. And I just don't understand why you wouldn't just take that.
So let me
part
get
of the
this straight.
story.
Hold on. Let me get the part of Courtney's side. Courtney, do you think that this was censored and that they changed the date so that they wouldn't be persecuted, right?
She's
that's
saying
your
another
theory.
part of the Talmud was censored.
That's the
what I
theory, no?
thought she was saying, too.
different part of the town. It's debated as I'm blocked in. Hold on. I'm trying to leave. I gotta go get my kids. I'm locked in. But yeah, this part of the Talmud, like, so we know that there was censoring in the Talmud, or like redacting and dating and all of that to avoid persecution from the Christians. And so, with all of that being stated, one of the things that is said to be is this, whether or not this is Jesus. And I don't think there's anything wrong with just saying that. Just say what is. I mean, because Jews have never really been safer in Christian lands than they are now. But just if we hide it, looking bad, right? They go, oh, look, the Jews are hiding it again. Instead of just saying, like, listen, we don't really know.
You're just granting them a position when you don't have any reason to grant it to them.
It's not that we're granting. I'm saying we should say what it is. There was tampering, there was censoring, but we don't know. That's easy. And then let the Christians
But the
just be.
dates don't match, and there were many people that were called Yeshu, and we don't hang people by tradition.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. You guys leave this part out conveniently. The Talmud describes that the famous passage about Yeshu was stoned first.
Of course, that is the tradition. We never hang.
Wow, that's
Courtney, I don't know why you're trying to.
That's definitely the same Jesus. Wow, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Courtney, I don't know why you have
Jesus
such a
was
position
stoned
about
now,
it.
guys.
I don't know why.
if you knew that. The Bible forgot to leave that part in. The Bible forgot to put that part in, right?
Yo.
Right, Courtney?
One second.
Did the Bible forget this
You're
part?
obviously not tracking
Did the Bible forget this
conversation.
part? Did the Bible forget
you're
this part or what?
obviously-
Oh, so you just take all the events, but not the
Asking me
ones that go
something and then
against
cutting me off.
your own argument, right?
Asking me
Oh,
and
but
then
he was a
cutting me off. Is there a
sorcerer.
reason why
He
you're
was
cutting me off as
stoned.
you're asking me a
Not
question?
only was he a student of somebody that lived 100 years before
dude.
Jesus, but this guy was also stoned. Okay.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I
Yo,
literally
listen,
just got
wait.
through talking about the fact that they are literally censoring. What the heck is the matter with you? Like the Cope is
Courtney, why are
crazy
you
for you,
trying
bro.
to
Like
make?
seriously.
Okay, let me
One
look
second.
that
Why
up.
are you
Hold
trying
on.
to make?
Here, let's look that up.
Uh,
Is there any
One second.
evidence?
Verse are,
I already told
the
you to
roles
look
are
it up.
reversed.
Yeah,
Bro.
look
The
it
roles
up.
are fucking reversed. It's
But
a
why
debate
do
where
you
the roles
look
are
to
fucking
blame the
reversed.
Jews for it? I don't get it, Courtney. Really? Why
No,
do
she's
you
trying.
look for the?
I got what happened.
Gav said, if I bring up a
Why?
controversial enough topic, will you guys stop this?
Is there
No,
any evidence that they added the
I don't understand
stoning?
what is.
And who was the teacher again? Hold
No,
on.
I said they're. Oh my gosh, he doesn't
Nope,
listen.
nope.
Courtney, why are you trying to make the arguments that we are trying to that we were against Jesus time that time and we don't
Exactly.
try
I
to
don't
because
get
it
it
doesn't help
either.
our case
Bro, that's wild.
whatsoever.
I love
Why
how
are we
you're
keep
calling
trying to
Jews
talk about it?
anti-Semitic when we're just
No, no.
simply
So I have
trying to
three
say
questions.
that we admit that
No,
there was
wait.
tampering in the
You don't
I got
have
three
Talmud.
to
questions.
admit
Let me
that.
answer
You don't
them.
have to admit that.
Why do you
Because
want
it's
to
not
be
because it's
a
not
liar?
Courtney,
necessarily
Lie.
true, Courtney. It's not
It is true.
necessarily.
You
No,
can't
it
even
Courtney,
read
wait.
the
isn't.
literature.
Wait,
That's not what I'm
You can't even read the
seeing. That's not what I'm
literature.
seeing.
Let me speak.
You don't even know how to read the literature.
One
You're sitting
second,
here
let me
telling
speak.
me it's true.
Right.
Courtney,
The
Courtney,
Hebrew is so
Courtney.
mysterious. Now she sounds like a Muslim.
No, it's
Courtney.
not even Hebrew. It's Aramaic.
Sure, whatever it is.
Courtney,
Yeah.
Courtney.
Like I
Courtney,
said,
let
the
me
only
speak.
thing that's Hebrew is Mishnaic Hebrew.
Why?
So like
Let
you
me
don't know what you're
speak for a
talking about,
second.
and yet you won't let anybody explain it because
One
you're
second.
scared of actually just admitting that you're wrong.
Courtney, let me speak.
She went
So-
from
so
saying
you-
she went from saying that this is definitely
Wow.
disputed to
Oh.
you're definitely wrong. Right.
Bro,
No, I said
you
you're
no,
wrong
no.
for
Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah,
wanting to
yeah,
admit
yeah,
that
yeah,
there
yeah.
was
Uh-huh.
tampering.
Bro, one second.
We know that there was
one second.
tampering.
Yo,
Now it's not
one
disputed
second.
anymore.
1 second.
You
holy
also
shit.
use straw man. You're not good at this.
What, can I speak for 1 second, please?
And
Yo,
now he's just
Scary.
sucking toes because, like, for some
Scary,
reason he's like,
Scary.
I don't know. Yeah, you're not. You're not good at this.
Well, I'm trying to like. So I'm trying to understand what's happening.
Look at
so
this. Look
so
at this.
Courtney
Look at
is
this.
trying
Look at
to
this.
make.
Hold on. Look at this. There is no credible evidence that the stoning detail or the connection to Yeshua ben Pariah were added later to censor the truth.
It's
Yeah, why
literally.
why
Oh my God.
argue that,
Peter
Courtney? Why
Schaefer.
do you argue
Pull
that?
up, type in Peter
Well, I don't think
Schaefer's
anyone in the
name.
chat even
I bet
understands
you
what's
you
going
won't
on.
do it, host. I bet you won't. I bet you won't type in Peter Schaefer's name.
What else do you want me to look up? What else do you want me
I
to look
bet
up?
you Peter. Type in Peter
I
Schaefer
I
on.
brought up these 2 points,
Type
and you
in
said
Peter
this was added
Schaefer.
to censor the truth,
No,
and
I
it
didn't.
wasn't.
I said there
Then
was
why are you
tampering.
talking about it? I don't
The
care if another
other
part was
guy-
tampered.
The
Now
other
you're straw
guy
manning.
specifically came
You are
up and
trying to
told
make
you
the
Irrelevant.
argument
Jesus was
against
Irrelevant.
tampered
Judaism.
with.
Holy
Irrelevant.
shit.
I don't
Well,
care
one
if
second,
somebody
let me
else's
talk.
story was tampered. I
Can-
want to
can
know
I
if this
speak?
story was tampered
Wait,
with.
Scary. Can I speak for a
He's
second,
not
please?
listening.
Wait, no, Courtney. I want both of you to listen, okay? I don't understand why you are trying to make an that we are trying an argument that basically says that listen, we want to analyze Jesus or we hate Jesus or something like that. And you, Scary, I don't know what you are what is going on with you, bro. Why are we debating
about the Talmud when Talmud is literally an opinionated book?
Because
like
unfortunately
you understand?
for you
No, 1
guys,
second.
this is what most people use to judge
No
Jewish
problem.
people. So you have
No
to
problem.
address it.
Okay, no problem. I know
No,
that
the
you're
reason the
progressive.
Talmud is being brought up
But
is
we
because
already
it's
established.
for religious
But we already
Jews.
established.
Being used.
But
It's being used.
It's
but
a
we
book
already
for
established.
it's the book of
But we
religious
already
Jews.
established. Why are you keeping, Courtney? Why are you still keeping alive the blood libel that put against us that we want to unalive the Christians?
Nobody's
That's what
keeping it
I don't
alive.
understand.
I'm just not being dishonest.
You are giving
There
it
was
life, though.
tampering. The
But
other
you're
guy that
giving
was
it
up here
life.
even admitted he's not here anymore. I guess the host dropped him or he left.
No, but you're giving
Specifically,
it life,
just
and
be
that's the problem.
honest.
I didn't drop
It's
him.
not a
Okay,
blood
let's be
libel.
honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Jews, as of today, because that's an opinionated book, right? So Jews, as of today, never systematically analyzed Christians. Jews never try to massacre the entirety of Christianity because they don't believe in Judaism. Let's look at the facts as they are. We never made an actual action to reduce Christianity to nothing or absolute zero or something like that. We never done that. Christians try to do that against Jews. That's a fact.
Oh my God!
Stop.
Look at this!
Stop.
Look at this! Look at this! Hold on! It's actually worse than I thought. The parts that
Oh,
were
shit.
actually added later
Keep
are the
talking
parts
about
that
it.
you're talking about, Courtney. Look at this! Look at this! Look at
You
this!
guys
Look at
just
this.
don't.
Look,
What can I say?
look. The earliest core text visible in the oldest
What can you do?
uncensored manuscripts, the Munich Talmud 1342, reads something like, "On the eve of Passover, they hung Yeshu Notzi on the sorcery leading Israel astray. Over time, hold on. Over time, layers were added to this passage. Scholars like David Instone Brewer, who did mostly whatever, conclude that the later rabbis added explanatory materials to fix in the story problems in the story. The trial happening on the festival, which was Jewish law forbade, the execution method, hanging instead of stoning, and the charge of sorcery to make it fit Jewish legal categories." You see? So he wasn't even hung.
See, you're
So he
wrong.
wasn't even hung. So he
You're
wasn't
wrong.
even hung. He wasn't
See,
even
you're
a
wrong.
sorcerer.
It's
So
so
you see,
wild that you can't admit it.
so you now you see how
It's
it gets
so wild
further
that
and
you
further. So
can't-
now the whole hanging thing is out the window. So now this is just talking about some
Oh my
guy
God,
who was
this is crazy.
stoned. This guy was just stoned for God knows what. And
I know it's hard
he
for you
comes
guys.
100 years before
I get it.
Jesus.
I get it. I get it.
So
The
now
code. I
what?
get
So
it.
now
The
what are
code.
you gonna say?
I told you you don't know how to read the Jewish literature.
What
I
are we
don't
not
know what to
reading,
do.
Courtney? Please tell us what we're
I
not
don't- every
reading.
time I try and speak, you speak
Stop
over
appealing
me.
to authority just because you know
It's
you
so
don't even know how to
weird.
read. We're reading it right here. Is this wrong, Courtney? Did
I
they
told
add?
you, Google
Did they add the
Peter
execution
Schaefer.
method?
Put
Was
his
the
name
execution
in.
method added later?
Put
Why?
Peter
Why
Schaefer's name
just
in.
explain to
Like,
me what's wrong
okay,
about
so
this.
then we're just gonna speak over each other,
No,
both
no,
of
yes,
us. I'll
I am. Yeah,
continue
just
to speak.
welcome to hell.
But that's fine.
Why was this
Yeah.
execution method
Peter
added later? That's what I
Schaefer.
want to know.
I've already told
Answer
you.
this.
Peter
Answer
Schaefer.
that. Don't say Peter
Put
Schaefer. Just
in
answer the
Peter
question.
Schaefer. Put his name
Why
in.
was
Why
this
won't you do it?
execution method added later?
Why? Because
So
the
you
Jews
want-
are trying to
so-
censor it of the time because of the medieval
No,
era.
no,
But
they're
it's the
not.
opposite of
The
censoring. It's the
execution
opposite.
method,
Medieval
the
era.
execution
Yes,
method
they
being hanging
were.
would support your claim. So
Yeah,
they
it's
wouldn't
the
be
opposite.
censoring
I
it.
don't
They
know
would
how
be
to
making it
explain
worse.
You're
Yeah,
not listening.
it's the opposite of
Type
censoring it.
in
It's making
Peter
it worse.
Schaefer's name.
Correct. It's making it
specifically.
worse. The execution method was added later. Without that, you don't really have much to stand on without the execution method.
Gary, my question is, where does the guy that it was actually stated in there, where did he get his resource that he was actually studying the right material? That's my question.
What? Who?
What I'm saying is, like, the guy is mentioning that he actually looked at resources to actually for this actual claim. I'm saying, where is he getting this actual claim and this resource to actually state this?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you pull up Peter Schaefer, he's an Old Testament scholar and one specifically of Jewish literature of this time. He has a lot of books on Jewish literature and what Jews believe.
Because it's only one opinion of one guy. He's not actually, like, the
Yeah,
credible
there's more than one.
information.
I
is
can't
that-
remember the
'cause
other
she
guy's
wants to
name off the
pick-
top
She
of my
wants
head.
to pick the one that hurts the Jews the
No,
most.
I
obviously.
no,
Obviously,
it's
guys.
not. You're
Like you have a
you're such
scholar
pope.
right
Like,
here.
You're such a pope.
You have a scholar right here telling you that the execution
Wait, who is
method
the
was
scholar?
added
Wait, who's the
later,
scholar?
and you're like,
Wait,
I
who
don't
is the
care. I
scholar?
still want to believe that it's Jesus. Like,
Okay, wait,
let's
hold
keep
on.
the
What a
hate.
stupid
what?
debate.
That's what I thought. You don't know the scholar, so
so
stop.
crazy,
Stop with
dude.
the
Let's
quote.
give the
I don't know
The
what the
anti-Semites
wildest
all the
thing,
You're just
ammunition
man.
that
What
they
a
You're
need.
just
wild
toe-sucking.
take,
Everybody
dude.
can
What
see
a
it.
No,
Like you're
what,
This
Scary,
toe-sucking.
I
is
think you're
why.
like looking
So
at.
people want to know why Jews are losing the narrative. It's because of people like Courtney, guys. This is why.
Losing the narrative. Please tell us
This
what is
is
the
why. This is
what is
why,
the narrative?
guys.
Wait, what is the
W.
narrative?
Courtney,
What is
guys.
the narrative?
You
What
got
is the
scholars that are
narrative?
literally telling you that this guy was not hung,
What is the
and therefore
narrative?
it was not Jesus. And
What is the
Courtney's like, I don't
narrative?
care. Yes, it is. It's definitely Jesus. We definitely hate Jesus. You guys should definitely hate us.
What is the
Yeah, that's
narrative?
W
What is the
W
narrative?
Courtney, bro. W.
Scary. I know you're
You
like scared
win,
to actually
Courtney.
answer questions. You think just
You
speaking
win,
over people
Courtney.
is like the problem. What's the
Congratulations, you win,
narrative?
Courtney. You win, Courtney.
Go ahead. What's
You
the
win,
narrative?
Courtney.
Why is it that you don't engage? You
Who
just
is
totally
beating their
intellectually
baby in the
dishonest.
background?
What
The
is
guy on the
evolution?
bottom.
That guy just beating his
Who is beating their?
baby.
What the hell
But
is going
Scary,
on back there?
Scary. My question was like the thing is the source that was brought up. Where exactly is his credibility? Is he like actual scholar? Like where's he getting his sources to actually say?
Yeah, it's just wild to me that you have scholars that are telling you
Name
that
the
this
scholar.
part.
Tell me what's the name.
It says
Name
it
him.
right. It says it. Hold on. Did it not give it right here? David Instone. Right
No,
here.
but
Okay,
David
how
Instone.
now
is he a
type in.
scholar? Where's he getting his
Now
sources?
type
That's what I'm
Like
trying
so.
to say.
So what are you trying to prove, Courtney?
Oh my,
You
the
have a
truth
scholar.
of the.
Why don't
my
you
God,
take this scholar?
what are
That's
you
what I'm trying
to
to
prove?
find
And
out.
then
If this scholar is
because
also a
if they're
scholar, why don't you take this one that actually helps your people?
being the loudest in the
Just
room
because
does
you
not
want to
make
be
you the right.
right, just because you want to
Being the
win a
loudest
debate.
in the room.
So
It
you
has
just want
nothing
to
to
win
do
a
with
debate
that.
for
Host, can I
what?
ask a
For
question?
what? For what?
Being the loudest in the
For
room
what?
does not
For
make you
what?
right.
What kind of
Speaking
prize
over
do you
me.
win at the end
Scary,
of
Do you
let
this?
her
actually
talk.
want
Just
the
let her
truth,
No,
talk.
or
I
do you just want to
this
promise.
is
speak over?
ridiculous, dude. Like, how much more do you need to see, dude? The whole story does not align. I'm sorry.
When you ask a question and
Now
then you
this guy
speak
came
over, see,
100
like
years
right now, when you
before.
ask a question
He
and then you
wasn't
speak over
hung.
people
He was
and you don't let
stoned.
them
How in
finish,
the hell is
you're
that the Christian
showing that
Jesus,
you're
dude? That doesn't make any
coping.
sense.
You're literally coping because you're a toe sucker. You're
Sure,
scared of the
Hey,
truth.
sure,
host.
sure,
I'll
sure.
pull the
Scary.
source. I'll
I'd
pull the
rather be
source.
a toe sucker than a Jew that preaches against Jews.
Scary.
Kind of
Scary.
Scary,
psycho
she
shit is
Can I tell
doesn't
you
that?
do
something,
that though.
please?
She doesn't.
Kind
I
of
need
weird
to. I
take
gotta
is
tell you
that,
something,
dude?
man. All
Like,
right.
if
So,
somebody's giving you the out, especially on
dude,
something like
can
this,
you
you
let
should
us
take
explain
it.
something, please?
Yes, I side with
All right.
Scary on this one.
So,
Scary, stop raging on everybody. Let everyone
This was
talk.
Scary.
wild. I've never.
I
This is
think
the
you.
wildest thing.
Scary. Can you hear me, Scary?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Who's speaking right
All
now?
right. So I'm
Goob.
speaking. I'm Goob. I'm
Oh,
Jewish. I
right,
want.
Goop.
I don't know if you're aware of this. Courtney is a Messianic
Bro,
Jew.
I
So
know
her
this. I
perspective.
know
All right.
this.
Then can I talk? So her perspective is not going to be aligned with the majority of mainstream Jews. And the only reason that I'm here is because, like, I don't know if you're trolling, but if you're not, you
What?
need to stop. Just
All right,
listen.
all right,
You
all
need
right.
to
Just leave me
stop
alone. I don't
talking
care.
like
Look,
you.
okay, just leave me alone, dude. Why the hell would I be trolling trying to help your people? What kind of troll is that?
Listen,
I definitely see
so
where you're
Scary.
coming from. Hold on one second, guys. I just got up on the panel. I invited Rabbi Asher here because he has the same view as you, right? He says that rabbis do debate on this topic. Some believe that it is about Jesus. Some believe that it's not about Jesus. He doesn't believe that it's about Jesus. And he says literally the same thing that you said. If you're being given an out, you should take it. Because what good will come from it if Christians believe that this is how you feel about Jesus? I
Right.
get where you're coming from. But what Courtney is doing is she's being academic about it because there are Orthodox Jewish rabbis who have like YouTube channels, who do give lectures, who do say that this is in fact about Jesus. So she's just looking at it from both
Simon,
sides.
the reason why I'm making this argument right now is because before today, I used to say the same thing that Courtney's saying. You can ask Neo this. I always said, so what, brother? It's fine if they hated Jesus. No big deal. I had no idea that there was some way to date this Jesus. No idea.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was in there. I found that out today, and I'm like, oh, this is in there. Take it and run with it.
That's
And now
scary.
they're telling, and then her backup argument is, well, no, because this guy was hung, and now they're saying that part was later added.
Scary. I just want to remind you how we got all of this rabbinical debate. When I told
told you that rabbinical Judaism is very opinionated, and you're going to find various opinions to each and every single thing. You just like continued like on bashing like my opinion about like the afterlife and stuff like that. So just keep that in mind.
Whatever, dude. I don't even know.
No, but I get
All
where
I'm
you're
saying-
coming from, Scary. I
It just to me, it's
100%
just
get
wild.
it.
Like this guy is dated. They don't place him in a vacuum. They don't just say, oh, some Jesus guy got hung on a cross. It doesn't just say that. It says this Jesus, who was student of somebody who came 100 years before the Christian Jesus, was stoned, not crucified, for being a sorcerer. That's the whole story. And they're like, yep, that's definitely still Jesus. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm with your opinion.
Not
I don't think
stoned.
it talks about
He was
Jesus.
not a
But,
student of this guy that Yeshua, whatever, 100 years before Jesus. It's not the same guy.
Yep.
And there's
I
no
completely agree
need,
with-
and
I
there's
don't
no
think it's
need
about
for you to
Jesus.
concede that.
Yeah, most of the Jewish
Yeah.
people that I know, like in real life and on this app, they don't affirm it to be Jesus. They don't even agree with the
Jesus
narrative,
was
and they
not
talk about it.
stoned. Jesus was not
Yeah.
stoned. He was whipped and then he was crucified.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I'm Jewish and I agree. I don't think it's Jesus, but as I said, it's very like you see how you have Jews in this panel like Gakard who actually agrees with you and I agree with you, and I see a lot of Jews here that agree with you, but you have another like Jews like Courtney, like Group that they disagree with you. I think it's not talking about Jesus, but everyone with what they think.
But
you know?
Goob just said in the comments that it's not the same guy, right? Like, so she doesn't even
So
agree.
she's
I
saying-
think what Courtney and Goob were trying to say is that it is a debated topic, and there are religious Jews out
Of course
there
it's debated.
who do believe that it's about Jesus. I think they're just wanting to be honest with like the
Yeah,
two
like,
opinions.
I get it. I understand the want to be like, okay, guys, look, let's just be fair and let's let's meet in the middle here. I get that, but you don't have to grant the entire argument.
No, I agree.
I don't agree with Courtney. I just think
It never made sense to me for it to like align with
Like
Jesus
the guy
anyway.
who wrote this story, right? The guy who wrote this story. Let's say he was talking about Jesus of Nazareth, the Christian Jesus. Let's say that was his point, right? For him to say that this is a student of somebody that is historically known to have lived 100 years before Jesus, that would be a weird statement to make, right?
Yeah, 100%. And that these are points that Rabbi Asher gives. So once I heard him giving the explanation, that's when I was like, oh, it's definitely not about Jesus, right? So, but again, unfortunately, there are some, religious Orthodox rabbis. I can send you some YouTubes where they say it's about Jesus. You know Rabbi Mizrahi?
Yeah, no,
He's-
I know that that's what I'm trying to explain to you. I know that this is disputed. I'm just saying there is enough here to where a Jew does not have to grant that it's Jesus. You don't have to. And I don't understand, especially why in this climate you just would for no reason. What do you win from granting it? Do you think they're going to stop being anti-Semitic from you granting that?
No.
I think that what Courtney did is shooting herself in the leg by like admitting to it. But I also think that you are giving it a stage. So basically,
But she didn't really admit to it. Like,
Yeah, but
And
she's
then-
just shooting herself
she
in
was
the
just
leg by
stating
they're
the
saying-
scholarly opinions.
Yeah, and then what she's saying is that, oh yeah, because they changed some of the details. That is true, but unfortunately for her, it's the details that help her argument, not mine. The ones
But-
that they
Yeah,
changed
I'll-
were the execution method. They
Scary.
changed it to hanging instead of stoning when the original text says stoning.
Let me ask you a question though. If it was censored and tampered with, right?
It was. I'm showing you what it was. It says it right here. This is what was tampered with.
No one believes
They
in the
changed
Talmud. It doesn't
they
matter.
changed the execution method, which in the original story was stoning.
That was a tampering?
Yes.
Everything is tempered. It's
No,
the
but I
Talmud.
thought she meant that it
No,
was
she just said tampered, but she didn't want to say what they tampered, and then so I had to look
No.
that up.
Oh,
And it says
okay,
the
okay.
tampering was that they later turned it into a hanging when it was originally a story about somebody getting stoned.
Okay, but it couldn't have been what she was saying too, that it was tampered for it
I
not
don't
to
know,
appear
because we
like it was
really didn't
Jesus.
get
Can
to
that
hear
What
that
she's
can't
doing is she's being vague on purpose to just try to discredit the argument. She's just
Yeah,
saying,
obviously she's a
oh
bias.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
I agree.
story is tampered with. Yes, I agree with
I-
that, and that's what
yeah.
that's what the consensus is, that it was tampered, but it was tampered to make it look like Jesus. The original
But
story
Scary, can I
didn't
tell you
look
something?
as much like Jesus.
Can I tell you something scary? So with Courtney, and she was educating a little bit on your live too. That's what she does. She brings in all
I don't have
points.
any
She'll show
problem
you
with that.
videos.
I literally don't
She'll
have any
give you
problem with that.
quotes.
But one of the biggest issues that I have nowadays with like especially Jews, to be honest with you, and Nightmare has the same problem, is that we'll be making a beautiful argument against Islam, against anti-Semitism, and for some reason they're like, hey, but did you know we hate Jesus? And it's like, why are
No,
you
I
talking
didn't say
about
that.
this right now?
No, I talked about so that's in relation to like
Yeah, I get what your
the
point is.
archaeological artifact of Jews being in the Saudi Arabia, and I considered to that. I didn't know there was, but from what I knew, it was only Islamic sources. But you proved to me that I was wrong. But I proved to you that you were wrong about the after.
But
So,
again,
it's,
Nightmare, this is
even
what
out.
I'm talking about. Earlier, you did the same exact thing. I'm sitting here using the Muslim sources. This is what they believe. They believe that they persecuted Jews out of Medina, and then you come in like, oh, did you know there weren't even Jews in Medina? Why are we talking
no, but,
I'm trying to help you out here, dude. Like,
oh, that's funny.
No, but
you're gonna say so, I just don't get it. Like,
no, I see what you mean.
Oh, Rabbi Asher's here. If he's requesting, you can bring him
I
up.
didn't really push
He's
hard
pretty
on
cool.
that argument. I really didn't push that hard on that argument. The thing is, what I try to say is like the Muslims, like the Quran is bullshit anyway. That's like the point that I try to bring up.
right,
when I
but
say
it's
that.
fine, and it could be that it's bullshit. But anyway, they made up a story that they persecuted Jews out of Medina. So let's just take their word for it. Anyway,
okay.
they hate Jews, right?
Listen, everyone Jews in this comment, so yeah, okay. It's like, but the Talmud, like you guys debated the Talmud for like 2 hours now. It's like the waste. It's waste of time that I never seen before.
No, but honestly, I'm
can
telling
give-
you, no, Nightmare. This is the part I want you to understand. I get it from your side as a Jew, and probably 90% of Jews. They probably feel the same way you do. Like, why are we even talking about the Talmud? Nobody follows it. I agree.
Mhm.
The problem is that most Americans and most anti-Zionists swear that you guys all live and die by the Talmud.
But now you see my point when I told you, like you said, what you don't follow about rabbinic accounts and stuff like that. Now you see my point. Why? Exactly why? Because it's
But
like
Scary, do you
you
know?
go to so many ways.
No, I don't see.
You
your
don't
point.
see it.
I
So that's
do, look,
that's you being blind
look,
already.
I
bro.
take it. No, I take it just like I take the Hadith, right? I know there's a bunch of made up stuff in the Hadith, but I can still use it to kind of get an idea of what may have
It's
been
not like the
happening, right,
Hadith.
around the time, and I can use
It's
the
not like
Talmud
the
for
Hadith.
the same exact way.
You can,
know,
but
the
there are
Talmud-
Orthodox Jews that believe the Talmud was also given at Mount Sinai. They look at it as scripture. There are some religious Jews that believe that. We can't discredit that. That's what they believe, you know?
The Talmud, but
But not all Jews believe that.
No, I'm sorry. The Talmud is
I'm
not
just
like the
saying,
Hadith.
look, I think if Jews want to be like fully transparent, they should just simply say, hey, look, there's a chance that this may be alluding to somebody like Jesus. However, there are some details in there that put him out of the timeline.
That's
If
really what we
I think
do.
that's a very honest answer. And I think
That's
that
what
that's
we
not
do. What
and I don't
is your
think that's
problem with
I don't
it?
think that's hiding anything.
One
And you could
second.
just land it there.
That's
If
what
you
we
read
do.
the
That's how
Hadith-
you found
One
this
second.
information
Good,
out.
can I
There's
get one
no
second?
point in
You're
landing
saying-
it.
Good,
There's no point in landing it and saying this is definitely about Jesus
Wait,
of Nazareth.
if you read the
That's
No
Hadith-
one is
weirdest-
saying that
that
it
is the
definitely is
weirdest
about
place
him.
to land this airplane. Like seriously, land it somewhere
You're
else.
arguing with nobody.
I think everybody.
What you're
heard it,
saying-
Courtney. I think everybody heard it, which is why everybody's agreeing with me.
Are you calling me Courtney?
Or whatever your name is?
It's
Which is
not
why
Courtney, it's not
everybody.
Courtney.
Which is why everybody's agreeing with me.
She
in the
actually
comments.
opposes Courtney.
Can we
She actually
please move
opposes
on?
Courtney,
You're
so
beating a
that's
dead
crazy.
horse that
I
isn't
know,
fighting
Goob.
back.
I know, Goob. It's fine, Goob.
Okay.
You don't have to
So,
be here.
I appreciate the.
I
So
want you to
you
stop
can-
shit talking Jews.
Bye.
Wait,
For no-
Scary, Scary,
He's
you can't-
not.
I'm
Scary,
literally
I
you
the
think
can't
she's just
refer-
offended
I'm
that
literally
you're
the
telling.
most
He wants to defend
pro-Israel
that.
person on this
He
app,
is, he is.
basically, dude.
Yeah.
I can confirm.
Well, you're telling
No,
Jewish
not the
people they're
most,
being
but he-
anti-Semitic. I think that's
now,
what she's upset.
now when I'm trying to tell a Jew, I can't. It's
What's-
You're trying to
anti-Semitic to
defend
call
us
another
and they
Jew
try to
anti-Semitic,
hurt.
guys.
It is, bro. What are you doing?
I believe it.
Scary. No,
Yo,
but
yo,
I
Scary,
think that's
Scary.
why she's offended.
Oh my god, bro. Yeah, she's just proving the point that you're not allowed to talk about Jews.
Scary, I disagree though when you say that you compare the hadith to the Talmud. It's not the same. Like it's literally not the same. When we talk about the Talmud, it's about interpretations of the oral Torah, which is the Mishnah. When you talk about the hadith, it's about accounts about stories that happened during Muhammad's lifetime. So it's different, you know. It's there is a core difference.
The biggest difference
that
is
would
that
be
in
more.
Islam, you
That
can't
would
have
be like
opinions.
tafsir. It would be more like tafsir, I would say.
There are
If you
no
would
opinions
be-
allowed in Islam. You can't. There's nothing to debate. You take it like
Yeah,
it is. But with
I would-
Jewish
if
people,
I were
you
to
can
make
debate it.
an
You can have
academic-
opinions. You don't have to take it. It's chill.
If I were to make an exact comparison, the tafsir would be more accurate, more of an accurate comparison than the hadith.
In the hadith. Yeah,
Yeah.
that actually makes sense.
Because the tafsir is both interpretations. So you know the tafsir and the like it's the same. How would I say it? Background. You know
Hold on,
the same.
Goob. Go ahead, Goob. Say what you want to say, Goob.
I think you got to stop conflating the state of Israel with the Jewish
God,
people.
you said
That's
that
fucking
already.
crazy.
You said that already.
Well, then stop doing it.
No, what the hell were you? Who are you to tell me what I gotta do?
I'm a Jewish person that thinks that you shouldn't conflate the state of Israel with the Jewish people because I have nothing to do with the state of Israel.
Goob, listen to me. I'm up here every single day rooting for Jews. Rooting for
No, you're not. You're rooting for the state of Israel, which is committing crimes against humanity.
Oh, so you're an anti-Zio Jew? Oh my God. I knew
Yes.
it.
Against Israel?
Dude, we've been literally
Let's
Jewish
hear this one
anti-Zionism.
out. Another
Jewish
genius.
anti-Zionism. Can't let me
No
talk.
wonder you were siding with Courtney. Go ahead, tell us about
I'm
how.
not siding with Courtney. I'm
Go
not
ahead.
siding with Courtney. I'm not siding with Courtney. You're being so
Go ahead,
disingenuous.
explain it.
I'm talking. Will you let
Go
me
ahead.
talk?
Don't worry about what I'm doing. I just want to know your position. Just tell me your position.
Well, are you going to keep
Yeah.
interrupting me?
Tell us about how bad Israel is. Go ahead.
Are you going to keep interrupting me? Or are you going to let me talk?
No, please. You have the floor. Tell us how bad Israel is.
All right, so Jewish anti-Zionism is as old as Zionism is. Everybody can look into it. You can read about the Jewish Labor Bund, and you can read about modern Jewish anti-Zionism. Because I'm sure I'm going to get kicked, so I just hope everybody does their own research and doesn't listen to this garbage.
So just to be clear, you are an
Well,
anti-Zionist.
anti-Zionism is such a bullshit.
Yes, I am.
She's an
Anti-Zionism is so
hold on,
bullshit.
guys. Did you hear her? She's anti-Zionism.
Yeah, okay, that's. I agree to Goob, I agree to this point where you said you're
Courtney, do you see the
anti-Zionism.
people that are agreeing with you? You see what you're doing? These are the prizes you win, Courtney.
But
now you
Scary,
got
stop calling out
anti-Zios
Courtney.
supporting you. Hello.
Why
Wake
would you be
up,
anti-Zionism?
wake up.
Like,
Scary.
it's against every single account of the Torah. It's literally against every single,
Dude, you're secular.
2,507 times.
You're secular. What do you care about what the Torah says? You're secular.
What do you mean what I care about what the Torah says? I
You
do care
said
what-
that
what-
you are secular.
Okay, I'm a secular.
So do you
what?
follow halacha?
I follow the Torah. I follow the Tanakh.
Then that's
Is
not
that
secular.
enough?
Secular means not religious.
Okay, I'm non-religious. I don't practice every single thing. I don't practice Shabbat. Just like every single Jew doesn't practice every single thing. You can't practice every single
Hold on,
thing.
I
That's
actually
the
want to talk to
problem.
Goob. I actually want to talk to Goob now that I know who she is. Goob, where do you get your anti-Zionist views from?
My ethics, values, and understanding of history.
So just to be clear, when you say you're anti-Zionist, you just mean like currently what Israel's doing, or are you just like
Well, are you-
anti-Israel having a land?
Well, do you understand the difference between Eretz Yisrael, Am Yisrael, and Medinat Yisrael?
Sister, can you just please answer my question?
That's important context.
I understand, but you're not the one leading the argument now. It's me. So are
Okay,
you
repeat your
just
question.
Are you just against what Israel's doing now, or are you just against in general the Jews wanting to live in Israel?
Those aren't the two only options.
Okay. What's the
So,
She's against the
all right,
state of
so-
Israel. Now I understand.
yeah. So, my
said
point
yeah.
earlier about
That's
To what-
literally one of the options I gave
That's
you. How
fucking
is that
stupid,
not?
by the way.
No,
Can-
she's
can I-
so
can I
clear
talk?
Jews can live in the land, just not to have the actual state as a political entity.
so. I don't know how
Hold on, I
far.
gotta read this. I gotta read this. Hold on.
In 2012 I worked in Israel. Ain't no genocide or persecution. It's eviction
Oh
of
my God.
people squatting in tents. The fake cries are laughable.
And that's what I hear for the most part, people who actually live there.
All right. All right.
Exactly. I'm living there, and I can tell you it's
Oh my
fucking
God.
beautiful.
You've been.
Go ahead, Goop.
I mean, I'm not going to be able to convince you of
It's not
what,
about that.
like,
I'm genuinely interested about your position. Go ahead.
bro, you can't be interested in my position if you're going to interrupt me every 5
But
seconds.
but I just don't want you to hear me. Like, I don't want to hear about what you think you're not going to be able to do to my position. Just give your position.
I'm not going to be able to talk if you're cutting me off constantly. Okay. So if you go back to the Balfour Declaration in 1917, the British government gave land that was not theirs to give. And the Zionist project and the formation of the State of Israel in 1948 was a colonial project that destroyed indigenous communities across the land, displaced millions of people, and killed, I believe, at least 200,000. So
That's not
All
true.
right, perfect. All right, now let me ask
I'm
you
not.
this.
I'm not done, actually.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So there's. I mean, just to sum up, I'm not going to get through the entire history since then. But if anybody on this live has not heard of the Nakba, I would really encourage them to read about it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
all.
Okay, are you done now, Goob? Are you
done?
done? Are you done, Goob?
Goob, they purchased the
Hold
land to
on,
get
guys. Hold on. Goob, are you done?
Oh shit. Can I respond about
Goob.
it?
No,
After
hold
that?
on. Let me finish her. Anyway, she sounds like she's done. Okay. Goob, let me ask you this. The Palestinians who are 99.99999% Muslim, if there was a Jewish temple on top of their Kaaba, would they not be fighting to get it back?
Why would there be a Jewish temple on top of the Kaaba in
There
Saudi
wouldn't
Arabia?
be. Correct. There wouldn't be one. So the question is, why is there an Al-Aqsa mosque and what's the other one called? And why are there two
the
Islamic?
Is it a Dome of
Why
the
are there
Rock?
two Islamic temples on top of the Jewish holy site?
Well, the Dome of the Rock is not a temple; it's a monument, and like the land of Jerusalem has gone through like a wide
what I'm asking
variety
you.
of.
It's not what I'm
Yeah,
asking
I'm answering your question.
No, you're just
So,
you're
yeah,
just
I
giving
am.
me a bunch of fluff. What I'm asking you
I'm
is
really not. I am
if-
trying to answer your question. Oh my God.
What I'm asking you is if
Mhm.
there was a Jewish temple, a synagogue on top of the Kaaba, let's say that the Jews came and destroyed the Kaaba and built a synagogue on top of it. 1,500 years later, would the Muslims still be fighting to get that back and make it into a Kaaba again? Yes or no?
Like that's an unknowable hypothetical.
Okay. All right. Thank you for coming, Goob.
You know how the Nakba started. Just for
Unbelievable.
you know how it started.
Sick.
So in 1947, the UN basically gave the Palestinian, not the Palestinians, back then it was Arabs. It gave them an option. You can either you can sign and have peace in the land. 50%, you're going to get 50% of the land to the Arabs, 50% to the Jews. The Arabs rejected the plan.
What
and
I
a day
love,
later,
what I love, no, I mean, Nightmare, look, what I love, right, is how they say, the Jews came and displaced, right? What about the Muslims?
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to refer to.
Didn't the Muslims come and displace? Didn't they come? What the hell are they doing in Israel in the first place? There shouldn't be Muslims over there.
It's funny to me how she talks about the Nakba, but not about the 1517 Hebron massacre, 1834 Hebron massacre, 1634 Stafford massacre. I can name about 10 different massacres on the top of my head that happened by the Muslims against the Jews before 1948 and before 1947. But instead, what she's doing, she's blaming Israel because it's the easiest thing ever. Like I'm against the state of Israel. It was never Palestinian land. It was British land. You said it yourself. It was British land. And before the British, it was Ottoman land. You said you don't want to go over the entirety of the history because it proves you wrong. There was never a Palestinian state. Between 1947 and 1967, do you know who owned the West Bank? Terry, what today is called Jerusalem. You know who controlled it before 1967? Do you know? Jordan, exactly. And Gaza was controlled by Egypt. You didn't have Palestinians. What is a Palestinian? It's a made-up shit. You didn't have anything. They didn't have any history. They are not indigenous. I'm sorry, you are fucking living in a movie, Goob. You actually think that there are some sort of like peaceful people that if we just give them land, we would have peace? It's not how it fucking works, and you should grow up out of it because if they would have the opportunity, if you would be in Gaza, you would get slaughtered today. You would get you won't have a head today if you would be in Gaza.
I'm just
for
trying
5
to figure out
seconds.
why Goo was being so dishonest.
The part that I want to highlight to everybody, right, is that Muslims would be doing the same exact thing. Okay? They're hypocrites. This is a hypocritical movement. If
Actually,
the
it's
Muslims,
worse.
if the matter of fact, they would be doing worse because
Yeah,
at least
exactly.
the Jews are letting those two Muslim mosques stand. Those two Muslim
Exactly.
whatever. They're not knocking it down. They're letting Jordan control it. Muslims wouldn't do that for Jews.
Not only that, because when because Scary, remember when the Jews actually conquered and won the war, they actually gave the actual temple back to the Muslims. So
Exactly.
they actually
Listen,
so they can have peace.
There is almost no consensus among the Jewish community about anything, but there is one thing that 99.9% of the Jews agreed upon, except for public group, that Israel belongs to the Jewish people, that Israel historically and biblically belongs to the Jewish people. 2,507 times. That's how many times Israel was mentioned in the Bible, in the Torah. 2,507 times. 669 times. That's how many times Jerusalem is mentioned in the Torah. And yet you have anti-Zionist Jews. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of pro-Schmatzis Jews that were existing during the time of the Holocaust. Because there were some. There were.
You know, Goob is not. There's no way she's a Jew, dude. She's definitely a Muslim, dude. 100%.
She's definitely Muslim. There's no way that she would be talking those points if she was Jewish.
You are not the
No way.
future, Goob. You are the past.
The latest craze now is for Muslims to come and say, "Oh, I'm a Palestinian Christian," or I'm an anti-Zionist Jew.
That's the reason why they were so dishonest, man.
One second, let me explain to you why she is not the future. You are the past. If you are going to be found in Gaza, you would be beheaded. There won't be Goob. There would be half Goob. That's what's going to happen. You are the past. If you think you are the future.
This is wild, dude. Does she claim to live in Israel? Does anybody know?
She isn't. She isn't. If she would, she wouldn't say that shit.
Yeah. It's crazy, dude.
I would be killed by your bombs. Yeah, you would be. If you would be next to Hamas member, let's see who kills you, Israel's bombs or you, or the Hamas members next to you. Just saying.
Hold on a second.
Jews had Muslims serving in their court of law when I was in Israel.
Exactly.
Jews have Muslims serving in their court when I was in Israel. How many Muslims do you think there are serving in Saudi Arabia? I mean, how many Jews do you think are? How many Jews do you think are serving in Saudi Arabian courts?
You know, we have one Muslim.
None, as far as I know.
We have one Muslim in the Supreme Court of Law in Israel. Just so you know, one Muslim.
Out of there's Christians too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. No, there aren't. There used to be maybe, but currently there is one Muslim. I don't know about any Christians there.
Yeah, like imagine if these conquests never happened, right? And it was just a bunch of Jews, and then the Jews from Europe came back to their own land. I don't think the issue would have been that bad, right? But because the Jews came back to their land and found a bunch of Muslims, right? That probably heated things up a little bit, no? What do you think?
Well, what's crazy is like once they actually got their land back, they literally got attacked within like what was it, like the first couple of years of becoming a nation? It's crazy.
Yeah, and for the Jews and for the Muslims and for the Christians, I want to know, what God do you believe in? Because the God of the Quran, the God of the Bible, Old and New Testament, he's a Zionist.
Mm-hmm.
In both the Quran and the Bible, it says the land was promised to the children of Israel.
Exactly. And it's still today, like it's the promise of the Jewish people. They're still the chosen people.
Never mentioned Jerusalem even, bro. That's how much it's insignificant to the Muslims. 0 times of the mention of Jerusalem. 669 times in Judaism.
It's just
That's the
really
difference.
sad. It's really sad to me. I don't like. Today is a perfect example of what I've been seeing. I've been waiting for more like pro-Israel debaters to come online, but it's like we can't even talk about that yet because we still have to worry about just getting the regular pro-Israel people to stop making anti-Zionist claims. That's how bad. That's where we are right now.
Go back to this. People like you, the reason why Jews got persecuted over this. People who side with the persecutor.
Like, I'm curious, what does she want? What does Goob want the Jews to do exactly? Where should the Jews go then? Should they just become part of a Muslim country where the Quran says fight the Christians and the Jews until they feel subdued? Is that where they should go? What a genius!
So she's. I don't think she really understands what she's protesting for. If she would understand what she's protesting for and would actually live in the diaspora, and would actually live during the times that our fathers and mothers were persecuted, she wouldn't be for any of this anti-Zionist movement.
It would be like if the Palestinians all got kicked out of their land, right? And then they just went around from country to country trying to survive, and they couldn't really make it in any other countries. Eventually, somebody would say, "Bro, can we just give them their land back?"
Mm-hmm. Well, it's crazy to me. Like, she's talking here about the state of Israel, and she doesn't talk religiously. She's trying to talk secularly, and she's talking about the state of Israel, how it doesn't have the right to be existing, and she's just not referring to any of the wars. The Nakba that she's referring to, you know how it started? When the Muslims blew up a bus. It's called the Fajr bus bombing. That's how it started.
We know.
It's like
Every
so
time
stupid.
they claim some sort of victim role, it's basically right after they did an attack, and then they got spanked, and then they're like, "Oh my God, the Nakba!" Right?
Look at Gaza. Look at Gaza. What are we doing in Gaza? What did you do on October 7th?
It's just like Muhammad. Muhammad went and he was disrupting the people of Mecca and Medina, and then he's like, "Oh, why am I getting persecuted?"
Yeah, he was just defending himself. Muhammad was
She's
just
talking about how the
defending
Nakba
himself.
wasn't justified. My grandparents are Mizrahi Jews. You know what happened to them in Arab countries? 850,000 Mizrahi Jews were kicked out of their houses in 1948. No one talks about it. I didn't see you talking about it. You talk about the Nakba. I don't cry in Israel and with the kids to my house that my grandparents used to have in Yemen or in Morocco. No, I'm staying here. I'm adapting to my new life because that's my land. That's where I come from, just like the Palestinians coming from Jordan. They don't come from Israel, they come from Jordan. Let's face reality here. They are immigrants. They are not from Israel. But you are sitting here and defending the same Muslims who would unalive you the second they would see you. If I were to come with a kippah to Ramallah or to Gaza, I would be sliced right off. I wouldn't have a head today, you know? Fucking
Hold on, where's that hadith that talks about the Jew behind the tree?
Sahih Muslim 2922.
Right here. Look at this. What Muhammad and his friends were writing about Jews before the Nakba. Sahih Muslim 2922. The last hour will not come unless the Muslims will fight against the Jews. Is this after the Nakba? Why was Muhammad wanting to fight the Jews before the Nakba?
Big up the 929. Big up 929 for sure.
And the Muslims would unalive them until the Jews would hide behind a stone or a tree. And then the stone and the tree would say, "Hey Muslim, there is a Jew behind me. Come unalive him." This had to be after the Nakba.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This was written in 1950, right?
Yeah. that was after 1967. That's when.
This is after 1967, this Sahih Muslim, right?
Yeah.
When was this written, guys?
I think 2025. You know, but
Goob,
they
can
keep
you
changing it. You don't know.
Goob, can you come answer this, Goob? Goob, come up and answer this, Goob, please. We want to know right here.
Exactly,
Sahih Muslim.
Professor Americano was right.
Why does Sahih Muslim say here that Muslims will fight the Jews? Why was this? And this was written in like what year was this? This would have been the year what? 900?
Is this another? Oh,
Huh?
whoops. Sorry, my GPS is going off. Is this another as a Jew that hates Israel? This Goop person?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The group is there.
She's
Exactly.
she's anti-Israel, anti-Zionist.
Because she's young, she's probably Gen Z, she's following a trend.
No, I'm Gen Z.
Probably
I'm
dating
Gen
a
Z.
Muslim.
Wait, don't involve us. I'm Gen Z. I'm smart. I'm not her. Sorry.
Sorry to offend you.
I just want to know, Goob, why is this written in the year 900? Right here. Which is attributed to the year 700, because Muhammad is the one speaking it. Or the 7th century, 600 something.
And she keeps bringing up the
Yeah. The last hour will not come unless Muslims fight against Jews. What is this?
You got Imam Luke. You got a guy named Imam Luke who just joined the live, bro. Imam Luke. That's funny.
Goob, can
I
you
became
please come
anti-Zionist
up?
when I
Goob,
visited
come up.
Israel.
Somebody invite Goob up here. Invite her for me, Nightmare, please.
Yeah, please come up.
She's been saying she wants to come up and talk.
Yeah, come up.
I
Bro.
live
Come
in
up
Israel
and talk.
since I was born, bro.
Why does this say here in this pre-Israel, pre-America, pre-Bibi Netanyahu, pre-Nakba? Why does it say this right here, Goob?
I said I'm not going to talk about Islam. I'm going to talk about geopolitics.
Oh, you're not going to talk
Why?
about
This is
Islam.
important.
Oh, so just forget what 99.9% of Palestinians believe, right? Just throw
You
that in
don't-
the garbage.
Bro, you didn't even know there
You
were
just want
Palestinian
to blame the
Christians.
Jews,
You're
bro.
so
That's it.
disingenuous.
How many
You
Christians
didn't even.
how many Christians are there in Palestine?
You want the
What
actual
percentage?
figures?
Yeah,
I'm
what
looking.
percentage is it? Give me a guess. Don't even look it up. Just give me a guess. What percentage do you think it is before you look it up?
I care about facts. So I'm gonna
Yeah,
look
go
it
ahead.
up.
I know, but just give me your guess and then we'll Google it.
By the way, there are 21%
Goob,
Muslim Israelis.
what's your guess? Give me your answer. You said I don't even know. It sounds like you don't even know. What's your answer? What's
It's
your guess?
roughly 2% in the West Bank and around 1% in Gaza.
He's asking for a figure.
You know they've been disproportionately targeted by Israel,
He's
right?
asking for a number.
That's why.
babe.
1 second.
Okay,
So
are
the
we going to talk
Christian
about
Israelis-
geopolitics?
Goob.
Can we talk about geopolitics or are you going to talk about religion?
Now.
'Cause I thought we were talking about geopolitics.
Now, let me ask you this then. How did a place that was majority Christian, how did it go to 1%?
I thought we were talking about Zionism.
Answer the question.
Dude, you're so
How did it
disingenuous.
go?
If you're going to insult me,
How
I'm
did
not
it
going to
go?
talk to you if you're going to
How
insult
did
me.
it get to
Dude,
1%,
I'm
Goob?
talking about Zionism. We're talking about Zionism. I don't care about Islam. It's about
I know you don't
Zionism.
because you're not a Jew. So tell me
Fuck
now.
you.
Tell me
You
here,
have no
go cry
fucking-
somewhere else. Shut up. Go cry somewhere else. Meanwhile, when you
So
read
the
the
Christian
Quran,
population.
look, meanwhile, when you read the Quran, look what it says about the Christians and the Jews. Look what it says. You
Yo,
probably
look
doesn't
up.
even know this. No, hold on, Gar. Hold on, Nightmare. Fight
Can I test
against
for
those-
Judaism?
Look, fight against those who do not believe in Allah, right? From the people who were given the scripture. Who do you think this is right here? This is the
Yeah.
Christians and the Jews.
Can you ask ChatGPT?
So why?
what is-
Why is Allah and Muhammad telling you to fight Christians and Jews? Why? What was happening here?
I have a question, Sky. Could you ask ChatGPT? Can you ask ChatGPT to compare you the population of Christians in Israel compared to Palestine, and if it has been reduced or grown?
Yeah, no,
in
we
Israel
know
since
this.
Palestine?
In Israel, in Israel, the real Israel, the proper Israel, the Christian population grows. There's no one complaining about their situation.
Exactly.
But in Palestine, the Christian population it's not even 1%. It's actually 99.999% is Muslim, and then that 1% is everything else,
Holy
including
shit,
Christians.
she's B'Tselem Liker. Holy fuck. No wonder she's anti-Zionist. She's from B'Tselem. You know
look,
B'Tselem are?
Look at this. Look at this. Fight those of the people of the book. You see this? Who's the people of the book?
She doesn't care. She just wants to talk about Zionism.
That's it.
Yeah, she wants to.
What
to
she
pay a
doesn't
visit
know
to
is
Gaza.
Zionism is rooted in Judaism. So she's also bringing up fucking religion in a way.
She wants to. I think she wants to.
There's no reason why the Hamas named it Operation Al-Aqsa, right? Why would they name it that if it's not religious?
I want her to pay a visit to Gaza.
Storm Al-Aqsa.
But I want her to pay a visit to Gaza where they accept gay people, Jewish people, Christian people. You know, they accept everyone in Gaza. I want her to talk to the leaders of Gaza, Hamas.
Look at this. Look at this. Quran 929 or 930. The Jews say Ezra is the son of Allah. The Christians say the Messiah is the son of Allah. May Allah destroy them. What happened?
Does she not realize that if the Muslims won that war, we would all be gone? We wouldn't have Israel. They wouldn't give us shit, girl. They wouldn't give us anything, goop. We wanted to share the land. This echo is throwing me off. Sorry. We wanted to share the land with them. They said fucking no. You want to talk about facts? Those are the facts. They went to war with us and they lost. They don't get shit now. They've been crying for over 70 years and starting wars and starting intifadas. They don't get anything now. Stop sticking up for them.
No, the thing is that she will never, this is what she's done. She's closed her brain off, right? She doesn't want to understand the history on how we got here. The point is that in 7th century Arabia, long before Israel, long before United States, long before Bibi, long before Nakbas, Muhammad was already waging war against Christians and Jews. And then those same group of people made it all the way to Israel. And they made everybody into a Muslim.
You know what is the unfortunate part, Scary? So before October the 7th, a lot of Jews inside of Israel were just like her, helping the Palestinians, you know, bringing them food, water, stuff like that, you know. And it's on the same villages that October the 7th happened. The same people from Gaza unalived the people of Niros, of Be'eri, of all the places.
Yeah, that's how they knew the area, because they were working there.
Exactly. So people like,
and the Jews trusted them.
Exactly, the same Jews, and a father, by the way, of listen, his wife and his 2 daughters got unalived on October the 7th. He said the following. He said, "I'm glad it happened to me, because like that, I now understand that this is their ideology, that this is the ideology of our neighbors."
Look at this. Muhammad, right, in the 7th century, I will expel the Jews and the Christians from the Arabian Peninsula and will not leave any but Muslims.
Exactly.
What's this, Scoop?
I just wanted to clarify for
No,
Nightmare.
don't clarify nothing. Just answer this. Do Muslims believe this? We already know what you believe. I could care less. You're clearly not educated. So now I want to know, have you read this? Did you know that this is what Muslims believe?
It's crazy to me how you can support fucking Palestine.
This was written
It's
in
like
the
they're
7th.
supporting
This was
smarties.
attributed to the 7th century. Why are Muslims saying this in the 7th century? Goob.
Nightmare, can I tell you something?
Goob, can you answer the question? Why is this
No,
written in
sure.
the 7th
Let her
century?
tell me something. Let her tell me something.
No,
Let her tell
hold
me
on.
something.
Goob, why is this written in the 7th century?
You muted me, so I only came up to ask him something, to tell him something.
I just want to
Girl,
know
just
why-
answer his question. You're so
why is
irritating.
why
You're a
is
big
this
girl.
written-
Answer.
Yeah. Why is Muhammad saying in the 7th century that he will expel all the Jews and all the Christians from the Arabian Peninsula?
Okay, Nightmare, I only care about talking with you. I'll DM you if you want.
I'll DM you and be a sugar honey pot for anti-Zionism.
She's
No, but
insane.
I don't like anti-Zionists, sorry. I agree to you to the point that you said you are anti-Zionist, and then like it's like cut off. Because talking to people who are anti-Zionist and are Jews, by the way, I'm not even saying Christians, I'm saying Jews, you would not be alive today if you come to Gaza. So it's just like you don't understand. I'm an Israeli, I understand it perfectly, by the way. You don't understand the ideology of our neighbors. If I would be coming to Ramallah without a kippah, I won't have a head. If Grump come to Gaza, she won't have a head with I don't know, I forgot how to say it.
So you have Muhammad
Decapitated.
So you have Muhammad saying that he's going to expel every Christian and every Jew. And then you have the Quran telling Muslims, fight against those who do not believe in Allah amongst the Christians and the Jews. And she's like, yeah, that's just a coincidence.
Yeah, Scary. You know what's crazy too is I remember we were looking at Jefferson, prior president, about how he actually went and bought a Quran himself. I did the same thing when I was in Iraq and stuff. I was like, I need to understand my enemy.
Yeah. Because you have to wonder, right? Why? I remember when I was in school and they used to tell me, like, oh, you know, they do these things because they hate our freedom. And I never really understood that. I'm like, that sounds like a weak argument.
Exactly.
But you're right. When you read the Quran, this is what they grew up on. You know how when you go to church and you grow up on forgive your enemy and love those who persecute you and pray for them? That's what we all grew up on, right? Not Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
Muslims grow up on fight those who do not believe in Allah.
I couldn't sum it up better. Yeah.
And then they think, oh, this has nothing to do with what's happening in Israel and Palestine today. You're kidding me.
By the way, 32 people watching. Guys, please hit the like and follow the host.
I don't think there's anything wrong with caring for the Palestinian people as a Jew, but to be anti-Zionist, it blows my mind. I don't understand it. And I don't even believe she's Jewish. I think it's weird that a lot of people will say that they're Jewish and then say that they're anti-Zionist. I don't.
They're not.
I don't get that.
100% they're not. This started happening recently, like I said, where people started coming up and saying, oh, I'm a Palestinian Christian or I'm an anti-Zionist Jew. They're not.
Yeah, so you think that because they think you're going to listen to them.
They know what they're doing. We all know.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on here that pretend to be rabbis. It's dangerous.
You can't have like think about this. They're telling you what they believe. Their belief is fight against those who do not believe in Allah.
Also, I mean, you can criticize. You can criticize something that.
Point to me a Muslim person that will condemn this.
And you can criticize some things that the government do, but actually to say let's give Israel to the Muslims, what are you sick?
Exactly. Like people criticize American government all the time. It's fine.
Young girl was a coward to facts. She really wants Israel to be the bad guys. She's not a J.
Correct. She's a faker. Thank you for this.
The Muslims have 50 plus Muslim states. Why do the Jews can't have one? Why?
That's the other thing that's crazy to me is they literally have conquered relentlessly. And they're still doing it. They're still doing it.
Yeah.
Massacring people by the thousands.
Yeah.
What are the poor Nigerians doing to them right now?
Yeah.
And then you have Kelly and Jennifer in America wearing the Hamas headbands, even though they shout death to America. I don't understand it. I don't know why they stick up for these radical groups.
Hey, Scary, I will say now, I do see your point on the Talmud thing, the Jesus. I agree. It's probably not, or, I have to research it. So that changed my mind, even looking at.
What it says to me, Neo, is basically this, right? The story looks very similar on some points, right? But you don't have to grant it. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. No, also, when some people.
And the thing is that a person could look at that story and apply it to Jesus because they could say, yeah, whatever. This Jesus, even though he came 100 years later or prior,
right?
He pretty much did the same thing that this guy did as the Christian Jesus. So we could apply the same principle, no problem.
It's definitely not as clear cut as I thought it was.
It's just not clear cut.
I definitely thought it was very, very that's who it is. There's no debate, it's very But the one part we will disagree on is that the Jews are not powerful, that they just they don't have the power. I think I can't agree on that.
Well, we could talk about that. We could talk about that. What's up, Goop?
What do you mean?
Hold on a second. What's up?
No,
Goop?
because go ahead.
Hold on. Let me just get Goop out there. Goop, what's up?
I just want to say that my DMs are open if anybody wants to
Oh
talk
my
more
God!
for real.
Shut the hell up. She's
No,
gonna,
that
See,
the
Goob,
scary.
no one wants to talk
she's gonna
to you.
promote her
Yeah.
OnlyFans. Neo, this is what I want
No,
you
that's
to
a
know,
good
Neo.
one.
Neo, this is what I want you to know.
It's just so
Israel, just like
random.
any other country, Neo. This is the part that gets me the worst. Do you guys really believe that Israel is the only country that's lobbying in America?
No,
It actually doesn't even break the
no.
top 10.
So why do you think that the Jewish lobbying is any different than any other lobbying?
I definitely think it's stronger in my opinion. It's the
Why?
strongest.
What makes you
How?
think? What makes you think that?
It's not even on top 20.
It's
I mean,
not.
there's a lot of politicians that I remember. Like, obviously, I haven't researched in a while, but a lot of the strongest politicians that I saw, I have to research it again.
Yeah.
They're definitely
Neo,
ties with Jew.
let me break this down
But
for you again. Let me break this down for you again. The problem here is not with the facts that you're giving. The facts are true. There is a lot of lobbying. Most politicians in America do align with Israel for most things. The
Right.
question is, what's the framing for that, right? What's the packaging? How did we get to that point? Either America is just a puppet and we just do whatever some other random country says, right? Even though they're a
I don't
tiny
think it's like
country, they don't have as much money as some other countries do. Or it could possibly be, and this is what my opinion is, that our values just literally align. Okay? Yeah. And when I keep telling you, Neo, when you look at how America was created through Islamic persecution, and how Israel has always had the same natural enemy as America, Islam, why would you think they don't just naturally align?
I see that, and I agree with that.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes, Jew. Like, this is what I'm trying to get to you. Politicians are paid off by everybody. Chinese, Qataris, Saudis, Jews. Everyone's paying these politicians.
Qatar is the most influential in Iraq. Well, not the most, but more than in Israel.
So the politicians don't have a lack of people that they can get money from. Simply what they do is that, we can get money from everybody and we'll just go with the ones that align closest to our values. It's that simple.
I agree with everything. I agree with everything you're saying. The one part that I disagree with you saying, like, that they're not as powerful as we think, and that they haven't even rebuilt their temple, right? That's where we misalign, right? Because
Who
I
cares
believe
if
that
we're powerful?
Hold on.
Why does that bother you?
I believe like you, Scary. I believe, like I told you, Scary, that they haven't done it because they don't want to. They're waiting for the right moment, right? And then, you go into the Rothschilds, right? You go into the most powerful people. You can't deny that there are powerful people that are Jewish, right? You could go back to Kanye. I know Kanye is crazy, but he showed that CEO of like all those powerful networks and all those. They were all Jewish. And I fact checked them. I don't think they're not as powerful
What I'm
as you.
trying to get you to understand, Neo, is this. When you say they haven't done it because they don't want to, who's that?
The most powerful Jewish people, the Jews.
But who is that? Are they the ones that are? Because this is the part that I'm trying to get you to understand. Israel is a secular country. They vote for things just like we do in America. There's not one person that is controlling Israel.
I don't see the issue also
I think there is an oligarchy, right? Oligarchy. Yeah, I'm sorry pronouncing it. Yeah, I do believe that there is, in every country, and we, just because the U.S. is secular and Israel is secular doesn't mean there's not people behind that are controlling it.
Neil, are there people controlling America?
Yes.
Okay. Are we still a democracy?
No.
We're not a democracy in America?
I mean, yes and no. Yes and no.
Okay.
To an extent.
So how do the secret societies behind the scenes, how do they keep both sides happy?
That's a great question. I don't know.
You know how. People who believe those conspiracies that you're talking about, the running argument is that they have to give a little bit to both sides, and they pit us against each other, right?
Can I ask him a question?
Hold on.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that.
Right. So the way that they do it is they let you have a Democrat for a little while, and then he lets a bunch of immigrants in. Then they let you have a Republican. And
Yeah,
he takes them
I agree
out,
with that.
and they
Yeah.
go back and forth. It's the same thing in Israel.
Right.
There's a bunch of pro-Zionists that come in, and then a bunch of anti-Zionists, and they go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
Oh, no, not really.
The point is that they have been supposedly wanting to do this thing since their inception, and it hasn't happened yet. So to me, it's just a boogeyman that you have in your head.
Boogeyman. You don't think that there's a oligarchy? What is the word?
To me, it's very clear that Israel is being tolerant. They're not destroying the thing. Like, think about it. If they destroyed the thing, you would have a problem with it. Because they're not destroying it, you have a problem with it. So at what point are you just like scared of a boogeyman, making up some stuff in your head?
No, but can you tell me, do you believe that there are powers that control things? There's a group that controls?
Of course I do, but you have to understand that those powers, what they're more concerned about above anything else is keeping the status quo.
Okay.
Rich people don't want Muslims to just get pissed off and invade Israel by destroying the temple. You get what I'm saying?
I agree with that.
They want to keep a balance. They're more concerned about keeping things the way that they are. Because
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they could also, if they wanted to.
But that's not a Jewish thing.
Okay.
Yo, Neo, could you tell me can you please tell me when Israel ever showed their intentions to build a third temple instead of the Al-Aqsa Mosque?
When they showed they haven't.
They haven't, exactly. The fact we could in theory doesn't mean anything if we won't do it.
Sorry, I'm late to the party.
The way you speak about like powerful Jews makes it sound like it's like a bad thing, as if there's not any other powerful people in this world, like powerful Chinese people, whatever. I just wanted to make that statement. But question for you: what do you think Israel controls in America?
I think there are powerful people in every country, right? I think you said there are powerful Chinese people, or powerful, but the most powerful are the U.S. and the Jewish, and like Scary said, they're aligned.
But wait, why do you think Israel controls America? What does Israel control?
No, I didn't say
exactly?
they control. I said they're aligned.
You did.
No, they're aligned. They're not controlled.
No, you did. You said Israel controls the US.
I misspoke. I meant to say that the U.S. and the Jews are very aligned. Who controls who, I don't know, but they're the most powerful, right? They're the most powerful nation, and they have the most powerful army. So by default, that makes them the most powerful.
The U.S. or Israel?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Neo, what do you think would happen if Islam took over?
Chaos. I mean, we'd all be done for.
Okay. Who's stopping that from happening?
The U.S. and the Jews. I'm with that. I'm not saying anything wrong with that. I believe here's the end, right? Here's the tying to the boat.
I guess it's your tone and how you're coming off. You're making it sound like it's a bad thing.
No, it's not a bad thing at all. It's not a bad thing.
You're concerned with there being powerful Jews in this world.
Okay, so look, I'm not gonna open up my cards and say everything, but maybe if we were in person, I could explain. But yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean open up your cards?
I'll say it. Okay, what it actually is that yes, there's powerful Jews. Yes, Jews own a lot of banks. Yes, no problem. They own a lot of the investment firms and all that, right? And they do have AIPAC and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. My question to you is, why would you not support that? Knowing, like we just said, what we know about Muslims and what they believe and what they would do if all this came tumbling down.
I do actually.
I think if we ask the right question, because we know that we don't live in a perfect world, but we have a system right now, which is some sort of a pecking order. Say that right now there's the pecking order that we currently have. Yes, Larry Ellison is probably the richest man in the world at the moment, and he's a Jew. and a Zionist as well.
Elon Musk.
Would you
Elon Musk is the richest man on the planet.
Yeah.
No, Larry Ellison beat him.
No,
it's
maybe-
been a while.
very close
No,
then.
you may be talking about what assets he can control or something like that, but as far as the
Yeah.
richest man, it's definitely Elon Musk.
After his well, anyways, okay, cool. Well, second richest man in that case.
Yeah.
So knowing that Jews make the top, I don't know, one of the richest people in the world, wouldn't you rather have
Good.
Jews and Americans to be on the
On the
top
same
and
side?
Yes.
yeah,
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
and that actually have our values?
Yeah. No, the only
Then-
thing.
Yeah, Neo, the thing about it is this all goes back to IQ, unfortunately. Like, there's nothing you could do about it. It's just a fact, dude. It's just a fact. So just be glad that the smart people are aligned with us, dude. And they have the same
Yeah.
values.
The only reason we're having this conversation, Phoenix, is because when Scary said that, they haven't built the temple because they're not as powerful, I disagreed with him. I said if they wanted to, they
My
would.
argument is that my argument is not that they're not as powerful. That's not it wouldn't
You
even
said
take
that they're not as powerful as we think because of the wall and they haven't built the
No,
temple,
but,
right?
but my point is this, Neo. It wouldn't even take that much power. They would just need a bulldozer. It's not like what I'm saying is that they're showing you that they're literally allowing this to happen for whatever reason. Maybe it is in their best interest to let Muslims have their holy land. I don't know, but
Okay, yeah.
you don't. I guarantee you that if they took it down, then you would be crying about that. You'd be like, "Oh, see, they're starting against the Muslims."
Exactly.
Okay.
There was an incident actually. There was an incident where the Waqf, which is the Jordanian government that owns.
Yeah, the only thing I'm asking is, would Muslims do this same thing? Even if they're
see.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
What they try to do was get a bulldozer to self-sabotage the Dome of the Rock underneath it, because there was a lot of archaeology there that shows that there was Jewish stuff, and they were taking it out, and in the process they damaged some of the pillars that were there. And guess what? It was the Jews that came and fixed it, even though it was illegal for them to do so.
They came with.
So they were trying to avoid a conflict because they know that no matter what they do, if this thing falls down, there's going to be an uproar.
What I'm trying to get everyone to see is that Muslims clearly have this habit of taking things that don't belong to them and making it Muslim. Can we not see that? They do this with your religion.
Okay.
They do this
That's
with your
right.
religion, Neo. They took your religion and they made it into some
Yeah, I agree.
weird Arab Muslim thing. They took the Jewish
know what that's
religion
called?
and made it into some weird Muslim Arab thing. What makes you think they're not doing the same thing with the land? If you look at what's happening right now in UK, they're saying the Palestinians are now saying
Yeah, I agree.
we need to liberate UK next. We need to liberate America next.
Yeah, so I have friends.
Who
I
are
have
they
friends that
liberating us
live.
from?
Yeah, I have friends who live in Spain, in Granada, right? Where they conquered, and there's people, literally Muslims, coming to Spain and saying we're gonna reconquer Granada and in Spain. And like, I see what you're saying. Like, yeah, that's mad. And then people are still allowing, Spain just allowed 500,000 people to be legalized, and majority of them are Muslim, which I think is insanity, right? I don't get why.
Yeah.
Other than trying to ruin a country.
So, do you know what the term is there that you're using, sir? This term, it's called syncretism. It means you build your religion based on, it's like religious smorgasbord. I want to create a new religion. I'll get a little bit of Judaism, a little bit of Christianity, a hint of Hinduism, and maybe just a touch of Buddhism for seasoning. Okay, that's syncretism. Yeah, and then add a little paganism on the side. Yeah, that's what a lot of religions that are currently dominant religions in the world do, and it's horrible. Because first of all, I don't believe in religion. I believe in relationship. If God's real, it's a relationship. It's not religion. Okay?
That's what the Gnostics used to believe.
Well, no. But no, what they believed in is secret knowledge. And it had nothing to do
Relationship,
with God. It had to do with things that were secretly known and written down in their secret society.
The point here
But it
is
was
this.
relationship.
The point is this here.
No, it wasn't.
If you're a Muslim, there's nothing in principle that you would be against if this was the Muslims doing it versus the
That's
Jews.
right.
If you were a
Now, here's
Muslim
what-
and somebody had conquered your land thousands of years ago, you'd still be fighting for it today. Muslims around the world would still be trying to reconquer it. If there was a temple or a synagogue on top of your Kaaba, you would knock it down. You wouldn't even care about what prophecy for the Messiah, nothing. You would just knock it down.
There's something that's key that probably a lot of you don't know. That in the book of Revelation, chapter 12, the headline of that is, it says, "Son of man, take a rod and measure the temple and the grounds around it." But it says, "Leave out the outer court, for it will be trampled under the feet of the Gentiles." Now, do you know what that means technically? It means they don't have to get rid of the mosque. It's already in the outer court.
I don't know if Jews believe that though.
Well, they do, because it's not what's keeping them. It's not what's keeping them back. And we've had a little example of this, because if you knew about the red heifers, they've got those, and they found one of them was defective, right? And so they had their little experiment. They used this defective one, and they had a sacrifice. I don't know where it was, but they did.
Don't have red heifers today.
And you know what happened? There was so much backlash to this, to having this one little sacrifice, that it shows you how much backlash and how much opposition there is to doing this thing. So we don't know what it's going to take for this to be finally acceptable for the Jews to do that and build on their own land what they've had before, but it will happen. But here's something else that we need to understand too, is when they came back in 1948, they did not have full possession of their own city of Jerusalem. Half of it was still owned by Jordan. And that was for over 19 years. It took till 1967, after the 6-Day War. That's when they got full control over all of Jerusalem. But even after that, there was discussion about what they were going to do with the mosque. And the Jews at the time, the government, because they wanted to be an accepting people, they decided to allow that to be there and to not do anything about it. And it was out of the concept of peace, because they're not looking for war.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, for example, maybe, right? Maybe some Jews do believe that the Messiah has to come for them to build a temple. I don't think that has anything to do with destroying the mosque.
Yeah, I agree. And in my mind as a Christian, I thought for a long time that, oh, they've got to get rid of that mosque. But when you read that passage and you realize that if it's in the outer court, and I believe it is.
You're talking about Revelation though, brother. That's not.
Yeah.
But the last thing I'll say, Scary, is I hope you can agree that out of all the religions, right, the one that if it's right, it's the most important, is definitely Christianity. I think that the claims and what it's saying.
Oh yeah.
I think that's the one that you're like, okay, God really came and we have salvation. No other religious text has these claims and has historical evidence for it. And I think that's something to think about. You know, Wesley Huff said it, and that's the last thing I'll say.
Just the Jews returning to their homeland. It was prophesied in the Old Testament, and it literally said, who has ever heard of this? A nation being reborn in a day.
Can I 1 second? Neo is saying that Jews have no historical evidence to the land.
Do what?
No, I'm talking to Neo because he said about history.
No, I said that it has historical evidence. Like, there is historical evidence for Jesus. I didn't mean that any other religion, they don't have historical. I mean, I don't know much
I
about
thought
the
you meant
historical
in the
evidence
land.
of Judaism or Islam.
I thought you meant in the land like of Israel, like that we have no historical connection.
No. Judaism for the Old Testament, there's a lot of archaeological evidence. I think the Quran doesn't have so much, but they still have some. I think I don't know much about the Quran historical evidence, but Judaism has a lot. I no.
Look at this thing. Hold on. Look at Jesus here. 1 second.
There you go.
You see this right here, Neil?
Oh yeah, that prophecy. Yeah, I'm talking about.
Okay.
This is Jesus talking. Jesus said, "Now learn this lesson from the fig tree. As soon as its twigs get tender and its leaves come out, you know that summer is near." Hold on, let me put the whole thing up.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah, Neil, this is a good prophecy, man.
And he says, learn. He's telling you that you have to understand this parable. Do you know what it is?
Me? You asking me?
Yeah, or anybody.
No, I don't. No, I'm very
Well,
I'm not.
When you read Matthew, I believe it's 21, he's approaching the city and he's hungry and he sees a fig tree and he goes over to it and there's nothing on it but leaves and empty branches. And he cursed it and he said, "You shall never have fruit on you." And it withers up. And if, depending on which gospel you read that from, it happened and withered right in front of him, or it starts to wither and they come back a day later and it's almost like unalived, and the disciples go, wow. Okay. So that's the first fig tree. And what he's alluding to is, if you read in Luke 21, I believe it is, where he is coming to the city and he pronounces that curse on them. And he says, because you did not know the day of your visitation, not one stone will be left upon another. So that first fig tree that's in the earlier part of Matthew is the cursed one, and it refers to 70 AD. Now, the one that our friend here up in the host that put up Matthew 24, that one is the one in the future from their time, and it's pointing to the return of the Jews. And guess what? It doesn't have fruit either, because the Jews don't believe in Jesus.
Bro, look. Look. So look at this. Look at this, Neo. So Jesus is basically talking about the end times, right? In Matthew 24,
Amen.
Right? Matthew 24, right? The destruction of the temple and the signs of the end times, right?
Right.
Jesus left the temple and was walking away. Do you see all these things? He asked, "Truly I tell you, not one stone here will be left on another. Everyone will be thrown down." Right?
Yep. Okay.
So he was talking about the destruction of basically the temple,
70 AD.
About 70 AD, right?
Who has a plan in his background?
And then he says, Jesus answered, "Watch out that no one deceives you, for many will come in my name, claiming that I am the Messiah," right? "You will hear of wars and rumors of wars, but see to it that you are not alarmed, because such things must happen. Nation will rise against nation, kingdom against kingdom. There will be famines and earthquakes in various places. All these are the beginning of birth pains. Then you will be handed over to be persecuted and put to unalivement, and you will be hated by all nations because of me." So he's talking about the final times, right?
Right. Sounds like Revelation.
Mm-hmm. And then he goes here.
You know what you can underscore, though?
It says here, hold on, brother. Then he says, Then will appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then all the peoples of the earth will mourn when they see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory." Right? And then he says, "Now learn this lesson from the fig tree. As soon as its twigs get tender and its leaves come out, you know that summer is near."
Mm-hmm.
Even so, when you see all these things, you know that it is near, right at the door.
And then go one more.
So Jesus is telling you, truly I tell you, this generation will certainly not pass away until all these things have happened. Heaven and earth will pass away by my word. So Jesus is telling you that this has to happen. He's prophesying it. The restoration of Israel, which is represented as the fig tree, Jesus already prophesied it.
Okay.
So you can't be against this happening.
I'm not.
No, I'm just saying no Christian can be against this happening.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. And he tells us that when you see that happen, that generation that sees that will see everything that he just described. And that was that day of the Son of Man, which is the rapture. We are the terminal generation right now. We will see the end of the age.
That's a prophecy. I don't know.
So then in the Christian paradigm, when the third temple is built, in the Jewish perspective, that's when the end times will come. And it makes sense because their Messiah will be the Antichrist, according to the Christian paradigm. And that's when Jesus will come back in the Christian paradigm.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, right now in Israel, they already have all the robes. They have all the priestly garments. They already have all that stuff in Israel.
That's right.
They already got all the actual stuff ready for the temple. They already have everything ready. The only last step is actually building it. But how it's going to be built and when, that's the...
Yeah, I mean, Trump and Kushner already spoke about, rebuilding Gaza, and they had it all mapped out and everything. That's it, man.
Don't worry though, Neo. Jesus is gonna save you. Don't worry about it.
He's gonna save you too, brother.
Yeah, I haven't given up on Scary. I haven't given up on him. I have confidence in him.
Yeah, bro. It's 3:40 a.m. over here in Spain, man. I gotta go shower, bro.
Yeah, do your thing, Neo. Appreciate you, man.
All right, man. God bless you, brother.
Yeah, God bless you guys.
Hey, boy, you're in life for like 5 hours already.
Nightmare, we're still friends, right? No.
Yeah, you should ask that to Courtney, bro.
We are still friends. I'm not sure if you and Courtney are, but
yo, are you still friends with Courtney, bro?
I don't care, dude. I could care less. Like this stuff, I would never judge anybody on a personal level because
don't take it too hard, bro. We debated. Listen, we
I know
debated.
this is all sensitive stuff. Look, I know 90% of the Muslims hate me on this app, but I don't care. I still, would shake any of their hand. It's not a big deal. This is just religion.
People do get emotional on these topics, and it's fair.
Scary, we debated. You lost. It's okay, bro.
Yeah, exactly. I'm used to it. I come here to get abused and berated anyway. That's what I come here for. Yeah.
Don't take it on, but it's okay.
Like I said, to me, all this stuff is all fairy tales anyway. I think you guys are, but it's fine. I like to use your arguments.
I like fairy tales.
Bro, what makes you think it's fairy tales? When you once upon a time you didn't think? What was the switch?
I don't know, dude. It's just been too long since I've seen God do something like He did in the Bible or the Quran. It's been too long.
Maybe because things are too dark for Him to do anything. Like kind of like back in the Old Testament where the Amalekites and all them are doing those things.
Yeah, I get it. I think if He could do it before, He could do it again, and I'm just waiting for I'm waiting for my burning bush or something.
But they say in the Bible to not test God, right? You can't test Him.
I know.
So
It's okay. I'll pray for it. Actually, for Jesus to visit you. I got you, Scary.
He said,
me too, bro.
What did he say to Thomas? He said, "Blessed are those who have not seen."
Yeah.
That's the gaslight of the century right there.
I have to say, I'm impressed that you pulled up Matthew 24 and you are correctly interpreting it.
Yeah,
he was a pastor back then, bro.
I used to be Christian, like not a pastor, but I was like getting there.
Low key, a pastor.
Close to it. I was getting there. But I used to be a Christian. I used to study really, what's the word I'm looking for? I used to study a lot, the Bible. But
well, do you know how long I believe we have before this happens?
How long you believe?
Yeah, there's a theory.
From what Jesus said right there.
There's a theory that some people say it's like 30 or 32. Some people label around that time.
It's 32 to 33 to 34.
Yeah, it is crazy to me to think that the generation that saw the reestablishment of Israel, which is prophesied as a sign of the last days, we're still within that generation. That is pretty crazy to me.
Yeah, and I put a chart together on it, and I used all of the possible numbers that the Bible uses for a generation.
Yeah.
And I put all of these things down, and
And we're getting there. I'm ready, bro.
70 years is the one that comes up with 7 corroborating witnesses of scriptural appointments.
So how much time we got left?
It's 1967 plus 70, which would give you that day of the Son of Man, which is 2037. And then you back off 1335 days from that, because that's what Daniel gives you in 12:12. He says, blessed are those that wait to the 1335 days. And that drops you in, if you use the biblical accounting of years, which is 360-day years. That's the prophetic year they're using in Daniel and Revelation. And that puts you at about January 2034.
When does XRP hit 10K?
What a Jew.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that one, bro. I got my whole life savings on XRP, bro.
You would make a good Jew, Neo.
I mean, I kind of have
Neo,
to be.
Neo, don't come to Judaism, please. Listen, I tell you why. Because it's very difficult.
I mean, if I were to be a Jew, I'd be a messianic like Courtney, though.
No, it's 2 years process, so it takes time, you know. You won't survive, bro.
Why?
I say it takes time to be a Jew. It takes a lot of time. It takes 2 years to convert.
Oh, okay.
Don't waste your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, guys, let's wrap it here. Let's wrap it. Thank you guys for coming up. Berserk,
God bless.
Nightmare, Neo, Mono Mission. Thank you guys. Yeah, so today we talked about what the hell did we talk? I don't even know what the topic was anymore. Oh yeah, it was did Muhammad cause all this? That's what it was. Did Muhammad start this? Apparently he did, right? Muhammad was preaching anti-Semitism before the Nakba. Muhammad was preaching anti-Semitism before the creation of Israel. So, and Jews who grow up on this, listening to this and repeating it and reciting it every single day, do you think it's a coincidence that they just hate the Jews now? I don't think so. I don't think it's a coincidence. So, again, we're going to, as we always tell you guys, if you want to rewatch today's episode, go to YouTube at Scary Hours Podcast. And if you want to join the conversation next time, come over to TikTok, Scary Hours Podcast Live. And whoever is not following, if you want to follow right now, go ahead, especially on TikTok. But on that note, we will see you on the next one. People on YouTube, whoever gave super chats, I definitely appreciate you for that. Greatly appreciated. We're trying to, obviously do something here, see how far we can take it. But if we keep getting support like that, then maybe we could make something happen. But yeah, once again, if you do want to get your chats read out loud, it's harder for me to focus on YouTube because most of the guests, or all the guests come on TikTok, and it's easier to keep it going that way. Appreciate you, Jason. But the super chats help you get your voices heard. So appreciate you for that. We'll be back tomorrow.